Hello everyone, I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, I will now continue the unfinished story. Book 2. 1. Summer was fading into fall, bringing a hint of winter's chill to the nights and early mornings. Charlie lay with his head rested on his backpack and watched the gray sky shading toward the golden hues of dawn. The alley in which he'd spent the night was still and silent, except for the soft snores of Spree, who was curled up on his chest. He hated to wake the sprite, but he was stiff from sleeping on the hard ground. Besides, it was never a good idea to stay in one place for too long, and he was hungry. Spree? He gently prodded her with his finger. The sprite stirred with a sigh and propped her head up on her slender hands. Her almond-shaped brown eyes regarded him warily. What you need, Charlie? It's time to get up. Spree stood and stretched, flexing her translucent wings. Is hardly sun in sky. I know. But this isn't like sleeping in a tree or a gully somewhere. We're in the city now and someone might see us. They'd been avoiding populated areas as much as possible on their trek across Angland, using Spree's corridor of non-light whenever they could. But Spree could only carry another person that way for so long before her magic wore out, and so Charlie had spent part of the journey on foot. They had used the corridor 3 days ago to bypass the checkpoint at the border and enter the country of Kiloreen, ancestral home of the elves. From here on out, Charlie must travel by foot alone. He was looking for something and he didn't want to take the chance of missing it by using the corridor. There was a map in his pocket which was supposed to lead him to his destination if only he could figure out how to use it. Once Spree had hopped off his chest, Charlie took the canteen out of his backpack. He screwed off the lid, filled it with water, and handed it to Spree, then drank what was left himself. They would need more water and soon. Though he wasn't sure where to get it in a city. Is more food in back sack? Spree asked. Charlie looked inside the backpack and tried not to smile. One would think that someone who'd spent more than 120 years living in the heating ducts of a school would have a clearer grasp of the language, but Spree persisted in mangling it. Charlie's few attempts at correcting Spree had done nothing but agitate her, and he'd long since given up. No, he said, closing the backpack. You better go see what you can scrounge up. And bring back real food this time, not cookies. Spree made a face, stuck out her tongue, and went invisible. Charlie sighed. They'd mostly been living off whatever the land had to offer, which meant Charlie had eaten more fruit in the last 2 weeks than he had in his entire life, not to mention grass, flowers, and bugs. None of this bothered Spree, who, despite her preoccupation with sweets, seemed willing to eat anything, but for Charlie it had been something of an adjustment. Charlie leaned his head back against the brick building. He found himself missing the home where he'd spent the last 7 years of his life. At least there he had 3 meals a day and a real bed on which to sleep. This whole thing was like one long nightmare from which he could not wake. Sometimes, he wished he'd never met Lily, never heard of the Silver Catacombs, then he would still be with Grant and the others instead of on this endless quest. Well, no time to dawdle in this alley, wallowing in misery, he needed to move. He had no worries about leaving this spot without Spree. She could always find him. He reached into his pocket and withdrew the silver disc. He stared down at it for the 100th time and traced a finger over the strange symbols etched blackly into its surface. He thought they were words but could find no one capable of reading them. In the center of the disc was a small, white magestone. Charlie concentrated on it, calling up his magic, which he was sure was the key to unlocking the map. The stone shimmered faintly, the air above it rippling, only to fade away again. Charlie muttered a curse and stuffed the disc back into his pocket. The map and the key was what Lily had called the disc. But she had known no better than he how to operate it. Charlie headed for the street and hoped there were no constables about who might be inclined to stop him. He had no papers. If he was caught they would take him straight to jail. Once they got a look at his record and saw elf blood in bold red letters, he would be finished. As Charlie stepped out of the alley, someone came running around the corner and barreled directly into him. They went down in a tangled heap and Charlie found himself looking into a pair of bright blue eyes surrounded by long lashes. "Idiot," the girl muttered, pushing herself to her feet. "Don't you watch where you're going?" Charlie, who was a bit dazed from having hit his head on the asphalt, stared stupidly up at her. She was tall and trim, with unruly black curls, highlighted purple, falling across her shoulders. She was dressed all in black: jeans, tank top, boots with chains, and fingerless gloves. A silver belt circled her narrow waist. Charlie thought she was a little older than he was, maybe 16, judging by her shape, which wasn't bad to look at even from where he was lying on the ground. The sound of running feet came from the side street. The girl glared down at Charlie. "You didn't see me." She darted down the alley and hid behind the nearest dumpster, which was overflowing with foul-smelling refuse. Charlie managed to get himself into a seated position before two men came around the corner. He knew by their blue uniforms they were town constables, and a cold fear cramped his guts. The fiery dragon in Charlie's mind leapt to the defense, the magic eager to take control. Charlie mentally grabbed hold of the chains that had once bound the beast in the darkest depths of his mind and pulled back, hoping to at least keep it from going for the kill. He was on his feet before the men even knew he was there. With a quick kick, he hit the first constable in the chest and heard something snap as the man fell backward. The second constable went for the pistol holstered at his side, but he wasn't half fast enough. Even as his hand closed around the leather grip, Charlie's leg came around in a roundhouse kick that caught the man on the side of the head. He spun and fell face first onto the ground. Magic rushed through Charlie's veins, eager for the kill. But he held it back, forcing the dragon to retreat. Once it was safely put down, Charlie knelt beside the first man. The man's face was pale, his breath short and raspy. Charlie hadn't allowed the full force of his magic to come through, but he had still broken several of the man's ribs, and judging by his breathing, one of them had likely punctured a lung. The second man was unconscious and bleeding, but his heartbeat was steady enough. There was no one else on the street so early in the morning. Charlie had chosen this place because it seemed mostly deserted, though he could hear traffic from somewhere on the other side of the brick buildings. He was torn. Should he try to find help for these men and endanger himself, or leave them and hope some passerby would find them before they died? "How did you do that, Dot?" Charlie turned at the sound of the girl's voice behind him. Her eyes were wide with amazement. He stood. He couldn't tell the truth and reveal what he was. But he never had been good at lying. She mimicked him with cruel accuracy. "What's the matter? You can fight but you can't talk?" "I can talk," Charlie said, blushing furiously. "I just don't like answering questions, that's all." She shrugged. "Suit yourself. My name's Raven, and I guess I owe you something for taking care of these two for me." She glanced at the men. "Although they aren't dead. My name's Charlie, and I don't kill people if I don't have to. In fact, I'd like to get them some help before they do die." Raven eyed him with a frown, then shrugged again. "A conscience can be a dangerous thing, but if you insist." She stepped around him and knelt beside the first man, who watched her with a mixture of fear and pain in his eyes. There was a small, black box on his belt, which looked to Charlie to be very similar to the combs the guards had used back at the prison camp. Raven pressed a small red button on the side of the box. "There. This place will be swarming with constables in about 10 minutes. I would suggest we be long gone by then." "We?" "Sure. You saved me from going to jail, so the least I can do is get you something to eat. You are hungry, aren't you?" Charlie hesitated. "Well, it has been a while since I ate. So come on, then." Raven led the way down the alley and along a rutted back road. On one side, the backs of tall brick buildings loomed over them. On the other was an overgrown lot with a few motor cars rusting under the rising sun. "You're not from here, are you?" Raven asked. Charlie was instantly suspicious. "Why do you ask?" Raven gave him a lopsided smile. "Right. You don't like to answer questions. Not a bad view in most instances, but it could get you in a lot of trouble where we're going." "Why?" "Where are going?" "A special place," she said, still smiling. "A place not everybody is allowed to go. But don't worry, I think you'll fit in just fine." 2. Miranda sat beside the campfire and watched the rising sun paint the eastern horizon in shades of gold and amber. She hadn't slept much last night. All her thoughts and worries were too focused on Charlie. But then that was no different from every other night and day since they parted. If only she could know that he was safe. But her gift, or curse as she sometimes thought of it, was of no help. Her gift had directed her to Charlie and it assured her now that there was still much they had to do. But it wasn't the same as knowing, as seeing. Sometimes she wondered what the point of this gift was when all it gave her were vague feelings and directions. Never anything definite, nothing solid. Except for when they were being held in the prison camp, then everything had been so clear. It was the drugs, of course, which the doctors had given her to enhance her mental abilities. They had worked wonderfully, but she was smart enough to understand they would have drained her in the end. They pushed too far, stretching her gift beyond what it was, but sometimes she wished she could have them back again. At least then she could see Charlie and know where he was. "Penny for your thoughts?" Miranda turned and smiled up at Grant. "I doubt they're worth that much." Grant gazed into the fire, his voice low. "Thinking about Charlie?" "Yeah." "You too?" He nodded. "His knack for getting into trouble worries me. I hate to think of him off on his own, even if he does have spree along. I'm worried too." Miranda drew her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. "Where do you think he is now?" "Probably already in Kiloreen, well on his way to finding the catacombs." Miranda wasn't so sure of that. Charlie hadn't been able to use the map when he left and there was no reason to think he had figured it out since. "Do you think the catacombs really exist?" Grant was quiet a moment, his expression thoughtful. "I don't know. But if they do, Charlie will find them." "But what if they didn't make it across the border? What if they were arrested?" Miranda could feel all her fear rising up like a tidal wave. "What if he's hurt or. But she couldn't bring herself to say the word. Even to think it hurt more than she would have imagined. Grant knelt and laid a hand on her shoulder. "I'm sure he's fine. You know how protective Spree is. Besides, Charlie can take care of himself." She knew he was right, but it didn't help. "If I could only see something, know something." She sighed. "I was thinking of asking Thomas if he could broadcast a message long distance." Grant frowned. "You wouldn't get anything back." "I know. But it would make me feel better to send word to Charlie. Let him know that we're all right so he won't have to be worried about us. If only we had some of those drugs, maybe Thomas could act like I don't know, a two-way radio or something. Then we could talk back and forth and everybody would feel better. I couldn't let you give him the drugs even if we did have them. You know how sick they made him." "I know. I'm just being selfish." Grant squeezed her shoulder. "How are things going with him anyway? He's been angry such a long time and that's not something you get over easily." "Finding out Charlie is his brother hasn't helped matters. But I'm not giving up on him and neither should you. It might do some good for you to spend more time with him." "I'm trying," Grant said. "But it's not easy for me either. After everything he's done, I find it hard to forgive and forget. I don't know how you do it." Miranda gazed at the dancing flames. She hadn't forgotten what happened at the prison camp. How frightened she was, how close Thomas had come to pushing Duncan into killing Charlie. Sometimes, she still had nightmares where the chair was bolted to the floor and she was unable to tip it over. In those dreams, Charlie hung there in the air, suspended by Duncan's telekinesis, and strangled before her eyes. "I still want to see if he can send a message," Miranda said. "It can't hurt to ask. You can try, though I doubt he'll agree to it even if he is capable." Grant stood. The camp was starting to stir around them and it wouldn't do to talk of such things where others might hear. Miranda stayed by the fire for a little while after Grant left, until Margot came to start breakfast. They passed a few pleasantries, then Miranda went off to Thomas's tent, though her hopes were not high that she would find help there. Thomas stared sullenly at her as she stepped inside. "You again? How much more of this torture must I endure?" Miranda smiled. "Good morning to you, too." She sat cross-legged on the ground near the flap, in case she needed to leave quickly. "Did you at least bring me something to eat?" he asked. "Margot is making breakfast now." She took a breath. "No point in putting it off. I came to ask you a favor." Thomas laughed. "A favor? You've got to be kidding me." "I'm serious. A favor in exchange for a favor." She saw a hint of wary interest in his eyes. "What do you say? What kind of favor? How far away can you broadcast a message?" His eyes narrowed. "I don't know. I never tried to push it very far, except when they gave me the drugs." "Why?" Miranda shifted. She knew what Charlie's name was going to do, but she couldn't see any way of asking without mentioning him. "I want to send a message to Charlie." Thomas's lip curled. "Is that right? Good old Charlie boy. Isn't here, huh? So where is he? Do you have to know?" "I can't tell you if I can broadcast to him if I don't know where he is." Miranda was hesitant, but she was also desperate. "Kiloreen." Thomas's brows lifted. "Elfland? And what is Charlie boy doing there? Sniffing after his own kind?" "That, I can't tell." "So can you send him a message or not?" Thomas draped one arm over his raised knee. "If I do you this favor, you do me a favor, is that what we're talking about?" Now it was Miranda's turn to be wary. "It depends on what you want in return." Thomas grinned. "Why don't you come over here and we'll talk about it?" "I don't think so," Miranda said. "You know I love Charlie." "Everybody loves Charlie," Thomas muttered bitterly. "How about getting this thing off me then?" He jerked the chain which bound his ankle to a stake driven deep into the ground. "I'm not an animal, you know. I'm a prince and I deserve to be treated like one. Maybe I could talk Grant into letting you off the chain a little while each day, but not permanently." "Gosh, isn't that sweet of you?" Miranda held back a sigh. "You should be glad we didn't leave you back at the prison camp, like Duncan. That should be proof enough that Grant and Charlie want you to be their brother, if only you could try to see past all this anger." Thomas gritted his teeth. "I am no brother to that filthy elf blood. I don't care what Grant says. So he chose Charlie over me, fine, whatever. I don't care about that either." Miranda didn't believe that. It was his jealousy over the closeness between Charlie and Grant that made him hate Charlie so. Even before Thomas knew that Charlie was his brother. Even before he knew that Charlie was an elf blood. Grant had known the secret, and so had striven to watch over Charlie at the home, acting more like a brother to Charlie than he had to Thomas. Miranda didn't have all the details there, but she thought that had more to do with Thomas and his petty jealousies than anything else. "I've made you an offer." Miranda stood. "You can take it or leave it." Thomas stared moodily down at his hands, his expression once more sullen. "I think I'll pass." Oh, well, so much for that. She hadn't really expected him to agree, but she had hoped. I'll bring you some breakfast. Miranda strode across camp, smiling at those who greeted her. She could show them a strong, confident face even with all this inner turmoil. It was something she had to do. They all looked to her to keep up morale, to keep them believing they were doing the right thing. The only thing. She spotted Alvin and Christine sitting side by side, his arm across her shoulders. The tall redhead and the petite blonde made an odd-looking couple, but there was no doubt of their devotion to each other. Miranda smiled and waved despite the pang the sight caused her. How she missed Charlie. It was hard to keep up everyone else's spirits when her own were falling so low. If Charlie were here, everything would be better. But he wasn't, and she had to keep pushing on. The wheels of time were turning, calling them on to war. She knew that much. She could feel it. The world was shaking, and in the end, whether they were victorious or not, nothing could ever be the same again. 3. Charlie looked uncertainly down the concrete steps where Raven waited beside a steel door. He wished Spree was with him. Not because he couldn't handle himself, he could do that much too well, but because he didn't like being alone with no friendly faces around. What's the problem? Raven grinned up at him. Scared? Charlie flushed. Of course not. He came down the stairs to stand beside her. Her face was friendly enough, but he didn't know her and he had reason to be wary of strangers. Raven knocked on the door. It opened a crack and a tall man with a floppy cap covering the top of his head and most of his ears peered out at them. Who is he? He asked with a brusque nod at Charlie. A new friend, Raven said. Let us in and I'll explain. The man stepped back, pulling the door wide enough to let them inside a dimly lit corridor. He pushed the door shut quickly and drew a bolt across it. There were several beeps as he keyed in a security code on a black panel beside the door. Charlie swallowed. Why did a seemingly abandoned building on a deserted street need so much security? The answers that swirled through his mind were likely ridiculous, but that didn't change the fear they sent through him. The dragon responded to his sudden fear, rising from its resting place. Charlie mentally took hold of its chains. He wouldn't let it loose until he was sure there was need of it. Wait by the door, Charlie, Raven said. She then drew the man on down the hall and began speaking to him in a whispered tone. Charlie didn't care much for eavesdropping, but they were certainly talking about him. It might be a good idea to know what they were saying so he wouldn't be caught off guard. He called the magic up enough to enhance his hearing beyond normal levels. Have believed it if I hadn't seen it myself, Raven was saying. I'm telling you, Jack, it was amazing. I can't even describe it properly. It all happened so fast. So you think he's one of us? That was magic, I know it was. In fact, I think it might have been worry. Stop. Jack scowled. I don't want to hear about that stupid legend again. Charlie's heart jumped. She had almost said warrior magic. He was sure of it. And Jack had asked if she thought he was one of them. Was it possible they were elves? He didn't think so. There weren't supposed to be elves in Kiloreen anymore. At least that was what he had always been taught. They were all supposed to have been taken out after the long war with Angland. But then Charlie had begun to suspect that all they learned in school about the war was not necessarily true. These two didn't look like elves, but then again neither did Charlie. Both had their ears covered, Jack by his hat, Raven by her hair, so they might have the pointed ears common even in those of mixed blood. It might be possible, Raven protested. Anton has always said. Enough. Jack cut her off with a chopping motion of his hand. Maybe he's one of us, maybe not, but no more of that. He turned to Charlie, suspicion clear on his face. Where do you come from? Charlie hesitated. He would have liked to say he was from somewhere in Kiloreen, but he didn't even know the name of the city he was in, let alone any others. Well, either they were elf bloods like him and he was safe, or they weren't. Only one way to find out. Angland. Jack's expression darkened. How did you cross the border? Charlie couldn't lie and say he walked across. The soldiers would have used a retina scan to check his record, and once they saw the word elf blood, they would have turned him away. My friend brought me, magically. What kind of friend? A sprite. Raven looked startled and Jack's eyes narrowed. Charlie could have kicked himself. Sprites were not on the list of beings allowed to live freely in Angland. The only way to have one was to buy it, and there was no way anyone would have sold one to an elf blood. I found her, Charlie said. She lived in the heating ducts at my school. Let me see your ears, Jack said. Charlie's heart sank. They were elf bloods and they must never have met anyone like Charlie if they were using ears as a test for identifying their own kind. Look, I can explain. I don't. Before he could finish the sentence, Jack grabbed hold of his arm, his fingers pressing down with surprising strength, and pushed Charlie's shaggy blonde hair back from the side of his head. There, look at that. Jack indicated Charlie's perfectly human ear. See what good your legends are? He's just a human who happens to be able to fight well. Raven looked distressed. But I thought. I was sure. Charlie tried again to explain. Wait a minute. I'm not. Shut up, Jack said, giving his arm a rough jerk that nearly pulled Charlie off his feet. The dragon in Charlie's mind jumped up. He quickly took a firmer hold on the chains and pulled it back down again. The dragon eyed him balefully. Flames danced along its crimson scales. It didn't care for being manhandled. It had taken enough of that from Thomas over the years while it was locked up in its cage and buried deep in Charlie's subconscious. Now that it was free and strong, it wanted to fight. It wanted blood. Jack drew Charlie down the length of the hall, then down a flight of metal steps that shook alarmingly beneath their feet. Raven followed silently after. What happened next was up to them. If they intended to kill him outright, he would have no choice but to let the dragon loose. But if they only intended to lock him up, all he had to do was wait for Spree to find him and then use the corridor to escape. He'd rather not fight if he didn't have to. They came down off the steps into a large, empty room. Concrete floor, steel walls, the ceiling and much of the far end of the room were lost in shadow. Along the left wall, there were several wide, metal doors. Jack stopped by one of these and lifted the latch. He opened the door and shoved Charlie inside. The door shut with a heavy thump. Darkness descended upon him, silent and absolute. Charlie felt his way to a wall and sat on the cold concrete floor. He'd been in dark places before and refused to let fear master him. Spree would come and she would likely come soon. She had found him in the pit. She would find him here. He had been in much worse shape then, dehydrated and in pain, but he had made it through that and he would make it through this. The magic was still caged back then, though it sometimes reached out to protect those Charlie cared about. Then it would only come briefly, usually causing Charlie more harm than good. That began to change after he met Lily at the prison camp. She was a full-blood elf, the first Charlie had ever seen, and kin to him in some distant way. His magic had responded to that, growing stronger until the night of the prison break, when it burst the bars of its cage and leapt free. Charlie still had nightmares about that night and about the man he'd killed. Guard Marlborough had been one of the guards over Charlie's sector and had made no effort to hide his feelings about elf bloods. The night of the escape, Guard Marlborough had tried to shoot Charlie, leaving him no choice but to use his magic to its full extent. It was self-defense, but the fact didn't help Charlie sleep any easier. Charlie's eyelids began to droop. They hadn't taken his backpack or searched him, for which he was grateful. He couldn't have let them take the disc from him. He stretched out on the floor and laid his head down on the backpack. It was far from comfortable, but not much worse than most of the places Charlie had slept since he was taken from the home. Charlie called Miranda's face into his mind. Her fair skin with a sprinkle of freckles across the nose, her red hair, bright green eyes, her soft pink lips. He remembered the way her hair smelled like strawberry shampoo and how it felt when she kissed him under the trees right before he left on this crazy quest. He missed Grant and Peter too, and all the rest of them. Except Thomas. But he missed Miranda most of all. He hadn't even told her that he loved her. He wanted to, but he never seemed to be able to get the words out. What was she doing now? Grant's ragtag army couldn't be far from King's City. Was she safe? Did she ever think about him the way he thought about her? Or had some other boy caught her eye in his absence? The idea sent a wild flutter through his chest. A sudden strobe of bright light struck Charlie's face, shocking him from his thoughts. He sat up with one arm thrown across his eyes, his heart doing a frantic dance. "Move the light," a kindly male voice said. "You're blinding." The poor boy. "Sorry." The beam of light shifted away. It took a moment for Charlie to blink the dark spots from his eyes. In the doorway stood Raven, flashlight in hand, and an older man with gray hair pulled back in a braid to reveal a pair of slender, pointed ears. His almond-shaped eyes regarded Charlie with interest. "Raven has told me you display what she believes to be elven magic," the man said. "Yet you do not appear to be an elf or even a half-elf. Would you care to explain yourself?" Charlie scrambled to his feet, relieved to have a chance to answer the question. I may not look like an elf blood, sir, but I am." "Not much, judging by your look." Charlie was not offended by the remark. In fact, he started to tell the man that what little elven blood he had was more than he wanted. But at the last minute he caught himself. The man looked to be a full-blood and wasn't likely to appreciate that kind of remark. "My last full-blooded elven ancestor was a slave elf brought to Angland after the Long War," Charlie said. "So I guess I'm mostly human. Maybe that's why I look like I do." "You almost sound proud of that," Raven said. "I would imagine he is," the man said. "But don't judge him harshly for the fact. You must remember that in Angland elf-bloods are taught to revile their elven ancestry, to be shamed by it. Tell me of your parents, young man. Have they too come to Kiloreen?" "My parents are dead, sir." Which was almost true. Charlie's mother died when he was 3 and the man he had believed to be his father followed her 4 years later. The man who truly was his father might as well have been dead so far as Charlie was concerned. "I'm sorry. Why have you come to Kiloreen?" "To, Charlie's mind whirled as he tried to think of a plausible lie. "To see the elven homeland." My mother always wanted to come, but you know they don't let elves across the border. But I have this friend, she's a sprite, and she, His voice trailed off. He could see by the look in the man's eyes that it was no good. "Why have you really come?" Charlie averted his gaze. "I'd rather not say." "I told you, Anton," Raven said, "he doesn't answer questions. And if that's the best lie he can come up with, I can see why. Tell me, Charlie, have you ever heard of the Silver Catacombs?" Anton asked. Charlie's heart tried to jump up in his throat. "Why do you ask that?" "There is a legend among the elves," Anton said, "of a place called the City of Magic. It is said it was from this place the elves originated, though none have set eyes on it in a millennium. Somewhere within this lost city lie the Silver Catacombs, resting place of the most ancient and powerful of elven magics. But then there was a great war. A war of winged things and men and elves and all manner of folk that moved across the land. The ancient magic was sealed away during this war, and all those touched by it, those who possessed warrior magic, were killed. The city faded from the mortal world, disappearing into the mists of time, becoming a myth. But there is a belief among some of us that there will come a day when the magic is needed once again. when it will reach out and call to the one who can free it. The only elf in 1,000 years to possess warrior magic. I have been waiting for that one all my long life. There will be no rest for me until I find him. Charlie was frozen in indecision. It could be that Anton would be able to help. Maybe he could even show Charlie how to use the map. But it was such a risk to trust this stranger, no matter how kind he might seem. I don't know why you're telling me all this, Charlie said. You have warrior magic, Raven said. I saw it. How do you know what you saw if you've never seen it before? Charlie asked. Because I just do. That's why. She glanced at Anton, who was smiling softly. Only someone who was mostly human would work so hard to deny their elven heritage. You aren't exactly a pure blood yourself, Charlie shot back. Raven's expression darkened. No, but my mother was, so at least that makes me half. What are you? Charlie was surprised to find the word stung. He'd often wondered the same thing about himself. Too human to be an elf, too elven to be a human. So where did that leave him? I'd like to leave now, Charlie said. You've no right to hold me here. You aren't going anywhere, Raven said. Now that you've seen this place, you're too much of a threat for us to let you walk out. She turned to Anton. I must be wrong. He's not one of us. Anton's smile didn't change. He's frightened. That's all. No shame in it. But if you'll come along with me, Charlie, I'll show you something that might make you a little more willing to trust. Though it won't give you good dreams. Spree chose that moment to come flying out of her corridor. Look, Charlie, I find real food. In her hands was a rather undersized apple. The apple slipped from her hands when she spotted the two elves standing in the doorway. Anton? Her wings shimmered slightly yellow as she flew closer to him. That you? Anton's smile widened. Little grandmother. I thought you left Kiloreen years ago. Spree scowled. You know I hate name Nick. You two know each other? Charlie asked, looking incredulously from the sprite to the elf. A long time ago, Anton said. Still mangling the language, I see. You haven't changed much with age. Her scowl deepened. I age better than you, old man. You know seamy gray hair. She ran a delicate hand through her sea green locks. Anton chuckled. You look exactly as you did the last time I saw you. Beautiful. The compliment seemed to mollify Spree. She moved back and settled down on Charlie's shoulder. What you do here? I hear is no more elves in Kiloreen. You hear wrong, old friend. But I see you managed to dupe another poor human into making himself beholden to you. Is no dupe, Spree said indignantly. Was Charlie's idea. Actually, Charlie hadn't known what the word meant when he spoke it, or he never would have. But that was beside the point. Wait a minute. Spree left Kiloreen 150 years ago. Do elves live that long? I'm a tad closer to 200, Anton said. Or perhaps more than a tad. Once one hits the 120 mark, one tends to stop counting birthdays. To answer your question, sometimes. Full-blooded elves tend to have longer lifespans than humans. But, to be rather honest, I'm pushing it. So you were here during the war? Charlie asked. You know what really started it? I mean, I've always been taught that the elves started it by breaking the treaty and crossing the border into Angland, but I've wondered if that was true. Yes, I was here, Anton said. His smile faded. And I know more than I care to. I will tell you some of it, if you like, but first there are other matters we must discuss. Please, come. He stepped away from the doorway. If this elf was a friend of Spree's, then Charlie felt he could trust him at least long enough to see what he wanted. Who knew, maybe he really could help. The four of them started across the dimly lit room. The apple lay on the floor where it had fallen, forgotten by all. 4. I don't see why you can't at least try, Grant said. Why should I? Thomas asked. I don't see you doing anything for me except keeping me prisoner. Miranda hung back by the tent flap, wringing her hands. When she'd told Grant that Thomas refused to even try and send a message to Charlie, she hadn't expected him to come storming over here. I would rather it didn't have to be like that, Grant said. But you leave me no choice. I can't trust you. Thomas glared at him. So why didn't you leave me back at the prison camp? You wanted to. That's not true, Grant said. You're my brother and I love you despite everything. It's not my fault you've always put petty jealousy between us. Petty jealousy? Thomas jumped to his feet, making the chain rattle. You were always treated like a prince, but what about me? I'm the king's son too, but I didn't spend my summers at the castle. I've never even met our father. Do you think I went there on vacation? I went there to learn how to be a king. And as for our father, Grant laughed harshly, the man barely took the time to acknowledge my existence. I'm closer to Pierce than to him. Miranda didn't think the brothers would come to physical blows, but she wasn't sure. There's no need for all this. If Thomas doesn't want to help, then he doesn't want to help. It's fine. No, Grant said. It's not fine. Charlie needs to know that everything here is all right so he can focus on finding on what he's supposed to be doing. Knowing him, he's spending more time worrying than anything else, but... Oh, yes, your precious elf blood. Thomas sneered. It's always been all about Charlie, hasn't it? Grant frowned. He needed someone to protect him, especially since you were always at him. Besides, after all our father did, I felt I owed him. What? Because he refused to claim a bastard elf blood as his son? Grant's jaw tightened. In case you had forgotten, the B of us are bastards as much as he is. Thomas waved a dismissive hand. That's different. Our mother was a royal consort, not some trash our father picked up off the street. Why don't you just shut your mouth? You don't know anything about it. Thomas took a step toward him. So why don't you enlighten me, brother? Grant's hands clenched. I wouldn't waste my breath. This was going nowhere but bad. Enough. Miranda stepped in between them and pressed a hand on each of their chests to encourage them to take a step back. They glared at each other over the top of her head. Fighting among ourselves doesn't solve anything. There wouldn't be a point anyway, Grant said. He never changes. With a disgusted look, he turned and moved toward the tent flap. Just before he stepped outside, he paused and looked back. You're going to have to pick a side and soon. He stared hard at Thomas. Either you're with me or you're against me. I can't afford to be looking over my shoulder all the time waiting for you to stick a knife in my back. So make up your mind. Miranda sighed. She wished she hadn't even brought up the subject of sending a message to Charlie. It doesn't have to be like this, you know, she said, looking at Thomas. He's not your enemy and neither is Charlie. Thomas looked down at her. Oh, yeah? Then who is? The king, she said. He's the enemy of us all and his narrow-minded hatred could destroy everything. I know you don't want that. How do you know I don't feel exactly as my father does? His lip lifted in a sneer. All those non-humans, what do I care if they're wiped away? The world would be well rid of them. Miranda was aware she still had her hand on his chest. She'd left it there on purpose. She felt sorry for him because, though she could see the hatred burning in his eyes, she didn't believe that was all there was. He had blindsided her with his betrayal back at the prison camp because she hadn't understood him then. She thought she did now. I don't think you really feel that way, she said. I don't believe you're as cruel as you want us to think you are. You don't know me. Thomas's eyes narrowed. You might want to ask Charlie Boy about how cruel I can be. He could give you an earful. Miranda shook her head. Do you hear yourself? You're the one who makes everything about Charlie. Not me. Not Grant. You. She dropped her arm and took a step back. Grant was right. You have to choose a side. But you have to use reason to do it. Not hatred. She turned her back and left him then with the hope that he would give her words some consideration. She'd never had as much trouble getting through to anyone as she was having with Thomas. But she'd meant what she'd said to Grant before, she wasn't ready to give up. The camp was busy making ready to move on as Miranda headed back toward her tent. They'd found a village some time back, and Miranda had convinced the villagers to give the ragtag army supplies, such as cloth for makeshift tents, and had even come away with half a dozen young men to add to their ranks. That still left them with less than 100 and not a one trained to fight. That wasn't much to put up against the king's army. Grant had assured her that Pierce would have more troops waiting for them when the time came, but that didn't keep her from worrying. Peter was rolling their blankets up and tying them off with bits of rope when Miranda entered the tent. He had all their meager possessions packed and ready to go, leaving only the tent itself to be taken down. Miranda felt a pang of guilt. You didn't have to do all this by yourself. Peter shrugged. I needed something to do. Where were you? It had been early when Miranda slipped out of the tent to go and sit by the fire, and Peter had still been asleep. I went to talk to Thomas. She looked around the tent and then back at Peter. Have you eaten anything this morning? Peter focused his gaze on the blanket. I'm not hungry. Are you sick? Miranda asked, laying a hand against his forehead. Peter had contracted diranium poisoning at the prison camp, but she had thought once he was treated and well away from that place there wouldn't be anything more to worry about. I'm not sick. He scuffed a battered sneaker against the ground. I was just thinking. Too much thinking isn't good for anybody. She laid her hand on his shoulder and could feel his bones through the fabric of his shirt. Please, go and eat something. I'd have a hard time explaining to Charlie why I let you waste away to nothing. Peter looked up at her. The pallor of his skin made the jagged scar across his face stand out in stark relief. Do you really think he's coming back? Miranda smiled, though it was hard to do so through the pain in her heart, and brushed his mop of blonde hair back from his face. He looked so young in that moment, so vulnerable. Sometimes she forgot that he was only 7. Of course he is, she said. I can see the future, remember? So I should know. Now go and eat. She nudged him toward the tent flap. Once Peter was gone and she was alone, Miranda allowed a single tear to slide down her cheek. She wished she could be as sure of the future as she tried to sound like she was. Inside, she felt that Charlie was all right, that he was safe. But she didn't know if that was her gift talking or just her heart. 5. Before any talking began, Anton brought Charlie a tray of food which, much to Spree's delight, included a chocolate cupcake. I haven't forgotten your love of sweets, little grandmother, he said. Spree gave him a dark look but was too busy stuffing her face to make a verbal protest at his use of her unwanted nickname. Charlie ate a bit more slowly, but with no less enthusiasm. There was chopped beef and onion gravy, roast potatoes, steamed broccoli, and a tall glass of milk to wash it down. After living on a diet consisting mostly of bugs and flowers, Charlie thought this meal tasted better than anything he'd ever eaten in his life. He hadn't realized he'd been hungry for what seemed a very long time until the food had been put before him. When the food was all gone to the last bite, Charlie sank back into an overstuffed armchair, feeling full and drowsy. So, what was it you wanted to show me? Now that he was fed and comfortable and Spree was with him, he no longer felt the trepidation he had in the beginning. First the disc, if you please. Anton held out his hand. Charlie hesitated, then reached into his pocket and withdrew the disc. Raven gasped. "Is that really it?" she asked. "I was right?" "Yes," Anton said with a faint smile. "You were right. This time, we've really found him." He turned the disc over and over in his hand, gazing at it thoughtfully. "It's supposed to be a map, right?" Charlie asked. "In part, yes. Do you know how to work it?" Anton looked at Charlie, one brow raised. "You haven't been able to access the map?" Charlie shook his head. "I thought it might have something to do with those markings. They kind of look like a language to me, but I can't read them." "Can you?" "No, I'm afraid not." Anton handed the disc back to him. "That is the ancient language of magic. I doubt there's anyone who can read it, but I'll ask around. As for the map, I have to assume that when the time is right it will be revealed to you. The magic is seeking to be found now. It will do all it can to ensure that it will be." Charlie was disappointed. He slid the disc back into his pocket. He was no closer to the catacombs now than he had ever been. If the magic wants to be found so badly, it ought to be a little more helpful. Anton chuckled. "Ah, the impatience of the young. Try and remember that the magic has been hidden for 1,000 years or so, and even the most powerful of essences must grow rusty with age and disuse after such a long time. Enough of this talk for now. I would show you something. It is a heavy something, and you are young to bear such a burden, but you must understand the importance of what you are doing. Your hand, please." Charlie leaned forward and grasped the elf's hand. For a moment there was only a strange sort of push against his mind, which his magic attempted to repel. Staring into Charlie's eyes, Anton spoke low. "I'm not coming in, I only want to send a picture. Harmless." The magic receded and a rush of images whirled through Charlie's mind. Terrible images of blasted cities, crumbling mountains, and fire raining from the sky. Images of twisted, wasted forests and of other living things, 2- and 4-legged, winged and gilled, dying horribly. Screams echoed across these images, the screams of millions of voices raised in agony and fear. Charlie's magic reared back and chased this foreign magic away, but the images remained, imprinted on the walls of his mind. He fell back against the chair, trembling, and wiped away a bead of sweat that dripped into his eye. What was that?" he asked. "The future," Anton said, folding his hands in his lap. He was a little paler than before, and there was a certain tremor in his voice. "What will come to pass if the magic does not return? King Richard must be stopped. I have shown you this so you can understand that what you are doing is not some foolish quest, some pointless wandering. Nor is it a waste of time that you feel could be better used elsewhere. Finding the magic and freeing it is vital not only to the elves, but to the world." Charlie's fingers curled around the armrests of the chair. He felt suddenly sick and frightened. He'd known already what King Richard's plans were, but knowing and seeing were two different things. He hadn't asked to have the fate of the world on his shoulders, he wasn't sure he was capable of holding it. "How much time do I have?" Charlie asked. "I don't know," Anton said. "An hour, a week, a year, who can say? My sight magic is not as exacting as that. I only wish that it were. But since the ancient magic has called you here, now, I think we may be running out of time. I would say a few months at best. Likely less. But as I said, I can't be sure." "Then we better go." Charlie stood. "Come on, Spree." The sprite flew up from the table where she had been lounging and landed on his shoulder. "Wait." Anton held up a hand to forestall him. "Not yet. The magic can't fight a war all on its own. You'll need an army." "I have an army," Charlie said. My friend, Grant, is leading them toward King City as we speak." "And how large is this army of yours?" "I don't know," Charlie said, thinking to himself that it was nowhere near large enough. But Grant is friends with a man in King City who has promised us more troops. I see. How many? Charlie shifted his feet. I don't know. He caught Raven, rolling her eyes, and blushed. But I'm sure more than enough, or he wouldn't have made the offer. And how large is Angland's army? I don't know. Was the man embarrassing him on purpose? I'm just somebody who had this whole thing dumped on his head. I don't know anything. But Grant and Pierce, they know, and they're the ones in charge, so I think that's what matters. Yes, I suppose so, Anton said. I'm sure they've considered not only the army in King City, but the other soldiers, prison guards, town constables, and ordinary citizens who will fight in a time of civil unrest, both in Angland and in Kiloreen. Charlie hadn't thought in such broad terms before. In fact, he hadn't been thinking much about the war itself, but only his own part in it. Whatever that was. He sank back into his seat. In other words, it's hopeless. Oh no, Anton said. So long as a single person truly believes in the fight, no cause is ever hopeless. But the more help you have, the better. We can give you that help. We? The Elven resistance movement. Although, he chuckled, we haven't done much physical resisting. Still, we've been readying ourselves for another war for some time now, waiting for the right moment. I would say the right moment has found us. He pushed himself up from his chair. Raven, would you take Charlie to see the mine, please? There can be no better way to show him what the Long War was all about. I'll talk to some of the others and see if I can't broaden some minds a bit. Little grandmother, if you'd come with me, I think you could be of help. Spree's eyes narrowed. I go where Charlie go. Now, don't be stubborn for once, Anton said. Charlie will be perfectly safe. They won't be gone long, and you can help him much more by helping me convince certain others that he is what he is. What do you think, Charlie? Spree asked. Charlie hated to be separated from her again, but if the elves really could help, then he supposed he should do whatever he had to do to see that they would. I think it'll be okay if you go with Anton, but... Okay, she said, laying a hand on his cheek. But if you gone long time, I come find you. Charlie smiled. Spree was nothing if not loyal. I know you will. Raven led the way out into the hall. So far Charlie hadn't seen or heard anything to make him think there were other elves in the building, but what Anton had said made him wonder. They followed the silent halls for a time, then went through a door and down a set of stairs. Why is it so dark in here? Charlie asked. The illumination was pale and weak, hardly enough light by which to walk. Even in Anton's room it had been the same. This used to be an old factory, but after it shut down, it was cut off from the city power station, so we have to use our own magestones to power the building. The ones we can get our hands are small and not nearly strong enough to give us full power. Where do you get magestones? Charlie had a pretty good idea of the answer since his own father used to sell stolen magestones on the black market. Raven smiled over her shoulder. You'll see. At the bottom of the stairs they came to another door, on the other side of which was darkness. Hold on a minute, Raven said, fumbling at the wall. And let there be light. The lights flickered on with a fluorescent hum, shining pale white across the gleaming chrome of 6 black motorbikes. Charlie stared, mouth agape. He'd read about motorbikes, of course, but had never seen one except in pictures. What do you think? Raven asked as she walked over to the bikes. Pretty cool, huh? How did? Where did? Charlie shook his head. I'm not sure cool covers it. He knelt beside one of the bikes. There, amid a tangle of wires and cables, was nestled a blood-red magestone twice as large as his fist. Where did you get the money for these? Charlie asked. He didn't know much about motorbikes, but even he could see these were top of the line. They must have cost a fortune. Actually, they were generously donated to us by an unsuspecting patron of the resistance. Charlie stood. You mean you stole them? Raven grinned. I think it sounds better my way. Want to go for a ride? Where, exactly, are we going? You heard Anton. We're going to the mine. She swung one long leg over the bike seat. You said you wanted to know more. About the long war, right? Yes. So hop on and I'll show you what it was really all about. She patted the seat. Charlie climbed onto the bike behind her, careful to scoot as far back as he could, and gripped the metal rack above the back tire. Raven was a girl, after all, and a rather pretty one, and Charlie was not comfortable with the idea of holding onto her as they rode. Somehow, he didn't think Miranda would approve. Raven flicked a switch and the magestone began to glow, spreading amber light across the floor. There was a low hum which slowly faded into silence. Raven kicked up the kickstand, then directed the bike down a wide tunnel. The air pressed back against Charlie, blowing Raven's hair into his face. He turned his head and watched the amber light slide across the walls. They didn't talk. The rush of the wind would have made it impossible for them to hear each other. Charlie had only ever ridden in one motor vehicle before, the bus that had taken him from the home. This was nothing like that. The bus was windowless and stuffy, like a long metal coffin. Riding the bike was the exact opposite. It was like breathing freedom. The air was cool against Charlie's skin and the sensation of speed gave him a rush he'd never experienced before. The bike seemed to skim over the flat concrete, so smooth was the ride, and when Charlie closed his eyes he imagined this was what it would feel like to fly. A mechanical buzz sounded and Charlie opened his eyes in time to see a large door roll up before them. The bike shot out of the tunnel and onto a dirt path that wound its way through towering pine trees. The ride was less enjoyable after that. Every rut and dip in the path made the bike rattle until Charlie felt as if all his teeth would be shaken from his head. Raven drew the bike to a stop. This is it, she said. We have to walk from here. Charlie climbed down. His butt was sore and his arms were tingling, but he thought it was worth it for the experience. Raven pulled the bike off the path and concealed it in some brush. Nobody's likely to come this way, she said. But you can never be too careful. Dappled sunlight and shadow surrounded them as they trekked into the woods. It was a mild day in early fall, the leaves starting to turn, and the air was filled with birdsong. A rabbit, startled at their approach, leapt away into the tall grass, its cottontail flashing a white warning as it went. So, you're really from Angland? Raven asked. Yes. And your parents were married? Yes. So, you're a free elf then? Charlie hadn't thought about it before, but if there weren't supposed to be elves in Kiloreen in the first place, it was doubtful any of them were free. That's right. It must be nice to be able to move around free. Able to do whatever you want without having to worry about somebody finding out what you are. She tried to make the comment sound offhand, but there was a certain bitter note to her voice. It's not exactly like that. He touched a hand reflexively to his throat. Sometimes he could still feel the cold iron of the collar against his skin. It's still on my record that I'm an elf blood and people still discriminate. They act like you have some terminal disease and they're afraid of catching it. I hate humans, Raven said. She brushed a tree branch out of her way. They treat us as something less than they are. We're not even allowed to live freely in our own country, only as slaves or renegades. If those constables had caught me today, they could have done anything they wanted to me and they wouldn't have gotten in trouble for it. But you can't understand, because you're a free elf. The worst they'd have done to you is ship you back home. You're lucky to have been born the way you were. To have the life you have. Charlie stopped. You don't know anything about my life. Raven turned to face him. I know everything I need to know by looking at you. You can pass for one of them, and that makes all the difference in the world. You can walk around and not be afraid that the wind will blow your hair back and everybody will see what you are. Charlie was sorely tempted to take off his shirt and show her the lash marks across his back, to tell her what life had been like for him in the prison camp. But he didn't. He didn't want to get into this argument with a girl he just met. Look, why don't we just agree that we don't know anything about each other's lives and leave it at that? We didn't come out here to play my life is worse than your life, did we? Raven took a deep breath. Right. Sorry. They went on for a while without talking until they came to a scree whose edge was obscured by thick bushes. Raven put a finger to her lips and then motioned Charlie toward the ground. They dropped down to their stomachs and wriggled into the bushes. After pushing aside the limbs and leaves of the bush, Charlie found himself looking down at some kind of compound. Buildings of various sizes ranging from small sheds to a large, octagonal structure, were scattered about the open land in front of a range of mountains that were dotted with pines and scrub grass. There were people moving about. Armed people in drab gray and unarmed people in muted earth tones. A few horses munched grass in a paddock next to a stable. 2 topless brown motorcars sat alongside a flatbed trailer. The entire compound was surrounded by a barbed wire fence, at the corners of which stood guard towers which held mounted machine guns. Charlie's heart felt as if it were being squeezed in a vice. There were no tents or separated sectors, but other than that he might have been looking down at the very prison camp from which he had escaped. His gaze moved across the camp, and yes, there in one corner stood a transport surrounded by its own barbed wire fence. This would serve to carry troops and supplies to and from the camp. It's a military camp. Charlie's mouth was so dry he could barely say the words. He unconsciously touched his neck. Look there. Raven pointed. Charlie followed her finger to the base of the mountain. He had been so horrified by the sight of fences and soldiers that he hadn't noticed there was a large gaping hole in the rocky side of the mountain. There were several small carts standing near a track that led down into the hole. A man in muted earth tones came out of the hole pushing a cart ahead of him along the track. A soldier approached to inspect the contents of the cart. Slave elves, Raven said, indicating the man. Miners. Charlie swallowed. What are they mining for? He prayed she wasn't going to say diranium, which was what he and the other kids had been forced to dig up at the prison camp. Raven looked over at him. Magestones. What? Charlie leaned further out, trying to see what was in the cart. But he was too far away. Are you serious? I'm serious. Now, can you guess why Angland started the Long War, or do I need to spell it out for you? Charlie was too stunned to be insulted. It had never occurred to him to wonder where magestones came from. They were such an ordinary part of life, and one most people never saw, that he had simply taken them for granted. For the magestones. Right. It was elves that discovered them, and somehow that discovery reached the King of Angland. She stared down at the camp. He sent his army against us claiming we had broken the treaty. They stole our country, slaughtered and enslaved our people. All for a bunch of shiny rocks. Shiny rocks indeed. Magestones were the single most profitable and precious commodity in the world. Without them, life as they knew it would not exist. They powered everything, from children's toys to entire cities, and only Angland possessed them. Only Angland could export them out to other countries. People had tried to manufacture them artificially, but so far it had proven to be an impossible, and sometimes dangerous, task. Magestones made Angland the richest country in the world. So that's where you get your magestones? Charlie asked. How do you manage that? The same way we managed to smuggle kids out of the camp, Raven said. Money. The guards aren't paid much, and some of them don't care for the work. Come on, let's go. They backed out of the brush and stood, dusting off their clothes. So, is that where you were born? Raven nodded. Me and Jack and most of the other elves hiding out in the factory. Sylvan, you haven't met him yet, but you will. He's the one who pays to get us out by sending some of the magestones we smuggle to sell on the black market. He's older, like Anton, maybe even older than that if you want to believe the rumors. Neither of them were born at the camp, and there are some others, some smaller children, that were born at the factory. What about your parents? Charlie knew he was probably touching on a delicate subject there, but couldn't help his curiosity. If Raven was born in the camp, the odds were good that her father was one of the soldiers. I was smuggled out when I was 8. I haven't seen my mother since. My father, well, I guess they're both still down there. I'm sorry, Charlie said. Don't be. Raven started to walk back toward the path. When I was little, I noticed there was a soldier that watched me. Most of the time the soldiers don't pay any mind to the kids. They don't put you to work until you're 10. Before that you can live or die for all anybody cares. My mother, she wouldn't talk about my father. But it was the same soldier that used to watch me who smuggled me out to the elves, so I kind of figured he was my father. He must have cared about you some to have done that. Raven snorted. He sold me. I saw the money. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't ever want to see him or my mother again. What did your mother ever do to you? Charlie regretted the words as soon as they were out of his mouth, but it was too late to draw them back. Raven's jaw tightened. How did your elf-blood parent feel about the way you look? Charlie frowned. I was only 3 when my mother died, so I'm not sure. I don't think it bothered her any. She used to wear a scarf over her ears so she could pass for human. I think she was glad I didn't have to do something like that. My mother never looked at me. Not once. Not even when the soldier came to take me away from her. She couldn't, because I have his eyes. That's another reason why I know he was my father. She wouldn't look at him either. Sometimes I used to wonder if I could pluck these eyes out, would she look at me then? Charlie didn't know what to say to that, and so he said nothing at all. 6. Miranda shifted the pack on her back as she marched. There was a dull, steady ache from her shoulders all the way down to her feet, but she couldn't complain. Everyone had to do their part, even Peter. He was walking beside her, struggling under his own load, his gaze focused on the ground. The silent, somber expression he wore had become as familiar as his scar. Miranda couldn't recall the last time she saw him smile or heard him laugh. Not that there was anything to be happy about in all this, but still, he was only a boy. Miranda glanced over her shoulder and spotted Alvin and Christine walking hand in hand. He said something. She smiled. Well, maybe there could be happiness, even in such times as these, if only you had the right person by your side. That made her think of Charlie, and she turned her eyes back to the way ahead. Such a lot of empty space all around them, there was nothing out here to take her mind off what she was missing. How are you holding up? Grant asked. I'm okay. Good. He cleared his throat. I've decided not to march the army right up to King's City. Miranda looked over at him, but he stared steadfastly ahead, refusing to meet her gaze. Why? My father surely knows by now that I slipped away from Commander Angard, he said. But he can't know I was part of the prison break, and he can't know about this army. I'd rather he didn't find out until it is absolutely necessary. There's a wooded area about a day's walk from the city. Pierce used to take me riding there. That's where we'll set up camp. From there, I can go on into the city and talk to my father. Give him a chance to rethink things before we go and start a war. Whatever you think is best, Miranda said. But that wasn't what she was thinking. What she was thinking was that he was a fool to believe he could change his father's mind. They had discussed this matter before, and he had agreed to think about it, so she had given him space to do so. Obviously, she had given him too much space if he had decided to go on and do it despite her protests. But this was no time to talk about it. She and Grant were the leaders of this army, and it wouldn't do any good for the others to see them arguing. That was better saved for the privacy of his tent. "When are we going to stop to eat?" Alvin asked. "I'm starved." "You are not," Christine said, swatting his arm. "You just ate, Dot." That must have been 2 hours ago. The way he said it, one would think it had been 2 days. "I have a really fast matoba, you know, that thing that when it's fasted means you gotta eat more." "Metabolism," Christine said. "And that's just an excuse to make a pig of yourself. I swear you'll weigh 300 pounds by the time we get to King City. We'll have to start rolling you around in a wheelbarrow." Miranda bit back a laugh. Alvin stood head and shoulders. Taller than anybody else in their camp, and he was thin as a rail, yet he somehow managed to put away as much food as two normal people combined. "I can't help it. I'm hungry." "You're always hungry," Christine said. Miranda noted a troubled look on Grant's face. She moved a little closer to him, keeping her voice low. "What's wrong?" "We ate all that was left this morning." "We don't have any food?" Miranda felt a flutter of panic as she looked around at the empty scrubland. The only animals they had seen for the past 2 days were a few buzzards circling ominously overhead. Not that hunting was great at the best of times, since all they had to use as weapons were sharpened sticks, a few knives, or rocks. They had a dozen guns taken from the prison camp, but the only ammunition they had was what they were loaded with, so they couldn't be used except in an emergency. "What are we going to do?" she asked. "It won't hurt if we have to go without for a day or two," Grant said. "By then we'll have found something, Dot." "Are you sure of that?" she asked. "People aren't so different from animals, you know. When they get tired and hungry, they get irritable. Do you know how hard it was to get a bunch of criminals to follow the lead of a couple of kids? This army is hanging together by a thread as it is." Grant gave her a wan smile. "That's what I have you for, to keep the thread from breaking. You're the reason I have an army. I haven't forgotten that. You've held us together this long. You won't let us fall apart now. I have faith in you." Miranda shifted her pack and said nothing. It was all good and well for him to say that, and she supposed he meant it as a compliment, but it was an awful heavy load to put on her shoulders. She was good at making people believe what she wanted them to believe and at making them move to action, most of the time, but even she could only do so much. To get humans to risk their lives to protect non-humans was no easy feat. Grant had wanted to lie to them, to make up some story, but Miranda had felt that would be a mistake. Suppose they found out the truth somehow? That would break their faith in her and then everything would fall apart. So they all knew this was about stopping King Richard from dropping his bombs on Ferngale and wiping out the Fayde, a race of beings more disliked and mistrusted than even the elves. She hadn't lied, but she hadn't told them all she knew because she didn't want to start a panic. Truth was, King Richard's ultimate goal was to wipe all non-humans from the world. It sounded impossible, but given Angland's position as the supreme power, it could happen. If he could sway monarchs in other counties to stand with him, this could end up being a world war. And that was not good for anybody. 7. You're looking at the proof. Raven pointed at the disc lying in the center of the rectangular table. "What more do you need?" There were 7 of them gathered at the table: Charlie, Raven, Anton, Jack, and 3 others to whom Charlie had just been introduced. Diana and Sylvan were full-bloods, and Micah was half-human. "Just because he says he's an elf blood doesn't mean he is," Jack said. "This could be some human trick to infiltrate the resistance and destroy it." Raven rolled her eyes. "Paranoid much? Have you ever seen an elf blood that could pass so easily for human? Have any of you?" His gaze swept the table. "I don't believe it's possible. But none of us have ever been to Angland, Diana said, brushing a lock of blonde hair behind her pointed ear. We don't know what elf bloods there might look like. That is a fine point, Anton said. Here, we have limited contact with humans. Elves with human blood can only come from the camps, and so they tend to be half and half, like the three of you. His gesture encompassed the three younger elves. But Charlie's last elven ancestor left Kiloreen after the Long War. Since then he's only had human blood enter his line. 100 years of that could easily produce a child that bears no resemblance to his elven ancestors. Fine, I'll concede that it's a possibility, Jack said, if only a slim one. But that still doesn't mean he is who he says he is. He could still be a spy. Will you listen to yourself? Raven asked. How could Charlie have known I would run into that precise alley at that precise moment? Besides, I saw him use warrior magic with my own 2 eyes. Nobody can tell me I didn't. You could be wrong, Jack said. It's happened before. But there is the disc, Diana said, glancing at it, which does seem to support Charlie's claim. Charlie thought to himself that he hadn't made any claims, not really, but he didn't think this was the best time to say so. He glanced sideways at the elf with the silver hair and eyes who had remained silent thus far. Sylvan had a strange look about him, but Charlie was hard-pressed to say exactly what it was. It could be a fake, Micah said. Like Jack, he was only just out of his teens. He can't show us how it works. He can't prove it truly is the map to the Silver Catacombs. Sylvan sat forward, and everybody else immediately fell silent, giving the solemn elf their full attention. The fact that Charlie cannot use the disc is not in itself proof that he is lying. However, as Jack said, we have made this mistake before. It would not be well to make it again. He fixed his gaze on Charlie. I require proof that you are the one we have waited for, he said. Can you offer such proof? Charlie licked his lips, uncomfortable to find everyone staring at him. The disc and my word are all that I have. I don't know what other kind of proof I can give. Your magic, Raven said. Show them you have warrior magic. Yeah. Jack laughed. That's something I'd like to see. Charlie shook his head. I can't. It's not like some kind of trick I can trot out at will. The magic only comes when I'm threatened. I would have to fight somebody to show you how it works, and I won't do that. It's too dangerous. There, you see? Jack gave Charlie a smug look. He won't show it to us because he's afraid we won't fall for it like Raven did. Perhaps, if Charlie is possessed of warrior magic but is hesitant to use it without good cause, he shows more wisdom than some. Sylvan fixed Jack with a cool gaze. Jack flushed, his jaw tight. So how else can he prove his claims? Sylvan pushed his chair back and stood. I will discover the truth for myself. Charlie, if you would come over here, please. Charlie stood, nerves making his knees shake, and hesitantly approached the tall elf. He had no idea what was about to happen, but he didn't see how he had any other choice. That may not be the best of ideas, Anton said. I merely sent Charlie an image and was painfully rebuked by his magic. Entering his mind could be dangerous. Sylvan smiled thinly. It is always dangerous to enter the mind of another. But don't worry. I will take special care with this one. He reached out both hands and touched the tips of his fingers to Charlie's temples. Charlie felt a slight pressure against his mind. The dragon flared. Your mind is blocked, Sylvan said. Proof enough that you have a strong power. You must let me inside so I can see that power for myself. Charlie was hesitant at the idea of letting someone poke around inside his mind. But to have the elves on his side might be a good thing. Grant could certainly use all the help he could get. I'll try, Charlie said. He closed his eyes and mentally moved through the layers of his mind, seeking the place where he was blocked from outside magic. He found a wall of glowing blue light. He hadn't put the wall there, but suspected it was part of the warrior magic, a way to protect his mind as the dragon protected his body. He wasn't entirely certain what to do about the wall, but this was his own mind, so surely he had some control over it. Focusing, Charlie imagined a window in the wall. Why a window? He wasn't sure, but slowly what seemed to be an ordinary house window came to being within the wall. Faded yellow curtains hanging down from the side told him that it was the window from his room at the home. Okay, Charlie thought, it's weird, but it'll do. When he pushed, the window swung out, which was not like the window at the home or any other window Charlie had ever seen. He leaned out into a black void that was beyond darkness. Hello? He called out into the void. Can you hear me? Yes. Sylvan's voice sounded far away and echoed as if he were standing at the bottom of a well. I think you can come through this window. Charlie felt a rush of hot air and looked over his shoulder to see the fiery dragon, not precisely behind him but not really above either. Perspective in this place was a little off. Silver light fell through the window and then Sylvan was standing beside him, his form a little blurred around the edges. The dragon started forward, intent on rebuffing this intruder. Charlie caught its chain and jerked it down again. So, this is warrior magic. Sylvan gazed at the dragon. It glared balefully back at him. A bit hard to handle, isn't it? Yes. Charlie tightened his grip on the chain. Sometimes it frightens me. You are wise to be frightened. Warrior magic is a gift not to be handled lightly. Sylvan turned his gaze to Charlie. I would like permission to access your memories. Charlie became wary, the dragon stirred restlessly. Why? I must know who you are before I counsel my people to believe in you. War is never something to be entered into lightly. Well, all right. A rush of blurred images whipped past them so swiftly Charlie could not tell one from the other. But Sylvan must have been able to see more than he could. Once the images had passed, he was smiling. A bright sliver light shimmered all around him then flowed back through the window, and Charlie was again alone within his mind. Charlie drew the window shut and watched it fade away. Then he moved back to the forefront of his mind and opened his eyes. Everyone was staring at him and Sylvan, waiting to see what the elder elf would say. I have seen the warrior magic, Sylvan said, laying a hand on Charlie's shoulder. And I have seen how you have used it. The ancient magic has chosen well. It calls to you from the depths of the silver catacombs in the lost city of magic, and through you, it calls to us as well. He lifted his head and gazed at those gathered around the table. I have made my decision, he said. The time has come for the elves to go to war. 8. This is not a good idea. Miranda paced as she spoke. Grant was sitting on his blankets watching her. We've had this discussion already. I told you I would think about it and I have. I'm not going to start a war without giving a peaceful solution a chance. Miranda stopped pacing and faced him. Most of the time Grant was a sensible, intelligent human being, but when it came to this matter of war, he seemed terribly naive. You can't really believe that your father will step down from the throne just because you ask him to. It's not like that, Grant said. I'm going to talk to him, and to his advisors, try to make them see reason. Pierce will help. Think about what you're saying, Miranda said. Your father has children digging up diranium to make his bombs. Children. And he doesn't care that it makes them sick or that it kills them. His own people. A man like that has no reason. Going to talk to him is crazy. But I have to try. Miranda growled in frustration. You and your brother are exactly the same. Stubborn. I can get perfect strangers to listen to me. But not you two. Grant smiled. Giving up on us? No. But I should. She sighed. I have this bad feeling. Going to see the king isn't right. And I respect those feelings. But I still have to do what I have to do. You can't change my mind. You could get arrested, Miranda said. He could have you executed for treason. It wouldn't hurt him any, he would still have. Thomas. Grant shook his head. I'm going. Fine. Go ahead. It doesn't matter anyway. She turned and strode out of the tent. She was so angry and so frustrated that she was halfway to her tent before she thought about the last words she'd spoken. It doesn't matter anyway. Where had that come from? They didn't feel like words she said because she was upset, they felt like they meant something. But what? That was the question. She stood still, listening to the sounds of the camp around her. Voices talking, low laughter, the crackle of the fire. And suddenly she could feel the heavy weight of death in the air. Miranda gasped and pressed a hand to her chest. She felt cold all over despite the relative warmth of the night. Death was stalking the darkness around them, and she couldn't stop it. Even if she went to Grant and told him this thing she was feeling, it wouldn't matter. People were going to die, and there was this feeling in her warning that if she tried to stop it, she would be one of them. Hey, Miranda. The voice broke through her thoughts and scattered the feeling into the wind. She turned and did her best to smile at Alvin instead of snapping at him as she felt like doing. Hi, Alvin. Where's Christine? She's resting. There's not any food, is there? Miranda shook her head. Maybe tomorrow we'll find something. Alvin nodded, scratching the side of his nose. I know I've been eating a little more than my share. I guess I didn't really think about running out. He looked at the ground. His face had gone nearly the same shade of red as his hair. If it's my fault we're out of food, then I'm sorry. Miranda laid a hand on his arm. It's not. Besides, nobody is going to starve if we have to go a day or two without food. I promise when we get more food I won't eat so much. Miranda nodded. Okay. How is Christine? She's not sick, is she? I don't think so, Alvin said. Just tired. Like everybody, I guess. How far are we from King City? Not too far now, I think. Again she felt a slight chill, but it was a fleeting thing this time and she couldn't grasp it. Do you think we're going to be okay? He raised his head and looked at her. You know, do you have any feelings or anything? But she couldn't tell him. It wouldn't help, all it would do was frighten him. I don't know how the war is going to go. I'm sorry. But there is going to be a war? There's no way around it? There will be a war. That much she was sure of. There has to be. He nodded. It's just, I've been thinking about Christine and I. Well, I never had a family, you know? My mom gave me up when I was born. I don't even know her name. And at the home I got along with the other guys and all, but it wasn't. He was starting to blush again. Nobody ever loved me, you know? And now I have Christine and I guess I'm kind of scared of losing her. Stupid, huh? Miranda thought of Charlie out there somewhere, so far away. It's not stupid. There's nothing wrong with worrying about someone you love. You don't have to stay if you don't want to. You and Christine could slip away. I won't tell. Alvin thought about it a minute, then grinned. Nah, I couldn't do that. That would be like deserting, or something. If we did that, then pretty soon other people would do it, and where would that leave the army? Alive, she thought, but didn't say it aloud. Well, if you change your mind, I'll understand. Good night. She walked away from him, trying to gather the feelings she was having before. It was pointless. Either they would return or they wouldn't, she couldn't force it. Sometimes this gift was so very frustrating. 9. Charlie had a room that, while small, was all his own. He had regular meals and a warm bed. He was clean and safe and comfortable, things he hadn't been in a long while. This was certainly an improvement over the way his life had been of late, but it was impossible to tell day from night cooped up in the old factory, and he soon became restless. He wasn't a prisoner, but it had been suggested to him that it would be safer if he didn't go out. Since it was Sylvan that suggested it, and since Sylvan seemed to be in charge here, Charlie had taken it as an order. It was a waste of precious time. He should be out searching for the catacombs. He couldn't see what he was accomplishing by staying here. You want go? Spree opened her corridor in the wall. We go. Charlie stared at the non-light, then glanced at the door to his room. He'd been spending a lot of time with Raven, who had been showing him around the factory and introducing him to other elves. There were more elves living in the building than Charlie would have guessed, and Raven had told him there were other such places strung all across Kiloreen. It seemed the resistance was not one small group confined to a single place, but a real movement whose numbers were growing. We can't, Charlie said. We need the elves to be on Grant's side. If we up and run away, it will make them angry. Spree sighed and closed the corridor. Is taking too long. What we wait for? I don't know. But I'm sure Sylvan must have a good reason for keeping us here. He wasn't sure at all, but was only trying to keep Spree calm. The last thing he needed was for her to get all agitated. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Raven opened the door and stuck her head in the room. Want to take a walk? Charlie stood up from where he'd been sitting on the edge of the bed. Sure. Where are we going? Raven smiled, a certain twinkle in her eyes. You'll see. She glanced at Spree standing on the top of the dresser. You can come too. Spree flew over to land on Charlie's shoulder. I not need permission. I go where please me. Raven rolled her eyes. Well, excuse me. She led the way out into the hall. They walked along quietly for a while until at last Charlie turned and asked her the question that was lying heavy on his mind. How much longer are they going to keep me here? I don't know, Raven said. I talked to Anton yesterday, and he said it was better you stay here for now. He didn't say why. I would have thought they would want you gone before we attack the camp, but I guess not. Charlie came to a stop. Do what? Raven gave him an amused look. Oh, come on, Charlie, what did you think Sylvan meant by going to war? They'd been planning this thing for a while, waiting for the right time. Looks like this is it. Because of me? Anton says that if you're here, our time has come. Raven laughed. Come on. She took hold of his arm and drew him on down the hall. Try not to look so dismayed. You knew there was going to be a war. He had known, somewhere in the back of his mind, but that didn't mean that he liked the idea. They walked on down halls Charlie had never been down before until they came to an elevator. There was a keypad beside the door instead of the usual up and down arrows you might expect to see. Raven punched in a 10-digit code. And the doors slid silently open. Charlie shivered as he stepped inside. His mind flashed back to his last trip in an elevator when guards Marlborough and Lafayette had taken him down into the pit, a dark, dank hole in the ground. Part of his punishment for trying to stop them from taking Miranda away to the special unit. The elevator hummed softly as it descended. Spree looked around and sniffed. Corridor much faster. But you couldn't have carried all three of us that way, Charlie reminded her. One could stay back. Spree gave Raven a pointed look. I no mind. Raven rolled her eyes but said nothing to further antagonize the sprite, much to Charlie's relief. When the doors opened again, they stepped out on a rail platform that looked out over a large room. Face. So, what do you think? Raven asked, watching Charlie's. Charlie was too shocked to reply. The room was lit much better than any other in the building, and by the light Charlie could see everything. There were several long tables onto which about a dozen elves were busy unloading guns from crates stacked at various intervals. Lots of guns and the ammunition to go along with them. A burst of gunfire came muffled from some other room and Charlie jumped. "It's okay." Raven started for the steps leading down into the room. "They're just testing the guns." "What? How?" "I don't." Charlie shook his head as he followed after Raven. "This is the last thing I expected to find here. You can't win a war without weapons." Raven smiled at him over her shoulder. "We aren't all like you." Sylvan came to greet them as they reached the bottom of the steps. "What do you think of our arsenal, Charlie?" His silver eyes glinted in the light. In truth, Charlie didn't like it much. But then he didn't like anything about this mess that he had been so unwillingly dragged into. Is every branch of the resistance so well armed? Some have more, some less. Sadly, it takes guns to win a war, much as I dislike the idea of shedding blood. Even that of humans. I have come to see those who live here as my family, and it pains me to think that some of them should be killed. But there comes a time when every man must fight, even if he doesn't want to. Somehow, Charlie had the feeling that comment was directed toward him. "Do you really think elves will fight willingly alongside humans?" Sylvan smiled a little sadly. "You might also ask, will humans willingly fight alongside elves?" The troubles between the two are long-standing and the hatred bitter. This will be no easy thing, but in the end, I believe we will fight for our freedom and our families, even if that means we must stand with humans. But what happens when it's over? Charlie asked. If we win and Grant is made king, what then? Even Anton, with his sight magic, cannot answer that. I think it is something we shall have to worry over when the time comes. For now, we must focus on the task at hand. And so I would ask if it would be possible for Spree to go back to Angland to speak with the prince and tell him all that is happening here and in turn bring us back news. If we are to be one army, all our leaders should have what information is available. Charlie looked to the sprite. What do you think, Spree? How long would it take you to get to Grant and come back again? Spree's lips pursed in thought. Be quicker alone. I not use so much magic you stay. But be some days. I not sure. She placed a hand on Charlie's cheek. I no want leave you. Charlie smiled. And I don't really want you to go, but it would do me good to know that everyone else is okay. Besides, Grant needs to know about the elves before he does anything. So please, go. You stay here? I promise that I will be right here when you get back. Spree didn't look too happy, but she agreed. I be back quick. She moved to the nearest wall, opened a corridor, and was gone. Charlie hated to lose his last tie to home, but he knew he was doing the right thing. Grant needed to know about the elves and the guns, and Charlie needed to know that everyone was safe. He didn't know what he would do if they weren't. Come on, Raven said. I want you to come see how we test the guns. Charlie thought she was only trying to distract him, and he was grateful for it. They left Sylvan behind as they threaded their way through the tables to a room in the back. The elves glanced at Charlie as he passed and he wondered what they were thinking. Did they believe he had warrior magic? Or did they think, like Jack, that this was some kind of human trick? It seemed to him that the elder elves and the children had the most faith in him. The teenagers and young adults doubted. Many didn't believe in the old legends or think they needed some savior to come and rescue them. Some seemed to resent him, though none more than Jack. There were a dozen booths lined up side by side in the back room. At each booth stood an elf blood wearing plastic goggles and earmuffs as they tested guns stacked on the tables behind them. Jack was standing in the booth nearest them testing a small, sub-automatic machine gun. He turned as they walked up and, upon seeing them, set the gun aside and pulled off his earmuffs. Come to watch me shoot? No, Raven said. I just wanted to show Charlie what was going on. Jack took up a longer single-shot rifle from the table. Maybe Charlie would like to show us what he can do. What do you say? No. Charlie shook his head. I don't like guns. Jack snorted. Why am I not surprised? Charlie doesn't need a gun, Raven said. Trust me, Well, not everybody can handle a gun. Jack gave Charlie a smug look as he loaded the rifle. So I guess it's a good thing Charlie doesn't need one. The dragon stirred. It knew hostility when it felt it, and it didn't like the feeling coming from someone with a gun. It didn't help that Jack was starting to remind Charlie of Thomas. Shut up, Jack. Raven gave him a dirty look. If you had seen Charlie do what I saw him do, you wouldn't be acting like such an ass. You know, you're right, I haven't seen what Charlie can do. Jack laid the rifle up against his shoulder. Nobody has. Except you. You should be glad Charlie has more brains than you, Raven said. Otherwise, he'd give you a demonstration. Ignoring his scowl, Raven stepped up and took the rifle from him. And by the way, the next time you load a gun, you better pay more attention. She pulled out the ammo, which Jack had loaded upside down. Unless you want to blow your own head off. Raven reloaded the rifle, stepped up to the booth, sighted the gun, and shot the head clean off the target. She shoved the rifle back into Jack's hands and gave him a sweet smile. I guess that one works. Come on, Charlie, let's go. They left Jack fuming and red-faced as they walked out of the room. Raven dissolved into laughter once they were back on the elevator. Did you see the look on his face? I think that's the first time I ever saw Jack speechless. That was a pretty good shot, Raven shrugged. I've practiced a lot. I can tell, Charlie said. But what's Jack's problem anyway? He's jealous, Raven said, as they stepped off the elevator. There was a time, when Jack was younger, that Sylvan and some of the other elders thought he might be the one they were waiting for. Until Sylvan looked inside him and realized that there's more to warrior magic than strength. Jack can lift a table and throw it across the room, but he can't fight like you can. Charlie recalled the unnatural strength he had felt when Jack grabbed his arm at their first meeting. I guess I can see how that would make him jealous. But I didn't ask for warrior magic and I don't want it. I don't like what it can do. Raven smiled. That's why we're lucky the magic came to someone like you instead of someone like Jack. Charlie wasn't sure about that, but he didn't say so. When they were back in his room, he sat on the edge of the bed. I wish I could go. I need to be looking for the catacombs. The sooner I find them, the sooner I can get back to my friends. You're really worried about them, aren't you? Raven sat beside him. Charlie was a little too aware of her nearness and wished that she would sit somewhere else. Yes, I am. But they're humans, aren't they? Yes. And they know you're an elf blood but they don't care? Charlie turned toward her. Yes. He had told her a little about what was going on, but not much. It doesn't matter to them. Not all humans hate elves. That's why I know Grant will be a better king than his father. He doesn't care about things like that. Raven crossed her long legs and leaned back on her hands. How did you end up being friends with the prince anyway? Charlie looked away at the floor. Suddenly, looking at her made him uncomfortable. I spent the last 7 years in a home for orphans. That's where I met Grant. What was a prince doing in a place like that? Grant is King Richard's son, but not Queen Alice's, Charlie said. Not everybody knows this, but the crown prince always has a few sons before he marries, in case his wife is barren. So the bloodline won't be broken. Grant and his brother were born to a royal consort who died when Grant was 9. That was when they were sent to the home. I guess Queen Alice didn't want them around the castle all the time reminding her that she couldn't have kids of her own. Okay, I guess that kind of makes sense. And since you seem to be in a mood to answer questions, where did you get the disc? Charlie was hesitant to answer that as it brought a lot of bad memories to the surface. One day, this man came to the home. His name was Commander Angard, and he was rounding up kids to take to what he called a work camp. Turns out it was a prison camp where they treated us all like dirt. I got it worse, being an elf blood. The king had ordered us there to dig up this mineral called diranium. That's where I met Lily. She was a full blood and related to me in some distant way. She said our magic was kin, and she believed I had warrior magic. The disc had been in her family a long time. She gave it to me because she believed that I was the one that could free the magic. So where is she now? Raven asked. In Angland with your other friends? Charlie shook his head. She died the night we broke out of the camp. He clasped his hands together and swallowed the lump trying to form in his throat. I tried to save her, but I couldn't. I'm sorry. Raven sat up and laid her hand on his shoulder. I didn't mean to make you remember bad things. Doesn't matter, Charlie said. I think about it anyway. My life has never been what I would call good, even before my dad died, but the camp was the worst. He closed his eyes and again saw Guard Marlborough's face as he smashed the butt of the rifle into it. I don't ever want to go through something like that again. I won't pretend I understand, Raven said. I don't know what all you've been through. My life hasn't exactly been peaches and cream, but I guess it hasn't been all that bad. I left the mining camp before I was old enough to work the mines. Before I was old enough to be noticed by the guards. I'm lucky to have been brought here, though I guess sometimes I forget it. Charlie laughed and turned his head to look at her. Glad I could serve as a reminder. She smiled, and it lit her blue eyes. And let me be a reminder to you that bad times don't last forever. Things can get better. Yeah, Charlie said. Then they get worse again. Not always. Her hand was warm on his shoulder and her eyes were gazing into his. Charlie found himself wanting to kiss her. He'd never kissed a girl before. He didn't count that time beneath the tree. Miranda had kissed him, and he had been too surprised to even think of kissing her back. Miranda. Thinking of her sent a flush of guilt through him. He could still taste her lips where they met his so briefly. He stood up, clearing his throat. I'm feeling kind of tired. Oh, right. Raven looked at him uncertainly as she rose. So, I guess I'll be going then. Charlie nodded. I'll see you later. He flopped back down. On the bed once she was gone. What was he doing? What was he thinking? He'd loved Miranda since he was 7 years old. The time they had been apart shouldn't have been enough to change that. Sure, Raven was pretty, but so was Miranda. Raven was a little more mature, physically speaking, but so what? That shouldn't be enough to make his head spin around. Not if he really loved Miranda. He had to admit that he hadn't been thinking of Miranda as much as he used to. There was a time when her bright green eyes had haunted his dreams, and now he found blue ones taking their place. Charlie sighed, draping an arm across his face. Miranda. Raven. As if his life wasn't complicated enough. 10. In the early hours before dawn, a diaphanous fog slid along the ground around the tents. The fires were banked low and those who had been left on watch shivered in the chill air. Miranda lay on her blanket and stared up into the darkness within her tent. She hadn't slept all night. She had meant to, and she was certainly tired, but the dire consequences of her decision had prevented it. She turned her head toward Peter. She could barely make him out as a lump in the darkness. She envied him for his ability to rest without heavy thoughts on his mind. But she was glad as well. It was hard enough for her to do this thing, it would be 10 times harder on him. The sound of a voice calling broke the silence. Miranda couldn't make out the words, but a sudden sense of urgency fell over her. The time was come. She jumped up and jerked the blankets away from Peter. She spoke his name softly, but urgently, her attention divided between waking him and listening to what was going on outside. What? He rolled over and blinked up at her, yawning. What's wrong, Dot? You have to get up. She cast about for his sneakers. One she found right away, but not the other. It took several frantic moments of searching through the tangle of sheets before she found it. She thrust the sneakers into Peter's arms. Put your shoes on. She left him to struggle with his sneakers in near total dark and went to peek out the tent flap. The sky was turning red with the rising of the sun, but the gray mist cast the world in a dull haze. All Miranda could see was the outline of the tent closest to her, but she could hear confused voices edging toward panic. Hurry up, Peter, she whispered, turning back to him. I can't get my shoes tied, he said tearfully. What's going on, Dot? Miranda knelt to tie his shoes for him, then grabbed a blanket and wrapped it around his narrow shoulders. A single gunshot sounded, somebody screamed. Peter jumped and cast a fearful look at Miranda. She took hold of his arms and gazed into his eyes. Listen to me, she said in a firm voice. I want you to run out into the woods, as far and fast as you can. Don't look back. Don't stop. Not for anything. Not until you find a place to hide. The sound of running feet passed the tent. There came more shouts. Peter glanced toward the tent flap. Are you coming with me? I can't. There's somewhere I have to go. But don't worry. Just stay hidden and you'll be safe until Charlie comes to get you. Peter looked at her uncertainly. Are you sure he's coming? I'm sure. She stood and drew him toward the tent flap. Now, remember what I said. You run and hide, and don't you come out for anybody but Charlie. When he comes, you tell him Grant and Thomas went to King City together, and that the soldiers came for us. Raised voices sounded. The rapid fire of an automatic machine gun cut through the stillness of the morning. Miranda pulled Peter close and hugged him tightly. She hated to send him out into the woods all alone, not knowing how long it would be before Charlie would come. But he would come. There was a feeling inside her that assured her of that. And when he did, he would need Peter to help him be strong. Now go. Miranda lifted the flap and pushed Peter toward the woods. He stumbled across the ground, pausing a moment to look in the direction of the gunfire. He turned back toward Miranda. Go, Peter, she called as loud as she dared. Go. She watched him turn and run off into the haunted darkness of the woods. Then she stepped out of her tent and moved toward the gunfire. The gray fog, the red dawn, the screams, the gunfire, she walked through it all feeling as if she were in some nightmare. She had dreamed, before they came to this place, but she had forgotten most of it. All she could see clear in her mind was a huge, white magestone glowing softly. She had to go there. She had to bring Charlie there. And so she walked. Shadow figures emerged from the fog and Miranda stopped, holding up her hands to show that she was not armed. My name is Miranda. I know that Commander Angard sent you here for me. I won't resist. 2 soldiers, dressed all in black and armed with automatic rifles, stepped out of the gloom. They came up on either side of Miranda and she went with them, ignoring all else save for the magestone in her mind. They moved out of the camp and only then did what Miranda see before her bring her to a halt. This she had not anticipated. Duncan? He glanced her way, his dark eyes cold and empty. He too wore a black uniform, a few shades darker than his skin, but on the breast of his uniform blazed a red phoenix. His glance was but brief, as if he didn't know her. This girl claims she is the one the commander spoke of. One of the soldiers said. Duncan nodded. Take her on to the truck. What about the others, sir? Those who've surrendered? Kill them. Miranda flinched, but she had expected as much. She could have warned Grant, but the only thing that would have changed was that he would have died as well, and then Charlie would have gone all to pieces. They couldn't have that. The war needed him. To stop the plans of King Richard was worth any sacrifice, she told herself, but it didn't help stop the tears flowing silently down her cheeks. The two soldiers led Miranda away from the camp and out into an open plain, where two black trucks with canvasbacks were parked. The sun was sliding over the horizon, painting the clouds orange and amber. Miranda gazed at it, knowing it would be a long time before she saw another sunrise. Miranda was directed to climb into the nearest truck, where she sat on a cold metal bench, soldiers all around. Their faces bore no expression, and she wondered if they felt any guilt for sneaking into a sleeping camp and slaughtering unarmed people. The truck rumbled to life, then proceeded across bumpy ground for some time before the ride smoothed out, leading Miranda to believe they had pulled onto a street. When the truck came to a stop, one of the soldiers turned and pulled a cloth bag over Miranda's head. The fabric clung to her face, trapping the heat of her breath. Someone took hold of her arm and she stood. She made no protest as they drew her out of the truck. There was no point. She knew that no one would answer her questions, and to become hysterical would only make matters worse. She focused on staying calm and taking even breaths as she was led blindly alone. For a brief moment, she felt the touch of the sun upon her arms, then a door opened and a rush of cool air made her skin prickle. The footsteps of the soldiers rang hollowly as they moved across cement, or perhaps steel, flooring. Miranda couldn't be sure which, but it was certainly not wood or carpet. The sound was too metallic. She could hear the faint hum of voices, but they were distant and she couldn't make out the words. The soldiers stopped and there were several beeping sounds followed by a ping and a faint metallic screech. Then Miranda was moved forward again and she had the sensation of being in a small space. Miranda felt a sort of lightness rising up through her head. It lasted but a moment and then they were moving forward again. There was no sound around them now save for their footfalls. They turned and stopped, and then the bag was removed from Miranda's head. She blinked against the sudden brightness of harsh white light reflecting from silver walls, floor, and ceiling. There was a narrow bed in the room, hardly more than a cot covered with threadbare sheets, and a single chair. "Sit on the bed," the soldier said. He turned and stepped through an open doorway into a hall. The door shut behind him. Miranda did as she was told. She shivered and rubbed her bare arms. The room was chill, and the light tank top she wore did nothing to warm her. Also, she was barefooted, as she had not thought of putting on her sneakers before leaving the tent. The palms of her hands were slick with sweat. She wiped them on her blue jeans and stared anxiously at the door. The door opened as if she had willed it to do so. A tall, broad-shouldered man with salt and pepper hair strode into the room. He smiled, but it did nothing to lighten the hard lines of his face. "Hello, Miranda." He drew the chair up beside the bed and sat. "My name is Xavier." "I know who you are, Commander Angland. I saw you once before at the home." He shrugged. "I apologize that I don't remember you. But there is no need to stand on formality here. We're going to be good friends, you and I. I doubt it. Now, there's no need for hostility. All I want is to have a little talk about a young man named Charlie. You do know Charlie, don't you?" Miranda folded her arms across her chest. "I have nothing to say to you." "I'm certain you must be tired from this ordeal," Commander Angland said, still smiling. "So I have no intention of taking up too much of your time. I want you to rest. I've already had a long and interesting talk with Thomas that has led me to certain conclusions. All I need is for you to confirm my suspicion and fill in the blank spots." Miranda pressed her lips together. Whatever this man knew, it couldn't be much. Only she and Grant knew of Charlie's quest for the lost magic, and unless Grant had been forced to it, he wouldn't have said anything. "I know all about the prison break," Commander Angard said. "I know about Lily and how she aided Charlie. I know about the strange power, if you wish to call it such, that Charlie exhibited that night. Of course, Thomas knows nothing of elves and their magic or their lore. But I do. A wise man knows his enemy as well as he knows himself. I have learned from Lily's master that she possessed a certain disc with strange markings and a small mage stone. She should never have been allowed to keep it, but Wyman was overly fond of the girl and thought the disc merely a family heirloom of little worth save for the stone." He leaned forward. "But I believe the disc was, in fact, the map to show the way to the silver catacombs, and the magic hidden therein." Miranda tried to hide her surprise, but knew she had failed by the change in his smile. "Oh yes," he said. "I know all about the ancient elven legend of the lost magic. The disc was not among Lily's possessions, nor was it to be found on her body. This led me to only one conclusion. She must have given the disc to Charlie and, judging by what Thomas has told me, I believe he possesses the fabled warrior magic. Thomas named you as one close to Charlie, and he said that if anyone could answer questions about him, it would be you. He said also that you were not without your own gift, that of future sight. You are fortunate he told me all this, else you would have died along with the others. What I want to know is this: where is Charlie now? Has he gone to Kiloreen in search of the catacombs? Does he know how to use the disc?" Miranda forced a laugh. "Aren't you a little old to believe in fairy stories, Commander?" Commander Angard reached out and grabbed hold of her arm. "You will answer my questions, all of them, whether you like it or not. Now, we can do this the friendly way or the unfriendly way. It's entirely up to you." She knew that she would tell him whatever he wanted to know. She wouldn't be able to stop herself. But if she must reveal Charlie's secrets, she felt she ought to be punished for it and for the blood of her friends which she had allowed to be spilled. Miranda lifted her chin, stared straight into his hard blue eyes, and smiled. "I guess we aren't going to be friends after all." 11. Charlie and Raven spent every day together, though neither of them brought up what almost happened that day in his bedroom. They rode down to the camp a few times to do reconnaissance for Sylvan, but mostly they stayed in the old factory. Charlie got to know the other elves, who quickly went from being in awe of him, to treating him like everybody else. Even the skeptics who were in doubt as to whether or not he was really possessed of warrior magic seemed to thaw out some. Except for Jack, who tended to leave a room if Charlie showed up. At first, Charlie had chafed at this feeling of imprisonment, but the closer he got to Raven, the easier it was. They talked about everything. About their lives and what they wanted from the future until it seemed there was nothing they didn't know about each other. Raven even showed Charlie her own magic, and the ability to pass through solid objects as if they were air had impressed him. But he never told her that King Richard was his father, and he never mentioned Miranda. As the day of the attack on the mining camp came upon them, and still Spree had not returned, Charlie grew restless. "Let's go have a look at the camp or something," he said, pacing his room. "I feel like the walls are closing in on me." "You're worried about Spree, aren't you?" Raven asked. Charlie sighed. "I was hoping to hear some news about Grant and the others before we attack the camp. I just want to know they're okay, Dot." "You know we can't go out," Raven said. "It won't be long. Now. Soon as it gets dark enough, we'll hit the camp." "When will it be dark?" "It's not like I have a window to look out of. Why don't we go for a walk down the hall?" Raven said, standing. "You're starting to make me stir crazy." Charlie stopped his pacing and grinned sheepishly. "I guess I am getting little whiny, huh?" "You? Whiny?" Perish the thought. She grinned. "Come on. Someone will sound the general alarm when it's time to leave." They walked along in silence for a while. All Charlie's thoughts were focused on Grant and Miranda in Spree, which was only making him ever more anxious and worried. In an effort to think about something else, he asked Raven a question he'd been meaning to ask for a while, but had never gotten around to it. Have you ever noticed something strange about Sylvan? I mean, somehow he seems different from the other full-bloods. You don't know much about the history of elves, do you? All that I know of elves is what I was taught in school, which wasn't much, and what I've learned since I came here. Don't feel too bad, Raven said. I wouldn't know much myself if not for Anton. He tells me that there used to be different races of elves, like there are of humans, who all bore a resemblance to each other. You know, some were fair-haired like you and some were dark-haired like me, and some were like Sylvan. Anton says that Sylvan's race is the oldest, and his kind were the first to come down from the city of magic and dwell among men. They brought magic with them, and soon took over all the land that is now Kiloreen and Angland. Anton says the two countries were one then and ruled by the elves, though many find that hard to believe. Then came the Great War. Anton says that the Fayde, an even older race than the elves, got involved and there was a terrible battle. That was when we lost the ancient magic and the might of the elves was broken. After that, the elves were driven down here, to Kiloreen, and scattered. They used to fight among themselves until the long war with Angland. Then they had no choice but to unite to try and save our people. They failed, but after that we became one race again. United against the humans. The only good thing to come out of that war. Charlie thought on all she had said for a long moment. There was some fragmented memory of a faded dream in his mind, a dream of a war with great winged things in the sky. But it was a dim memory and elusive and somehow not his own. Do you think in 100 years our descendants will say the same about this war? Charlie asked. How the elves and the humans came together as one against a common enemy. What common enemy? King Richard, of course, Charlie said. He's not just a threat to non-humans, you know. If he goes on with his insane plot, somebody is bound to retaliate against us. That puts everyone in Angland in danger, humans and non-humans alike. A world war benefits no one. Surely you can see that. I guess so, Raven said. There was a time when I would have said it would be better to wipe Angland away and make the world a safer place. I've started to change my mind since I met you. A flush of red crept up Charlie's neck. I'm glad. Not all humans are the same. No more than all elves are the same. Some of them are good like my friends. I know you'll like them, if you ever get a chance to meet them. Raven smiled. If they're friends of yours, I'm sure I'll like them. They turned a corner and literally ran into Jack. He stumbled back, scowling. Why don't you watch where you're going? Raven glared at him. Why don't you watch where you're going? Jack glanced at Charlie. I thought people with warrior magic were supposed to have heightened senses. Shouldn't you have heard me coming? Why don't you get over it already? Raven asked. You're just jealous. Jack's scowl deepened. What's the matter, Charlie? Can't talk for yourself? Have to hide behind a girl? He scoffed. Warrior magic. Yeah, right. The dragon stirred uneasily in Charlie's mind, its baleful eyes focused on Jack, who always reminded Charlie too much of Thomas. Maybe he doesn't want to talk to you because you're an ass, Raven said. Maybe you should just shut up. Jack pushed her against the wall hard enough to make her gasp. The dragon took extreme offense to this action. It leapt up before Charlie could even think to hold it back. He grabbed Jack by the shirt, threw him up against the wall, and pressed his forearm across the young man's throat. Jack grabbed hold of Charlie's arm, tightening his grip, but though he had heightened strength, he had never stood toe-to-toe with warrior magic before. Charlie barely felt the pressure. Charlie fumbled for the chain and tried to draw the magic back before Jack ended up with his neck broken. Jack punched him in the stomach, and Charlie reacted by lifting the taller man into the air and flinging him to the floor. Jack growled, moving as if to jump up, and Charlie tensed to meet him. Then Raven was between them. No, Charlie, don't. She put both hands flat against Charlie's chest. You'll kill him. The dragon turned its glare on her, and Charlie grabbed the chain in his mind, pulling the dragon back and down. Jack was still on the floor, half sitting up, looking as if he still meant to jump back into the fight. Don't be stupid, Jack, Raven said. Do you still not believe he has warrior magic? Jack's eyes narrowed as he drew himself slowly up off the floor. He glared at Charlie. This isn't over. Then he turned and stalked down the hall. Charlie watched him go, breathing heavily as the magic in his mind calmed and grew still. Ow. He pressed a hand to his stomach. Are you okay? Raven asked. Nothing's broken, I hope. No. Charlie winced as he gently probed the tender area. I don't think so. He glanced at his arm, where a dark bruise was already forming. He is strong. But not as strong as you, Raven said. You didn't have to do that, you know. He wasn't going to hurt me. Charlie was suddenly very aware of her hands still pressed against his chest. He coughed as he felt heat crawl up the back of his neck. It wasn't me, it was the magic. It just reacted. I had nothing to do with it. Raven rolled her eyes. The magic is you, Charlie, not some separate force. The sooner you start to believe that, the better off you'll be. Charlie met her warm gaze and felt the heat move into his chest. Then the wall beside them opened up with a glare of non-light and Spree came flying out. Quick, we go. She fluttered up between Charlie and Raven. Raven took a step back. Wait a minute, Charlie said. What, Dot? Spree fluttered back and forth in front of him, her wings alternating red, blue, black, and shades in between. Is bad news, Charlie. Is camp all gone? Burned up. We go. Charlie's heart seemed to freeze in his chest. He turned toward the corridor. Wait. Raven grabbed hold of his arm. What are you doing? Charlie shook free of her grasp. You heard what she said. My friends are in trouble. I have to go. But you can't, Raven said. The mining camp, remember? Sylvan is counting on your help. I'm sorry, but my friends come first. They have to. I'm sorry. He started to turn again. But it will take you weeks to get to Angland that way, Raven said, a note of desperation in her voice. By then you'll be too late to help your friends anyway, Dot. Charlie stared from her to the corridor and back again, anguish in his heart. She was right. It would take weeks to get to Angland, and he might lose the friendship of the elves to go back to nothing. But how could he stay when there was even the smallest chance that Grant or Miranda might need him? He refused to admit to himself that they might already be dead. I have to do something, he said. I can't go on not knowing what's happened to them. Raven's brow furrowed in thought. The transport, she said, her eyes brightening. The transport in the mining camp. That will take us to Angland in a matter of minutes. Charlie skipped right over the us part and latched on to the dim ray of hope the transport provided. But even if we get to it, it won't do us any good. I don't know how to work the thing, and even if I did, we might end up in the middle of a military encampment. A fine fix we'd be in then. Come on. Raven took hold of his hand. We'll talk to Anton. If anybody can help it will be him. Charlie reluctantly let Raven lead him away to Anton's room with Spree buzzing around them like an agitated bumblebee. He also let Raven explain the situation once they got there, as his mind was in too much turmoil for him to think clearly. I meant to talk to you about that, Anton said. The Resistance has friends in strange places. One such friend is a first defender in the King's army. His name is Wyman Lacrosse, and he has long been of aid to us. Charlie lifted out from his inner turmoil and looked up at Anton in surprise. I know him. Or, at least, I've met him. He was Lily's master. Anton smiled. We all travel in much smaller circles than we think. Only a chosen few among the resistance know this, but Wyman has placed a transport in an abandoned junkyard not far from King's City. After we take the various mining camps scattered across Kiloreen and strengthen our numbers, the leaders of the resistance plan to strike at the border, hoping to draw the king's troops here. Then they will use the transport to carry our own people into the heart of Angland for a surprise attack. I am one of those who know the coordinates to this hidden transport, and that is one of the reasons why we have held you here so long, Charlie. Something in me has long said that you must return to Angland. I believe that it is there, not here, that you will find the path that will carry you to the City of Magic. It was only waiting for some reason to carry you back there. Now we have it, though it is a sad reason indeed. Anton laid a hand on Charlie's shoulder. But give us a few more hours, he said. And I will see you back to Angland. Charlie nodded. I guess a few hours won't make much difference anyway. He only wished he truly believed that. 12. A red haze washed across Miranda's vision as she stared up at the ceiling. She blinked, but it did no good. She tried to lift her hand to rub her eyes, but her body refused to obey the commands of her mind. A sense of panic welled up inside her. She could move her eyes, back and forth, up and down, and even close them, but it was as if the rest of her body no longer existed. She closed her eyes and inside her mind there were bars everywhere she turned. Bars holding her in place. It was dark and there were whispers in the dark and she was afraid. This is my mind, she told herself. There is nothing here to hurt me. She could feel the drugs burning in her veins, though they had yet to begin working upon her mental ability. But this other thing, this paralysis, that was something else. It had nothing to do with the drugs. But I'm not dead and there's no pain, so maybe this is not so bad. She couldn't remember all that she had told Commander Angard, but she was certain she had told him everything. But those were not memories she wanted now, and she pushed them away. They would want her to see things for them, as they had at the prison camp, and she would tell them what she saw, to a point. She must give them enough to keep them satisfied, but not enough to endanger Charlie. Soon, very soon, things would be clear as they had been before and she would see Charlie, she would know where he was. And she could see Thomas too, if she wanted. Thomas. Traitor. She wondered what reward he'd been given for betraying them. Perhaps King Richard would make him crown prince in Grant's stead. He could do that if he'd had Grant arrested for treason, or if. But no, that was a bad thought too. It was dark enough in her mind without those kinds of thoughts. Charlie was still out there, somewhere, and so long as he lived there was hope. He would come for Peter, she felt it, and he would come for her too. That was good, though she couldn't see how. Not yet. But she felt he needed to be here. There was nothing to do but think, and bad thoughts tried to worm their way into her mind. But she wanted no part of those. What she wanted were memories of Charlie. Memories of the 2 weeks between the prison break and when he left her. Those were good memories. The door slid open. Miranda opened her eyes to see Commander Angard step into the room. He had a syringe in his hand, and he was smiling. 13. The clouded sky cloaked the night in blackness as they slipped up to the fence. Lights blazed within the camp, but where they stood all was dark. Raven stood staring at the fence, her hands clenched at her side. Are you sure this is the same as going through a wall? Charlie asked. He wished they could use the corridor to go straight to the transport, but Spree could only carry one at a time that way, and there was too much chance of getting caught before all three were on the other side. Only one way to find out. Raven gave him a tremulous smile and stepped through the fence. She took a breath once she was on the other side, then turned back to face them. See? No problem. Charlie had called up his magic to heighten his senses, and he could see that she was trembling, but he didn't say so. Instead, he turned to Anton. "I'll go through first, and then Spree can come back for you. If that's all right." Anton nodded. "If all goes according to plan, the power should be off by the time we get to the transport." Charlie didn't have anything to say to that, but he was aware of how much depended upon things going exactly as planned. Spree dropped to the ground and opened a corridor to carry him under the fence. He dropped into the corridor after her, and felt a moment of disorientation as he glanced back to see the sky behind him, rather than above. A few quick strides and the sky was directly in front of him. The sky was blocked as Raven peered in at him. "This is so weird. I'm looking down and straight ahead at the same time. It makes my stomach feel strange." "You should try it from this side," Charlie said. "Stand back." Once Raven moved away, Charlie reached out of the hole and laid his hands on the ground, which lay on either side of him, then pulled himself up out of the corridor. Spree went back for Anton, as she had to be within the corridor to keep it sustained. When the elder elf climbed out, he swayed slightly, pressing a hand to his head. "That is not a mode of transportation I would recommend." "It's not so bad if you go in and out straight," Charlie said. "You almost get used to it after a while." "I'd rather not, thank you." Anton gazed ahead to where the transport waited, a hulking shape in the dark. "Our goal is deceptively close. We need only wait now for the lights." The seconds stretched into minutes as thunder growled overhead and lightning arched, casting the world in brief flashes of silver luminescence. Charlie stood tense, listening, waiting, hoping the lights would go out. They would have 5 minutes to get to the transport once the power went out. After that, the backup generators would kick in. 5 minutes. Such a short period of time. Charlie's heart beat heavy against his chest. The lights went out and they ran. Charlie heard shouts, but they seemed to come from far away. All his attention was focused on the transport. A sudden burst of bright light blinded him and he staggered to a stop. "Hello, Charlie," said a vaguely familiar voice. Dark shapes emerged out of the brightness. 12 armed soldiers, and at their head the one who had spoken. Charlie had only seen him once, when the soldiers came to take him from the home, but he remembered the face. "Commander Angland." The commander smiled. "I'm glad you remember me." "I certainly remember you. But there's no need to be afraid. All I want is to have a friendly conversation." The dragon reared up, but Charlie took a firm hold of its chain and drew it down again. If it were only him, he might try, though he doubted he could prevail against so many. But there was Raven and Anton close by his side, and Spree hissing in his ear, and he could take no chance of getting them killed. "I'm listening," Charlie said. "There's a smart boy." Commander Angland glanced at Anton and Raven, then quickly dismissed them and focused all his attention on Charlie. "No one has to get hurt tonight. You and I have so much to talk about, and there's no reason we can't be friends. But first let me see the disc." "You do have the disc, don't you, Charlie?" Charlie's heart froze. There were only 2 people he could have gotten that information from, and neither would have given it willingly. "I don't know what you're talking about." Now, telling lies is no way to make friends, Charlie. "I know all about the disc and where it leads. As I know all about what you are. So there's no need in pretending. I too seek the ancient magic. We can help each other." "How can we do that?" Charlie asked. He was stalling for time, hoping that something, anything, would happen. "It's simple, really. I can keep you alive and out of prison, and you can help me find the ancient magic. King Richard wants only to protect Angland from her enemies, and the magic can help him do that." "Now who's lying?" Charlie stared at the commander as lightning flashed. It lent an evil light to the man. King Richard isn't interested in protecting the country. His only interest is in killing anything that isn't completely human. He's evil and I would sooner die than do anything to help him or you. TSK, poor Charlie. So young. So confused. Who has been filling your head with these evil lies? Grant? I don't know what turned him so, but I can assure you that it grieves his father greatly. Your father too, Charlie. The king wants to meet you and try to make amends for not being there for you all these years. He would like a chance to explain everything to you. A chance to be your father. He held out his hand. You need only come with me now and all your troubles will be done with. Charlie's hand curled into a fist. I had a father. I don't need another one. Commander Angland's smile faded. That's too bad, Charlie. I think we could have been good friends. He lifted his other hand and he held a pistol, which he pointed at Charlie. There was a deep rumble of something not thunder, and all the lights came abruptly back on. Elves on motorbikes came springing out of the shadows, scattering the soldiers in their wake. Commander Angland was forced to dodge out of the way to avoid being run down. A large black truck with a canvas back rolled across the space between Charlie and his friends and the soldiers. It crashed full speed into the gate that closed off the fence surrounding the transport. The gate collapsed, breaking its connection to the fence and thus cutting off the current that ran through it. Micah, a wide grin on his face, leapt out of the truck. Come on, he called, waving to the others. They didn't need to be asked a second time. With Anton in the lead, they ran to the transport, even as gunfire rivaled thunder for dominance of the night and the rain came crashing down. Good luck, Anton said, pushing the button to open the door. All of you, All of us? Charlie looked at Raven, who was smiling. You promised to introduce me to your friends, remember? Charlie couldn't help but smile back. I guess I did. Go on, you two, Micah said. You're making me miss all the fun. Charlie led the way down a short corridor to a circular room lit by pale light. All along the walls flickering green lights emitted faint beeping noises. Raven looked around nervously. Are you sure about this? I'm sure. Charlie impulsively reached out and took hold of her hand. It'll be okay. I promise. The door they had come through slid seamlessly into the wall. The lights turned red as the beeping intensified. Raven squeezed Charlie's hand. There was a slow whine and the world seemed to twist sideways. It lasted only moments, and then all was right again, though. The room had gone dark. Charlie could hear Raven panting harshly beside him and recalled how he had felt the first time he traveled in a transport. The door slid open and light once more surrounded them. Raven was bent over, clutching her stomach, her face pale. You better go ahead and throw up, Charlie said. It'll make you feel better. He reached out and caught hold of her long hair as she took his advice and emptied the contents of her stomach onto the floor. When she was finished, he reached into his backpack and withdrew a spare shirt Anton had given him. Here. He handed her the shirt to wipe her face on, then gave her the canteen. Spree wrinkled her nose. I go have look outside. She took off down the corridor. Feel better? Charlie took the canteen back. Yeah, Raven said. Sorry about that. I did the same thing the first time I traveled in one of these things. He glanced at the mess on the floor and quickly away again. Although I did it outside. Raven made a face. Speaking of outside, I think Spree had the right idea. They made their way down the corridor and out into bright sunshine. It had been the middle of the night in Kiloreen, but here it was some hours after dawn. The warm air felt good against their wet skin. Anton say right, Spree said, coming up to them. Is no people here. Is yard of junk. Charlie looked around at the hulking mounds of steel and metal and smiled. At this moment, it was a beautiful sight. We made it. Okay, Spree, now you can take us to the camp. Spree hesitated. Is bad to see. Maybe you have rest now. No, Charlie said. Take me there and then you can come back for Raven. If you say, Charlie, I do. But I no like leave you there. Don't worry about it. Whatever it is, I can handle it. Spree's lips pursed, but she dropped to the ground and once more opened a corridor. It took a while longer this time, but before Charlie was ready he was climbing out of the ground again. All around him the ground was blackened and charred. The scant remains of what might once have been tents were the only clue that this was once a camp. I stay little time. Spree landed on his shoulder. No. Charlie's voice was hoarse. Go get Raven. I don't want to leave her there alone, but... Spree gave him a worried look before dropping back down into the corridor. Charlie stood motionless a moment, listening to the sound of the wind in the trees, then took a few unsteady steps forward. The first thing that hit him was the smell of rotted meat left too long in the sun, and then the sound of shrill bird voices and the rustle of their feathers. He even saw one strutting across the ruined ground, its bald head springing grotesquely out from a body clad in black feathers. A soul-shaking horror crawled through him as his mind tried to assimilate the information it was getting. A low moan slipped past his lips as he moved forward. He didn't want to see, but he had to. Everywhere, the signs of fire were clear to see. But worse were the bits and pieces that had been left untouched. A blanket, a canteen, a lone shoe, bits of the life that was no longer here. He couldn't pretend not to know what the charred shapes around him were, even though most were burned beyond recognition. Couldn't block out the sound of the carrion birds at their feast. Charlie's stomach rolled and tears slid down his cheeks. But still he walked and still he looked, searching for what he didn't know. Then he stopped. He had to, for there in front of him lay two bodies that were not so burned he couldn't see who they once were. Alvin and Christine, lying side by side, their hands clasped firmly together, and gaping wounds in the center of their foreheads. Something inside Charlie snapped and he began to run blindly, disturbing the birds and sending clouds of ash into the air. He could hear someone screaming and looked wildly about for the source, desperate to find Miranda. Hands grabbed him from behind. Charlie, stop. It was then that he realized he was the one who was screaming. His cries choked off with a heavy sob and he grew still with Raven's arms around him. This felt like death, only worse, for at least in death there was an ending. This pain just went on until he felt as if his heart must burst with the weight of it. Shoo! Raven pressed her head against his. It'll be all right. All right? No, nothing would ever be right again. Too late. They had come too late and everyone that he loved was now dead. Then he had to push Raven away so he could be sick on the charred ground. Now it was her turn to pass him the canteen, and he poured the cool water over his head, then stood dripping, his eyes closed as he tried to reorder his mind to some semblance of sanity. Somehow, he must go on through this. Though at the moment it seemed impossible. Charlie? The voice that spoke his name was not Raven's, but was wonderfully familiar all the same. Charlie turned and there behind him stood Peter. He was so pale the scar on his face stood out as if fresh. He was dirty and looked more than half starved. But he was alive. With a wordless cry of joy, Charlie gathered him up in his arms. Peter clung to him and cried. Charlie would have cried too, but all his tears were used up. I was so scared, but I stayed hid, just like Miranda said. I waited for you, so I could tell you what happened. Her name hit Charlie square in the chest, but he could hold it in. For the moment he had to take care of Peter. Let's get away from here. Then we can talk. They walked a ways into the surrounding woods, until the sound of the birds faded and the wind no longer carried a foul stench. Then they sat under the sheltering shade of the trees, and Peter told them all that he knew of what had happened. Charlie listened and grew more angry with every word. He welcomed the anger. It burned bright in his mind and killed the pain. How could Grant have been so foolish as to take Thomas to the castle? But it wasn't Grant he was angry at, or even the soldiers who had come to kill and burn. Thomas. He spoke the name like a curse, and the dragon in his mind flared. He stood and stared off through the trees without really seeing them. Charlie? What you thinking? Spree asked. I think it's time we paid a visit to the castle, he said, and if he could have seen the expression on his face, he would have understood the worried tone in Spree's voice. My brother and I need to have a little talk. 14. The needle slid into Miranda's arm. It was the second dose they'd given her today. Was it still today? She wasn't sure. Sometimes she slept and sometimes she lay awake and sometimes she couldn't tell the difference between the two. She could move now. Commander Angard had given her the antidote to the paralytic so that she would be able to answer his questions. But there was no point in moving. Even were she to try and escape, there were 2 doctors/scientists in the room, and she had seen 2 guards outside the door. She couldn't hope to get past them. The man in the white coat finished giving her the drugs and then he went away. Miranda lay on her back, breathing slowly in and out. The drugs made her skin feel heated from the inside, but it was only temporary. Things had gotten better before as her body steadily became used to the drugs. They would do so again. She had seen Charlie briefly, and she had been able to tell the commander that he was still in Kiloreen, in a place called Blyght. Somewhere with fences. A prison camp? She hoped not. That was no place for an elf blood. But she had seen Spree there as well, and that had comforted her. All this she had told the commander, for something inside her still insisted Charlie must be here. And she had known the commander would not kill Charlie. He needed him. Was Charlie here, now? Soon she would know. The Magestone was still hazy in her mind, but it would become clearer in time and then she would understand. Asterisk. Are you sure this is a good idea? Raven asked. I don't know how good it is, Charlie said, but I'm doing it. If Grant is alive, he's likely well guarded. I'll have to get Thomas to tell me where he is. If he knows. Are you going to kill him? Charlie gazed out through the trees in the direction of the camp, though he could not see it from here. I've wanted to, more than once. But when it comes right down to it, I'm not sure I have the stomach for it. He turned his gaze to Raven. You haven't said anything about what Commander Angard said back there. About the king. He is my father, you know. And Thomas and Grant are my brothers. Raven shrugged. When you get right down to it, I figure it hardly matters who our parents are. Though I did wonder how the King of Angland came to have an elf blood for a son. Charlie laughed. I've wondered the same thing myself. He reached into his pocket, drew out the disc, and handed it to her. I'd like you to keep this for me, just in case. And look after Peter too, if you would. He's tough, but he's still just a little kid. I will. She looked down at the disc, turning it over and over in her hand. You're only one who can use this, who can find the magic. If something happens to you, everything could be lost. Are you sure it's worth it? Grant always took care of me so far as he could. He came for me when I was in the prison camp. He's important in all this too, being the crown prince, but he came anyway. And when I wanted to endanger both of us further to try and get the others' kids out too, he agreed. He didn't have to. He risked everything for me. I can't do less than that for him. Raven nodded. I understand. I don't think it's very smart, but I get why you have to do it. Just be careful, will you? Try not to do anything stupid. Charlie grinned. I'll try, but I can make no guarantees. Raven laughed. I'm not too worried. You're smarter than you look. Silence fell between them, a silence Charlie felt he should fill up with something, but he wasn't sure what that something might be. Well, I guess you better go. Raven took a step back. Good luck. She turned and walked back to where Peter lay sleeping. Charlie couldn't think of anything to say to her, and so he turned to Spree. Let's go. Spree opened a corridor in a nearby tree, and Charlie slipped inside. He had taken a few hours to calm himself after the camp in the hopes he wouldn't do anything in a fit of rage that he might regret later. He only hoped he could remain calm once he was face to face with Thomas again. When Charlie stepped out of the corridor, he expected to find himself in a plush suite with velvet curtains and soft carpet. Ample reward for betraying your own brother and dooming an entire camp of people to death. He was not prepared for the cold, sterile room with the silver walls, floor, and ceiling, nor for the harsh reflection of light that made him wince. Thomas lay on a bed that was nothing more than a metal cot with thin sheets. The only other furniture in the room was a metal chair. Charlie approached the bed cautiously. Thomas lay on his back with a sheet pulled up to his neck. His skin was pale, and the dark patches under his eyes made his face look sunken. Charlie had seen him like this once before, back at the prison camp. A bad reaction to the drugs they'd given him to enhance his mental abilities. So much for rewards, Charlie thought, and felt a touch of satisfaction. It was no more than Thomas deserved for all that he had done. In fact, it wasn't near enough. Charlie took hold of Thomas's shoulder and gave him a shake. Wake up. Thomas moaned, his eyelids fluttering open. For a moment his bloodshot eyes focused on Charlie. Then his gaze rolled toward the ceiling and he sighed. I'm too tired for imaginary conversations right now, so be a good hallucination and keep real quiet so I can go back to sleep. He sounded even worse than he looked. His voice was raw and weak. Charlie began to feel pity for the older boy despite a mighty effort not to. He didn't want to feel pity. He wanted to boil in his anger. But the pity was there anyway. An almost guilty feeling at seeing another person in such misery, even though he was not the cause of it. I'm not a hallucination. Thomas chuckled dryly. That's what they all say. Look, I don't have the time or the energy for this. Charlie tried to sound stern and angry, but couldn't quite manage it. All I want is for you to answer some questions. Then I'll go away. Thomas turned his head in Charlie's direction. His brown eyes narrowed. What kind of questions? Where's Grant, for starters? I know you betrayed him, and I know you know where he is. So don't try to tell me different. Oh, I see. This is the guilt trip portion of the entertainment. Really, my conscience could have picked somebody better than you. Impatience made the anger flare bright again. You have no conscience. Answer the question. Or what? Thomas asked. I have nothing to fear from you. You are merely a product of my overstimulated imagination. His head no right, Spree said from her perch on Charlie's shoulder. He no can help. He'll help all right, or I'll wring his neck. Charlie grabbed up a double fistful of sheet in Thomas's shirt and pulled the older boy up until their faces were inches apart. Listen to me, he said. I am not a hallucination. I want to know where Grant is, and I want to know now. A startled expression crossed Thomas's face. Charlie? Is that really you? I'm not imagining this? Finally, he gets it. Charlie let him drop and stepped back from the bed. His pulse was racing and he had a fierce desire to drive his fist into Thomas's face, but he kept a tight hold on the dragon's chain. Thomas coughed. Excuse me if I don't get up. He lifted his arm out from under the sheet. His wrist was chained to the bed frame. It seems they couldn't put me down with whatever they tried to give me, so they had to chain me up before they could pump me full of drugs. I don't care, Charlie said. Answer the question. Charlie felt a slight push against his mind, to which his magic reacted violently. Thomas flinched, then smiled that little half-smile of his. Gotten a little stronger since the last time we saw each other, haven't you, Charlie boy? Charlie glared at him. You can't get inside my head uninvited no matter how many drugs you're on. I'm losing my patience. Unchain me. Thomas jerked his arm, making the chain rattle. Get me out of here. Then I'll tell you everything you want to know. Charlie shook his head. You can lie there and rot for all I care. Please, Charlie, please. You can't leave me here. They're killing me. He went into a coughing fit, a dry, heavy sound. Flecks of blood fell on the sheets. Charlie hardened himself against the return of pity. This was a mistake. I never should have come here. Come on, Spree, we'll find Grant by ourselves. Charlie turned. Don't be stupid. Thomas propped himself up on one elbow. You'll walk yourself right into a trap. Charlie knew he shouldn't listen to anything Thomas had to say, and still he hesitated. A trap? Of course. Commander Angard expects you to come after Grant. There will be at least a dozen men guarding him. Maybe more. Coming here to see me first was the smartest thing you've ever done in your life. Don't screw it up now by doing something stupid. We go, Charlie. Spree tugged urgently on his ear. No, listen, bad boy. And she was right, but still Charlie hesitated. Some part of him rebelled against leaving Thomas here, like this, despite everything. Why do you care if I walk into a trap? Thomas laughed. I don't care what you do, Charlie boy. All I care about is me, myself, and I. I want out of this place, and you're my only way. Things didn't turn out the way you planned, did they? Charlie asked. You expected to be rewarded for your betrayal, and all you got was this. Now you want me to help you, after what you did? All those people at the camp. Miranda. His voice caught on her name. The soldiers killed them all. But you don't even care, do you? She tried to help you, to be your friend, and you paid her back with betrayal. Tears burned against the backs of his eyes, but they would not fall. Oh, so that's what has your dander up, Thomas said. You think Miranda's dead? All the air seemed to go from the room. Isn't she? Nope. And you have me to thank for that. In fact, he leaned slightly forward, you might say you owe me one for her. You're lying. Thomas shook his head. She's alive all right, and probably right here in this very building. But I wouldn't get ideas about rescuing her right off. The commander isn't stupid. He'll have put guards on her too. The only reason there aren't any here is because he never thought you'd come to me. I guess you're smarter than he gave you credit for, Charlie boy. Charlie didn't know if it was only blind hope, but he believed Thomas. If I take you out of here with me, you'll help me find a way to rescue them? I promise. Your promises mean nothing. Charlie moved to the bed. But right now you're my best hope. And wasn't that a dreary thought? Charlie called up his magic enough to snap the chain holding Thomas to the bed. The older boy eyed the broken chain and let out a whistle. A lot stronger. Charlie ignored him. Spree, a corridor. Spree eyed Thomas with a scowl, but did as Charlie asked. She and Charlie went through first, and the sprite went back for Thomas. Once he was standing beneath the canopy of the trees, Thomas took a deep breath, sighed, and sat down. Raven stepped out of the growing darkness. That was quick. Did you find out? Oh. She hesitated and gave Charlie a questioning look. Thomas, Charlie said. I hate to ask you this, but do you think you could go back to the camp and find me some rope to tie him up with? Sure. Raven headed off in the direction of the camp. Thomas followed her with his eyes. Not bad, Charlie boy. She's even better looking than Miranda. Shut up. Thomas laughed. Well, look at you, all tough. His laughter ended abruptly in a fit of coughing. And look at you, Charlie said. Same jerk you always were. Thomas leaned back against the tree and used the back of his hand to wipe the blood from his lips. But you need me. And I bet that just eats you up inside, Dot. And it did, but Charlie wasn't about to admit it. Spree, would you go and sit with Peter? I don't want him to wake up alone. Spree eyed Thomas narrowly. You sure, Charlie? Look at him. He couldn't swat a fly right now. I'll be fine. Spree gave Thomas a dark look before zipping off through the trees. Charlie stared down at Thomas as the shadows around them grew long in the waning sunlight. Raven soon returned with a length of rope. Do you need some help? She asked. No. Charlie took the rope. Go ahead and go over to where Spree and Peter are. I can handle this. Okay, but if you change your mind, just give me a call. Charlie knelt in front of Thomas. Hold out your hands. Thomas did so with a smile. Your girls don't think much of your ability to take care of yourself, do they? Charlie pulled the rope a little tighter than was needed and was satisfied to see Thomas wince. It's called concern for another person. I'd try to explain, but I don't think you'd be able to understand. Charlie brought the rope down around Thomas's ankles and then looped what was left around the trunk of the tree and across Thomas's stomach. When he was done, he stepped back. It didn't look like near enough, but without any chains at hand, he supposed it would have to do. Thomas glanced down at the rope, then looked up at Charlie. How am I supposed to sleep like this? I don't care. Charlie turned and left him there. He found Peter still asleep with Spree curled up on his chest. Raven sat nearby. She looked up at Charlie's approach. So? What's going on? Charlie sat down beside her. I'm not sure it was a good idea to bring Thomas here. Then why did you do it? Because I thought he could help. Is that the real reason? Charlie started to say yes, then sighed. No. He's my brother, for good or bad, and I can't seem to make myself hate him as much as I want to. If I had found him laid up in a four-poster bed eating grapes out of a crystal bowl or something, I might have punched him right in the nose. But it wasn't like that. They had him chained to a bed, and they've been giving him these drugs that are supposed to enhance mental abilities, but they make him sick and I couldn't leave him there. He hung his head. You must think I'm the world's biggest fool, but... Raven smiled. Actually, I happen to think you're rather wonderful. What you did today only makes me more sure of it. But what are you going to do about Grant? It was a good question. What I should have done in the first place. I'm going back to the castle to see Pierce. He's the only one who can help. If Grant was right and he truly is on our side. No. No? He looked at her. What do you mean no? I mean no. That's what I mean, she said. It's too dangerous. You had to go and talk to your brother, fine. But this Pierce guy doesn't know you any better than he knows me, right? Right. But. No buts. Raven reached into her pocket and pulled out the disc. You've taken enough risk. Let me help you now. He didn't want her to go, but he didn't want her here alone with Thomas either. It was a bad choice to have to make, but he supposed he would have to go with the lesser of two evils. All right. Spree can take you to the castle, but I don't want to bring Pierce back here. I think we should meet somewhere public. Somewhere in the city. He thought for a moment. Grant told me once about this bakery his mother used to take him to. They would meet Pierce there so he could take Grant back to the castle with him. It's public and Pierce knows the place, so he'll likely be more at ease there anyway. And it will be a good way to convince him that we really are on Grant's side. Okay, sounds like a plan, Raven said. First thing tomorrow morning? Charlie nodded. He wasn't at all sure of how good a plan it was, but it was something, and he felt better just to be moving forward. The only problem was that he would need Thomas to lead him to the bakery. But that was a thought better left for tomorrow. 15. Where is he? Commander Angard asked for the third time. There was now a slight edge to his tone. Miranda swallowed back a dryness in her throat. She was stalling for time, dangerous as that was, as she tried to decide how much to tell. Commander Angard had not brought Charlie here from Kiloreen. He had come on his own so that she was no longer certain of the correct path. She had thought Charlie must be captured and brought here, but perhaps there was another way for him to come to the Magestone. Could I have a glass of water, please? The flat of Commander Angard's hand struck her cheek, making her head snap sideways. You've gotten all the courtesy you're going to get until you answer the question. Miranda pressed a trembling hand against her cheek. Charlie came for him. She hadn't expected that, which just went to prove that even the drugs could only open her mind so far. Commander Angard muttered a curse, then sat back in his chair, a look of calm coming over him once more. I'm not a man afraid to admit making a mistake. It never occurred to me that Charlie would seek Thomas out and rescue him. I gathered that they didn't get along. Well, no matter. Where are they now? If she lied and said they were gone, would he believe it? She didn't think so. Still here, in King's City. Commander Angard smiled. Where? The Sunshine Bakery. I don't know what they're doing there. That was only a half a lie because she did know that Charlie was going to meet a man there, and her best guess was that it was Pierce. She also knew that meeting Pierce there was not a good idea. She couldn't imagine what had prompted Charlie to choose such an open place where they were likely to be seen together. Very good. Commander Angard stood and strode toward the door. He turned to one of the guards as he stepped out into the hall. See that the girl gets some water. The door slid shut. Miranda sat with her hands in her lap, worried that she'd made a mistake. But there was nothing to be done for it. That was one of the worst things about seeing the future. She couldn't see the consequences of changing it until she had already set the wheels in motion. All she could do now was lie back, look for Charlie, and hope that everything would be all right. King's City was a vast labyrinth of warehouses, shops, homes, and parks. Street signs cropped up like weeds and seemed to Charlie to be more confusing than helpful. And yet there were so many people going this way and that, and all of them seemed to know exactly what they were about. Charlie had never seen so many people all in one place in his life, not even in the prison camp. And it wasn't just the pedestrians, though they packed the sidewalks so that walking was a slow process. The street was also crowded with every kind of conveyance you could imagine, and a few that you couldn't. Cars and trucks, motorbikes and buses, odd little open-topped buggies with no horses, lined up side by side in the street, going no faster than those on foot. If the number of people was not enough, there was the noise. A constant buzz and hum that drilled into Charlie's head until it throbbed. Peter clung to Charlie's hand and stared about them in wonder and fear. Thomas walked beside them, sullen and silent except for an occasional fit of coughing. Every time one of these fits came on him, the people around them would send foul looks their way. But there was nothing to do about it, nowhere to go to get out of the crush, and Charlie soon began to feel a bit claustrophobic. Are you sure you know where you're going? He asked. Everything looks the same to me. Thomas coughed into a hand that trembled. I know. He gazed up at the uniformly gray buildings towering over them. It's been a long time, but I still remember. Charlie glanced at him. Thomas had been acting odd since they entered the city. Gone was that condescending tone to his voice, that mocking smile. There was something different in his eyes now. Something bitter and perhaps a little sad. My mother and I were never allowed to go to the castle." Thomas spoke low and absent, as if he were not really talking to Charlie at all. "But she always told us we were the same. Both of us princes. Both deserving the best life could give. She always thought when Grant was king we would live in the castle with him." He laughed harshly. "She was a dreamer and a fool," thought. Charlie was a bit disconcerted by this sudden revelation. Thomas had always been Thomas. Tormentor. Enemy. The only person Charlie had ever hated. It had never occurred to him to think that Thomas was a real person with feelings and a past. Had it hurt him to be told he was the same as his brother but never to be treated that way? Grant had gone every summer to stay a few months at the castle, but not Thomas. And, though he had gotten away with more at the home than any of the other boys, he had never been afforded the special treatment Grant received. Charlie had never considered there might be reasons behind the way Thomas was, though whatever they were, they couldn't justify the things that he had done. Miranda had believed that Thomas could change, that somewhere inside of him was a good person. Charlie hadn't believed it then, and he didn't believe it now. What he did believe was what Thomas had said back at the castle. He was content to help Charlie now, but if it ever seemed in his best interest to do otherwise, Charlie had no doubt that Thomas would turn on him. The older boy was dangerous and bore careful watching. Charlie didn't intend to let his guard down for a second. As they moved further into the city, the buildings were shorter and not so crowded, with narrow alleys in between them. They began to be made of brick or wood instead of steel, and their color shifted from gray to soft yet brighter hues. Then they came to the Sunshine Bakery. A short, square, wooden building painted vibrantly yellow. Large glass windows fronted the shop, and there were flowers along the walkway to the open door. Wonderful scents of baking things drifted out. Inside, glass-fronted cabinets revealed all sorts of baked goods, from plump breads to multiple layered cakes. The mixed scents of cinnamon and vanilla hung in the air. Charlie smiled to himself, though his stomach cramped painfully at the sight and smell of so much food. He was thinking of Spree and how she would react to seeing so many sweets so invitingly displayed. He hoped she would behave herself when she and Raven arrived with Pierce, but he doubted it. Charlie kept a tight hold of Peter's hand as they followed Thomas to an adjacent room where a dozen tables were set up. Flowering plants hung from baskets in the corners, while a large glass window gave them a view of a side patio surrounded by a garden. Brightly colored butterflies flitted among the varied blossoms. Thomas sat with his head in his hands and stared down at the yellow and white checkered tablecloth. His breath was quick and heavy. Charlie supposed the walk had worn him out. They couldn't eat, but at least they could rest here in relative safety and comfort. "I'm hungry," Peter said. "Me too." Charlie laid a hand on the back of the boy's head. "But we don't have any money, so try not to think about it, okay?" Peter nodded glumly and laid his head down on his arm. Poor kid, he was exhausted. And thin, hardly more than skin and bones. The last few months hadn't done much for Charlie either, but he was older, and it didn't seem right to him that a little kid should have to suffer so. Charlie looked around at the other tables where strangers sat talking and laughing and enjoying sweet treats. He felt a pang of envy. Not so much for the food, but the easy smiles and the pointless chatter. He'd like to be able to do that. Just sit around with good friends having a good time. Instead of always looking behind his back, waiting for the next brick to fall on his head. Time crawled. People came and went, and Charlie worried someone might object to the three of them sitting there. But, though the man behind the counter seemed to be keeping a close eye on them, no one approached. Charlie's eyelids drooped as he leaned back in the chair. His mind wandered. Cool gray rock rose up around a narrow valley, trees blushed green against the blue sky, a waterfall sang down the side of a hill. Patches of sunlight broke through the canopy in places, even as a cool breeze wafted through the shadows. Charlie strode through one such path of warmth as he made his way to the brook. He knew where he was, though he had never been there in his waking hours. He knew also that this was a dream, though he had not walked this way in his sleep in what seemed a long time. Too long. He took a deep breath of the pure air and smiled. Gazing across the clear waters of the brook, Charlie saw the cave mouth yawning black against the side of the craggy hill. It waited for him within, calling urgently out to him from the darkness. Charlie had yet to understand what it was, but that it had something to do with the lost magic he was certain. Charlie stepped into the brook, meaning to cross over and enter the cave as he had done once before, though he had woken before finding anything therein. Suddenly the peace was broken and a red haze fell across Charlie's vision like blood, or flames, and a voice ran through the valley, calling his name. Charlie's eyes snapped open. With a sweeping glance, he took in the gray uniforms, the guns. Then the dragon was springing forward. Charlie shoved the table hard, slamming it into the two nearest soldiers and knocking them off their feet. Then he grabbed his chair and broke it across the side of a third soldier's head. The man stumbled back, stunned, blood flowing freely down his cheek. Everything grew very sharp and Charlie was aware of Thomas nearby, struggling with another soldier for his gun, of Peter cringing beneath a nearby table, of the patrons of the bakery fleeing, of a gunshot, even as he drop-kicked a soldier in the chest hard enough to crack bone. Charlie came down in a crouch, sweeping out his right leg to shatter yet another soldier's ankle. The man went down with a howl. All of this happened in the time it took to draw a breath. Then everything was still. Only Charlie and Thomas remained standing. Charlie was breathing hard as he fought to bring the dragon back under control. Thomas was clutching an assault rifle and staring at the soldier at his feet. The man had a gaping hole in the middle of his chest. The other soldiers were still alive. Their moans and groans filled up the sudden silence. Charlie felt shaky and ill as he looked around the room. He'd let the dragon get out of control, and it was a miracle only one of the soldiers was dead. The one killed by Thomas in the scuffle over the gun. The two soldiers Charlie had slammed the table into had only been winded. The man sat up while the woman remained where she was, her gaze darting between Charlie and Thomas. He was a little older than the others, and judging by the stripes on the shoulder of his uniform, he was the one in charge here. "Who sent you here?" Charlie asked. It took some effort to ignore the dragon. It was sulking because it was displeased with the notion of questioning the enemy rather than killing him. The man gazed back at him with surprising calm, as if he weren't lying on the ground with an assault rifle pointed at him. "King Richard has ordered your arrest." "For what?" "Murder and treason, among other things." "How did he know we were here?" Charlie's thoughts went to Raven and Spree, and he hoped they were all right. "I don't know," the soldier said. "I just follow orders. We better get out of here." Thomas glanced toward the windows. "This place will be swarming with town constables any minute. Probably more soldiers too." "Right. Leave the gun and let's go." "But we might need." "I said leave it." Charlie turned toward Peter and held out his hand. "We're leaving." Peter stared back at him with wide eyes but didn't hesitate to take his hand and come out from under the table. They moved out into the empty street. Eyes peered out from windows across the street. "Where to now, O fearless leader?" Charlie chose to ignore the sarcasm. "You know this city. Where can we hide?" Thomas glanced up and down the street. "This way." He led them down the alley beside the bakery. Here there was an open space, bereft of plant life and occupied by two large dumpsters. A high wooden fence blocked whatever might be on the other side. "There's another street back there," Thomas said. "But we'll have to find a way over to get to it." "No problem." Charlie called up his magic to give him some added strength, then pushed one of the dumpsters up against the fence. "I'll go first." He climbed up. "In case there's trouble on the other side." Charlie was too short to see the other side, but he wasn't worried about getting over the fence. Being an elf blood did have its advantages. "Are you leaving me?" Peter gazed anxiously up at Charlie. Only for a minute. Thomas will still be here with you. The idea didn't seem to comfort him any, and Charlie didn't blame him for that. He didn't really want to leave Peter alone with Thomas, but at the moment there was no help for it. Charlie grabbed the top of the fence and pulled himself up and over. The fall wasn't as far as he'd feared. There was a building with a flat roof on the other side and he landed easily. Other buildings were all around him, each carrying a similar air of disuse. The cobbled road that wound among them was cracked and shot through with weeds. "Hey, Thomas, there's a building over here. If you'll give Peter a boost up, I'll help him down this side." "You're the boss." There was a metallic thump and a scratching sound which Charlie assumed was the two of them climbing up on the dumpster. "Oh, shit," Thomas muttered. "What?" Charlie stared at the fence and wished his magic would let him see through to the other side. "What's wrong?" "Soldiers, a whole troop of them," Thomas said. "They just passed the alley, but I don't think they saw us. Yet. So hurry up then." Okay, don't get your shorts in a bunch." Thomas grunted. "This kid is heavier than he looks, and I'm not exactly in top condition." Peter's head appeared over the top of the fence. He grabbed hold of the top and swung one leg over, then sat looking down at Charlie. "I'm scared." "It's okay," Charlie said. "I'll catch you. I promise." "There's more soldiers coming," Thomas said. "Move, kid." Peter eyed the concrete roof of the building. "What if you miss?" "I won't." Charlie tried to stamp down his impatience so as not to upset Peter further. "Trust me." Still, Peter hesitated. "Forget this," Thomas said. "I'm not going to stand here and get shot because you're a chicken shit." Peter cried out in alarm as he was toppled over. Charlie caught him, but was unprepared for the impact and stumbled back to land hard on his tailbone. Thomas clambered over the fence and landed on one knee, the palm of his left hand scraped across the concrete. Peter glared at Thomas. "You pushed me." "So what?" Thomas winced as he rubbed his knee. "I wouldn't have had to if you weren't such a baby." "I'm not a baby," Peter muttered, his eyes tearing. He turned away from them and walked toward a ladder which led down the side of the building. Charlie gave Thomas a dirty look. "What?" Thomas asked. "It's true. If it were up to that kid, he'd still be sitting on the fence waiting to get shot. He should thank me." "You're an ass." "Yeah? Well, I'm an ass who's still alive and would like to stay that way. So can we get down before the soldiers start looking for us, or do you want to wait for them?" Charlie frowned. "You're sure you know a good place to hide?" Thomas smiled. "Would I lie to you?" Charlie said nothing, but only followed Thomas down the ladder to where Peter waited. "Where are we?" Peter gazed out into the deserted street. An idle wind blew dust eddies across the ground. "Old warehouse district," Thomas said. "It's been empty a while." "Why?" Charlie hesitantly followed Thomas out into the street. "I don't know. There was a fire or something, a long time ago. Before I was born. Nobody comes here now but street kids, vagabonds, and criminals." He grinned. "I believe we qualify as all three." Asked. "How do you know so much about this place?" Charlie. "I used to hang out here a lot, especially in the summer when Grant was gone and our mom was at work. Our house was across on the other side of this district." Charlie gazed at the buildings they passed. He didn't see any sign of other people, yet he could feel eyes watching him. "Are you sure it's safe for us to be here?" "Yeah, this place is creepy." Peter clung more tightly to Charlie's hand. Thomas shook his head. "Geez, you two fit together, you know? Couple of little crybabies." He coughed a few times into his hand. "We're safer here than anywhere else in the city." They turned down a narrow street with vacant buildings on either side. Empty windows, marred by scorch marks, gaped down at them like dead eyes. Charlie shivered. "This is it." Thomas stopped in front of a weary, two-story building that sagged on its foundations. Someone had taken the effort to nail boards across the door, but they had all been torn away and the surrounding walls sprayed with graffiti. Inside, the dim sunlight that showed through cracks in the walls only served to make the shadows longer and deeper. Trash and debris littered the floor, along with a copious scatter of animal feces. The very air was foul with some stench Charlie couldn't identify. "This is where you want us to hide?" Charlie stared up at the ceiling, where exposed beams were cracked and splintered. "Are you crazy? We don't exactly have a lot of options here." Thomas walked further into the gloom. "It's safer than it looks. Just watch what you step on." Charlie drew Peter close to him and reluctantly followed. "Hold on." Thomas stepped into what might once have been a janitor's closet. "There's usually..." Something fell over with a clatter. Thomas muttered a curse. "Ah, here we go." He came out with 2 flashlights. There's always some of these hidden around these old buildings. They're easy to steal. Thomas held one of the flashlights toward Charlie. He flinched, remembering a time not so long ago when Thomas had hit him over the head with one of them. Thomas grinned. "What's the matter, Charlie boy?" He waggled the flashlight back and forth. "Getting a little jumpy?" Scowling, Charlie jerked the flashlight from his hand. With all the magic he had inside himself, all the power, he was still afraid of the older boy. Thomas knew it too, and that made it all the worse. Something scuttled in the darkness beyond their lights and Peter whimpered. He pressed closer to Charlie's side as they followed Thomas further into the building. Finally, they came to a back room which had been cleared of debris, though it was more littered with refuse. Cigarette butts, glass beer bottles, and... Well, Charlie wasn't entirely sure what some of the stuff was, and he didn't think he really wanted to know. "Don't touch anything," he whispered to Peter. The boy nodded. Thomas took a metal bucket from the corner, dumped its contents onto the floor, then placed it in the center of the small room. He put his flashlight into the bucket. It's amazing how little this place has changed in 10 years. He folded his arms and looked at Charlie over the top of the bucket. The light falling across his face made him look like a grinning skull. Charlie put his own flashlight into the bucket. They gave a warm yellow circle of light that did little to banish the darkness. Using the toe of his sneaker, Charlie cleared a space near the bucket, then dropped his backpack and sat down. "So what do you propose to do now?" Thomas asked. "Wait for Spree," Charlie said. "She'll find us." "Yeah, unless she's dead." Peter's eyes widened. "She's not dead." Charlie gave Thomas a dirty look. "Somebody must have told somebody we'd be at the bakery. It must have been Spree or Raven. Or maybe Pierce. But anyway, they're all probably dead now. Don't listen to him." Charlie drew Peter down beside him. "He doesn't know anything. Spree will come. Then we'll decide what to do." "Whatever you say, Charlie boy." "Whatever you say." Thomas wandered out of the range of light and sat with his back to the wall. "I'm hungry," Peter said. "And I'm thirsty." He shivered. "It's cold in here." "I know." Charlie put his arm around Peter. "Once Spree gets here, we'll see about finding some food, I promise. For now, you should try to sleep. Okay?" Peter nodded and, lying down, put his head on Charlie's lap. In a few minutes his breath had evened out into the soft rhythm of sleep. Charlie wished he could find rest so easily, but Thomas's words kept chasing themselves around in his mind. No cell could possibly hold Spree or Raven, not if they were alive and unhurt. So where were they? And how had those soldiers known to come to the bakery? If something had happened to them, it would be all his fault. He shouldn't have listened to Raven. Shouldn't have been so weak. He should have been the one to go with Spree, and he would have if not for Thomas. He wished now that he'd left the older boy to rot. Charlie sat staring at nothing for what seemed a long time, and then a faint sound caught his ears. He held very still, listening. It wasn't Thomas. He was still sitting in the darkened corner, and this sound had come from somewhere beyond their little room. They had left the door open a crack, and Charlie saw a faint blue glow across the floor. This place stink. Is nasty no good. Charlie grinned. Peter. He shook the little boy. Wake up. Spree's here. Peter sat up, rubbing his eyes. What? But Charlie was already moving to open the door wider. We're back here. A moment later Spree, her wings glowing blue, flew into the room. Is wrong place to hide, she said grumpily as she flew up in front of Charlie's face. She gave him a narrow look. You hurt? No. Why did you ask? We see many soldier bakery. Was said big fight. You sure? No hurt? I'm sure. This place is disgusting, Raven said as she came into the room. Couldn't you have picked a better hiding place? I didn't pick it. Thomas did. Figures, she muttered. Wait, if you guys are here and you're okay, then how did the soldiers figure out where we were? Charlie asked. Raven shrugged. Search me. She turned as a man stepped up behind her. Oh, this is Pierce. Pierce was a tall man with graying hair and serious blue eyes behind his glasses. He stared at Charlie. You look just like your mother. Charlie's mouth fell open. You knew my mother? Yes. There seemed a heavy weight on that single word. Charlie, before we do anything else, I think you and I should have a talk, but they ought to be talking about how to get Grant and Miranda free from the castle and safely out of Angland, but that wasn't where Charlie's mind was, and he didn't think it was what Pierce meant either. He felt suddenly sure that this man had all the answers to the questions that had been building in Charlie's mind since he found out that King Richard was his father. And in that moment, there was nothing he wanted more than to hear them. He met Pierce's gaze. So talk. 16. The walls dripped onto the floor like candle wax. Miranda watched without alarm. She'd had hallucinations before when on the drugs, and she could tell reality from fantasy. The walls melting didn't bother her any. Besides, she was in a good mood. Charlie had handled himself well at the bakery, and she was proud of him. She wished she could be with him as Pierce told him the truth about his parents. It would be a hard thing for him to hear. He did have that other girl, Raven, and that was good. Not that the thought didn't bear a little jealousy, but mostly she was glad he had someone strong to lean on. He would need it. The door opened with a sound loud as a gale-force wind blowing through the room. Commander Angard's footsteps were like peals of thunder. When he drew the chair up next to the bed, the screech of metal on metal dug into Miranda's head. Visual hallucinations were all right, but this increase of sound was enough to give anyone a migraine. You knew my soldiers wouldn't be able to bring him in, didn't you, Miranda turned her head in his direction and gazed calmly back at him. So did you. He smiled. It was interesting to listen to them talk about the fight, if you could call it that. Very informative. Do you know that he killed one of my soldiers? A young man only a few years older than you are. Shot dead. A shame. Miranda wasn't fooled. He cared no more for the lives of his soldiers than he did for any other life, except his own. That was Thomas. Charlie doesn't kill unless he has to. He killed that guard the night you broke out of the prison camp. He had to, Miranda said. But he didn't kill Duncan, did he? He could have. He should have. The commander shrugged. His mistake. Where are they now? The old warehouse district. On what used to be Canal Street. 6th building on the left, in the back room. One iron gray brow rose. You're being awfully free with your information now. Decided it's better to be friendly? Miranda smiled sweetly at him. She understood now that Charlie needed to know the truth about his parents before he came to the Magestone, in case there wasn't time for it later. I can't see everything, not even with the drugs. But I don't need to see to know that you don't stand a chance against him. You don't understand him. You can't, because he's like nothing you've ever dealt with before. I hope you and your king are ready for the kind of war he'll bring you. Commander Angard chuckled. The day I find myself outmatched by a child, especially in elf blood, is the day I step down as commander of the king's army. But then I guess you better start looking for a new job. The smile slipped from the commander's face. I think you're a tad overconfident, girl. There's not going to be any war. I already have Grant, and his pathetic excuse for an army is wiped out. I know all about Pierce's plotting. Soon I'll have enough to arrest him. Charlie is within my grasp, and it's only a matter of time before I have him too. There can be no war without someone to lead it. This little rebellion is dead before it's begun. You seem to be leaving something out of your equation. Oh? And what's that? Kiloreen. Commander Angard laughed. Kiloreen is a conquered country and has been for 100 years. There is nothing for Angland to fear from that direction. Miranda glanced at the door. It opened as if by her will, and a nervous-looking soldier stepped into the room. Sir? Commander Angard stared at Miranda's smiling face a moment longer before turning toward the soldier. What is it? Everyone knows I am not to be disturbed when interrogating a prisoner. Begging your pardon, sir, but we've received an urgent message from Kiloreen, and the men in the communications department thought that you would want to know right away. Commander Angard went to join the soldier by the door. As the young man spoke in a low whisper, the commander's expression grew dark. He glanced at Miranda, then swept out of the room with the young soldier in his wake. Miranda hummed a merry tune to herself and watched the walls melt. 17. Before Richard married Lady Alice, his father, King Marcus, sent for a decorator to fix up a suite of rooms to the future queen's liking, Pierce said. He and Charlie sat on opposite sides of the bucket, looking at each other over the pale yellow glow of the flashlights. The others remained in the room, but sat away from them in the dark so that it felt to Charlie as if he and Pierce sat all alone on a little island of day in a sea of night. The decorator brought 4 apprentices with her to help with the job. One of those young women was your mother. How did an elf blood get accepted to work inside the castle? Charlie asked. I was supposed to check their records, but with the wedding coming up, I had so much to do. So I only checked the decorator's record, assuming she would have looked into the records of her apprentices. I'm sure she had. Not everyone is opposed to hiring elf bloods, and your mother always wore a scarf around her head to hide her ears so that she looked human. The first time I saw your mother well, she was beautiful, and she had this smile that could light a room. She could make you feel better, somehow, lighter, just to be near her. Charlie knew that smile, for it had once looked out at him from a photograph of his mother, long since lost. Funny how he remembered the photograph more than the woman herself. I wasn't the only one to take notice, Pierce said. Richard was older than your mother, but still a young man and unwed, though engaged to Lady Alice. He began to find reasons to drop by wherever your mother happened to be working, and then he would sit a while and talk with her. The prince was handsome, and He laughed. I looked much as I do now. Without this gray in my hair and this extra padding around the middle. And he was very charming. Oh yes, and can still be, when he turns his mind to it. I saw how they looked at each other, and I began to grow concerned. and a little jealous, truth be told. I thought to take my concern to King Marcus, but Richard was my prince, and I owed him my loyalty, and certainly I didn't want to get your mother in trouble. Besides, I thought Richard too smart to step over the line and do something foolish. That was my first mistake. Of course, I didn't realize it was a mistake at the time. The suite was finished, the decorator and her apprentices left, and I thought that was the end of that. A few months later, Richard received a letter from your mother. I was with him when he read it, and I remember well the look of shock and dismay on his face. He asked if I remembered Melanie and I pretended not to. Then he gave me the letter and I read it, though I had already guessed what it must say. She wrote to tell him about me, Charlie said. Pierce nodded. In the letter, your mother said she wanted nothing from Richard, not even for their child to be recognized as his. She only wanted him to know. This puzzled both of us. At the time, we could see no reason why she wouldn't want her child recognized, at least on the record, as one of the royal heirs. She was not a wealthy woman and surely she would need money at least to help with the raising of a child. In many ways, Richard was still a good man then, though our feelings toward non-humans had always differed. He wanted the right thing done for his child. So he told his father what had happened. King Marcus was not pleased. Richard already had 2 children with the royal consort. He was not to have any more except with Lady Alice. But King Marcus was not the sort of man to leave his grandchild out in the cold. I had already told him that in my haste I hadn't looked into the records of the apprentices, and until then it hadn't mattered, but now he wanted to know what sort of woman was the mother of his grandchild. Imagine my surprise when I opened her record and saw elf blood in bold red letters. I wish now that I hadn't told, but I have ever been something of a coward, and I feared to lie to my king. King Marcus was disturbed by this news, feeling as he did about elves, and had no wish for anyone to know. But Richard. Pierce shook his head. Richard was furious. I had never seen him so angry. He felt your mother had deceived him on purpose for the very reason of conceiving a child, despite what the letter had said. I tried to calm him, reason with him, but he wouldn't hear my words. He wanted to have your mother executed, but King Marcus would not see his unborn grandchild slain, elf blood though it may be. His hatred was never so fierce as Richard's. So he gave your mother a choice that was really no choice at all. To go quietly away and never speak of any of this to anyone, or to die. And of course King Marcus knew which she would choose. It was no surprise to Charlie that Richard had wanted him dead before he was even born. It hurt a little and that was a surprise, but he could guess at the rest. The whole story was not so bad as he feared. So they doctored the records to make it look like Sam was my father, Charlie said. But how did they get him to agree to it? Were he and my mother already married? Did he think I really was his son? He didn't like to think his mother had cheated on his father. It wasn't a possibility he had considered before. No, Pierce said. They didn't even know each other. King Marcus sent me to the prison to find a man in dire straits. A man so desperate that he would be willing to marry an elf blood and claim her child as his own. I began to look at the records of the prisoners with trepidation. I had no wish to marry your mother to some desperate criminal. Then I found Sam, who was once a soldier in the king's army. His record said that he'd gotten into a drunken brawl with a superior officer and the other man had come off the worse for it. Witnesses said they were both drunk, and the fight was no more Sam's fault than the other man's. But the officer was badly hurt and he came from a family of wealth and power who were pushing for Sam to be charged with attempted murder. A hanging offense. Sam was in serious trouble, and he was exactly the kind of man who might be willing to make a deal to save his own life. I checked his record carefully, and though I saw he had a habit of getting drunk and fighting and a penchant for petty theft, I saw nothing to suggest he would be a danger to you or your mother. Maybe not the ideal father, but the best I could do under the circumstances. Was he a good father, Charlie? Charlie looked down at his hands. He loved my mother, that much I'm sure of. I can't remember how they were together, but I can remember the times he would cry over her picture. Maybe he drank too much, and he was always in trouble. We lived in a rundown tenement with rats and cockroaches for roommates, and maybe my life was never what I would call good, but I think he did the best he could do. I loved him and I think he loved me. In his way. Did he ever tell you that he wrote to King Richard after your mother got sick? Charlie lifted his head. No. Why did he do that? Many doctors won't treat elf-bloods, and most of those that will want exorbitant amounts of money to do so. The lung disease your mother contracted at the textile mill has a small recovery rate, but it is not incurable. Sam was desperate to at least have the means to try. So he wrote to Richard, who was king by then, and begged his help. Richard crumpled the letter up and threw it away. He didn't care. He wanted to forget you and your mother even existed. I should have done something, sent money, or brought her up to the city to see better doctors. But I didn't. That is the single greatest regret of my life, though I have many. Charlie sat very still, holding back the tears and anger through a great force of will. Bad enough to learn his own father wanted him dead, but to know that he had let his mother die when he could have saved her was a hard thing to swallow. I wish that I had stepped forward myself all those years ago, Pierce said. I wish that I had offered to marry your mother. I should have liked to have been your father, Charlie. I want you to know that. I loved your mother and, in some ways, I love her still. I am sorry. Little good though the words are, ... There was such a strain in his voice, such a look of anguish on his face, that Charlie could do nothing but believe him. You didn't owe us anything. It was Richard's responsibility to take care of us, and he didn't. It's his fault. Not yours. Pierce shook his head. No, I'm not telling you this so you can absolve me of my guilt. And indeed you may not want to once I tell you about Sam. A sensation of dread fell over Charlie. What more is there to tell? Pierce looked away, as if he could no longer bear to look Charlie in the eyes. Sam never forgave Richard for letting your mother die. After a few years, he started sending the king threatening letters, saying he was going to expose the whole dirty mess. At first, Richard ignored it. After all, who would give credit to the words of a drunken, disgraced, ex-soldier, the father of an elf-blood? But then Sam started to follow through on the threats. He started telling people you were the king's son. Most people laughed, but not everyone. There are plenty of people in Angland, human and elf-blood alike, who don't care much for their king. Richard began to get nervous. He feared Sam was gearing himself up to lead a rebellion against him. There are more elf-bloods in Angland than you would guess, and more humans sympathetic to their troubles. Sam could have caused Richard a great deal of trouble had he stirred up the right people. Richard wanted the situation dealt with. Permanently. And well, I have long been Richard's errand boy and the one he has always trusted to handle his problems. Charlie clenched his hands in his lap. He didn't want to hear what was coming next. He already knew enough. All he wanted was to press his hands over his ears and block away Pierce's words. Instead he sat frozen with dread. He had asked for the truth and he was getting it. More than he ever wanted. I found out the name of a bar Sam frequented and I sent a man. No one was surprised that Sam died in a bar fight. No one connected it to the things he'd been saying. Or if they did, they kept it to themselves. I was torn with guilt afterward, but it was a feeling I had become accustomed to. But then I did something that surprised even myself. Richard would have my head if he ever found out I arranged for you to be delivered to the same home where Grant and Thomas were. But I had been grooming Grant toward being a better man than his father was, hoping someday he would be a better king. I wanted him to know what Richard had done to you and to your parents, so he would understand the kind of man Richard is. I wanted him to know you. To see you as his brother, even if he had to hide it. I never planned all this, not until Richard started to talk about dropping bombs on people. I never dreamed that I would find myself on the opposite side in a war against my king. But the time has come to step out of his shadow, as I should have done many years ago. I want to make amends now for all the wrong I've done, so far as I can. I am truly sorry, Charlie. I hope you will believe that. There was a dark, cold feeling welling up inside of Charlie. Anger like he had never felt before, and sadness. He didn't know what to do with it, and he was afraid he might do something he would regret. Charlie stood up without a word, turned around, and stalked blindly out of the old warehouse. He didn't stop until he was standing in the middle of the broken road under the heat of the midday sun. He wanted to scream, to cry, to break something. It was hard enough to lose his parents, but to learn that they had died because some king on his throne hundreds of miles away found them a nuisance was too much. The world seemed coated in a red haze until all Charlie wanted was to tear something apart. King Richard, preferably. The one person in the world responsible for all the misery being heaped upon him. How much more could he be expected to take? Charlie? Raven spoke his name hesitantly from the relative safety of the sidewalk. Go away. Leave me alone. Alone is the last thing you need to be right now. I understand how you feel, but... Do you? He turned toward her. Anger and pain beat like a drum in his chest. Do you really know how I feel? Every bad thing that has ever happened to me is all because my own father would do anything to make sure no one ever knows I'm his son. He shook his head. You have no idea the things I've been through. Do you think you're the only person who's ever been hurt? She asked. Okay, so you've had to deal with a lot more than most people could stand. And maybe I haven't felt what you feel to the degree that you're feeling it. But I know what it's like to be sad, and to have things happen to you that you can't understand. That you don't want to understand. I know what it is to be angry. But you can't let that anger take over. There are too many people counting on you. A whole world full of people who need you. I didn't ask for that, Charlie said. I didn't ask for any of it. But you've got it, whether you want it or not. You have a huge responsibility, Charlie. You don't have the luxury of giving up. Think about the people you love. If you can't be strong for the rest of the world, be strong for them. I don't have the people I love. I can't even be sure Grant and Miranda are still alive. But you have Peter and Spree and... You have me, Charlie. She took a step toward him and held out her hand. We're still here, and we're willing to help you any way we can. You're not alone. We need you to be here too, and you can't be if you're all eaten up with anger. Hot tears bleared Charlie's vision. He couldn't see how one person could be expected to stand so much. I don't know how to not be angry. I'm not telling you to not be angry. I'm just asking you to not let it be all that you are. You're stronger than you think you are. Stronger than I could ever be. But if you let the anger and the pain take hold of you, then we'll lose you. And I don't want to lose you. Charlie's shoulders slumped as he stared down at the road. I don't think I can do this. Of course you can. Raven laid a hand on his shoulder. I have faith in you. Besides, the magic wouldn't have chosen you for its champion if you weren't strong enough to bear the burden. I wish I could be so sure of that. I'm sure of it. Come back inside and we'll talk to Pierce. About rescuing your friends. Charlie sighed. I think I hate him. I don't blame you for that, she said. But we need him. And he seems like he really does want to help. Charlie couldn't argue with that. He took a deep breath and stuffed all the things he was feeling as far down inside himself as they would go. Time enough for that later. Okay, let's go back in. They turned and walked back into the warehouse together. 18. You can capture Charlie without getting anybody killed, Miranda said. She was sitting on the edge of the bed speaking with Commander Angland. It was time now. Charlie needed to come to the castle. I'm listening, Commander Angland said. Though I'm beginning to think it might be in my best interest to tell my soldiers to shoot to kill. No, it wouldn't. Not if you really want the ancient magic. For that, you need Charlie and you need him alive. And you're going to help me get him? Why is that? Because I love him, and I don't want him killed. Maybe you were right before. Maybe I was getting a little ahead of myself. Not even Charlie can fight a whole regiment of soldiers. A lie, but she thought she was getting good at that. She had already seen what an assault on the warehouse would come to. In the end, when the smoke cleared, Charlie would be the only one to walk out alive. If that were for the best, she would let it happen. But it wasn't. Charlie had suffered too much already. Losing the others would tear him apart. Pain and anger would drive him to a reckless act that could only end in his death. How touching. I wonder if Charlie will appreciate it. Probably not, she said. But I'm not worried about that now. All I'm worried about is keeping him alive. All right, so tell me, how can my men take him alive? I hardly think his magic will permit it. First, tell your soldiers to make enough noise that Charlie is bound to hear them. Sneaking up on him is a bad idea. You need him to know danger is coming. He'll react differently than if he's surprised. Indeed he would. He would get the others out to safety if he knew soldiers were about and thus keep them from getting killed. As for his magic, she continued, what you need is a high-dose tranquilizer and a paralytic. Tell your soldiers to be sure and hit him with it before he has a chance to react. That's the reason not to surprise him. Charlie doesn't like to fight, and he doesn't want to kill. Any hesitation on his part is for the best. And after I get Charlie, what then? How do I convince him to be helpful? I don't have the answer to that. I'm sure you can figure it out. You're a strange girl, he said. It doesn't bother you that when I get Charlie, any hopes for the war are lost? The elves won't be able to stand against the ancient magic once I have it under my control. I don't care about the war, or the elves, or any of it. She found it surprisingly easy to look the man straight in the eye when she lied. I care about Charlie. I'd do anything to keep him safe. He's lucky to have such devotion from you. The commander stood. Though I doubt he'll thank you for costing him the war. Miranda sat up a while longer after the commander left. She was worried things wouldn't go the way she'd hoped, but she'd done the best she could to try and keep everybody alive. She was glad for it too. The last thing she wanted was more blood on her hands. Asterisk. Pierce returned to the castle after warning them to lay low until he could figure something out. Spree's corridor was no good. Pierce had confirmed that both Grant and Miranda were being heavily guarded. He thought he could do something about the guards on the level where Miranda was, but he needed time. Charlie had asked after their health in only the most general of ways. He'd not wanted to seem overly interested in Miranda with Raven standing right there. That was not a situation he wanted to get into at the moment. Grant is all right, Pierce had said. They have him locked in a cell on a lower floor, but he's being well looked after. Richard hasn't given up on him yet. I haven't seen Miranda, but I know that Commander Angland has been spending a lot of time in her room. Something about the tone in his voice as he said that had made Charlie's stomach twist. But he worked not to think about it. Raven was right. Getting angry and letting his magic spin out of control was no good for anyone. After Pierce left, Raven had insisted on going out to find them some food. Pierce had brought a couple of canteens filled with water, but was afraid to draw too much attention by trying to bring food. Charlie was left with nothing to do but pace and worry while Spree and Peter slept. He was tired, too, but couldn't find any rest. Not with Miranda locked up in that place. He hated this waiting, this helplessness. Every passing minute something terrible could be happening to her and he was powerless to stop it. Thomas had been quiet for a long while, and it was beginning to make Charlie nervous. Besides, focusing on Thomas would help to take his mind off other things. He stopped his pacing and cautiously approached the older boy. "Are you asleep?" "Sure, I always sleep sitting up." Thomas's voice was hoarse. He sounded as tired and worn as Charlie felt. It occurred to Charlie then that no one had bothered offering him any of the water Pierce had brought. A fact that made him feel a little guilty. He took up one of the canteens and went to kneel beside Thomas. "Here, have some water. How are you feeling?" Thomas gave Charlie a narrow look as he took the canteen. "Why are you being nice to me?" "I'm not being nice. I'm being decent. The way people are supposed to be toward each other. Though that's not a concept I expect you to understand." Thomas chuckled. He took a drink from the canteen, then passed it back to Charlie. "You've changed some since the last time we saw each other." "You haven't." Charlie twisted the cap back onto the canteen. "Are you feeling any better?" He almost hoped Thomas would suddenly start a coughing fit. A weak and sick Thomas was one he could handle, a well Thomas was dangerous. "I'm not coughing up a lung, so I guess that's an improvement." Thomas laid his head back against the wall. "How long has your girlfriend been gone?" "I'm starving." "Raven is not my girlfriend." The corner of Thomas's lip lifted in a mocking smile. "Are you saying I'm free to pursue?" "I don't think she's your type." "Oh, she's my type all right." Charlie gave him a flat look. "She's an elf blood." "Still interested?" The smile twisted into a sneer. "So, you went off to Elfland and found one of your own kind, huh? Won't Miranda be heartbroken? But don't worry, Charlie boy. I'll be around to comfort her. We got real friendly while you were gone. Who knows? She might even be glad you found somebody else." Charlie's hand tightened around the canteen, and he had the terrible urge to smash Thomas in the face with it. Instead, he stood and looked down at Thomas with as much contempt as he would a nasty bug that had crawled up out of the woodwork. "You really are a worthless excuse for a human being," Charlie said. "Grant and Miranda had hopes for you. They thought you could be a decent person if given the chance. They trusted you, and you stabbed them in the back. I'm not making that mistake. If I'm so foul, so treacherous, why am I still here?" Thomas looked up at him. "You know if we get out of here alive, I'll turn on you. Why don't you just kill me now? You'll regret it if you don't." Charlie shook his head. He almost felt sorry for Thomas for being the kind of person who would always be alone. Almost. Anyone who has to ask a question like that would never understand the answer. A noise from the other room caught Charlie's attention. He turned away from Thomas and stared tensely at the door. Then he heard Raven's voice speak his name and all the tension drained away. "Yeah, come on back." Raven stepped into the room. There was a brown paper sack in her arms and a big smile on her face. "Lunchtime." Charlie looked into the bag and then met her grin with one of his own. "Where did you get all this?" "I borrowed it." She put the bag on the floor beside the bucket and began drawing out the contents. A loaf of bread, cheese, and some kind of thick sliced meat. "Of course, I forgot to ask permission. But I'm sure they won't mind." Charlie went over to wake Peter and Spree. They needed to eat no matter how tired they might be. Peter sat up with yawn, which sent Spree, who had been curled up on his chest, tumbling to the floor. Spree scowled. "What going on? No can sleep for 5 minutes." Her voice trailed off and her brown eyes widened. Raven was unwrapping a glazed pastry and looking at it curiously. "Huh, I wonder how that got there." Spree squealed with delight and pounced on the pastry as if fearing it would escape. They all settled down around the meager glow of the flashlights and ate cold sandwiches. They talked about things far removed from war and sorrow, and even laughed, pretending that everything was easy and there was no danger lying ahead of them. The only dark mark was Thomas. He remained where he was in the shadows and made no move to join them. Charlie ignored him until the talk dwindled down and everyone made ready to try and sleep. Then he made up a sandwich for Thomas and took it over to him. "You may not want our company, but you have to eat." Thomas made no move to take it. "Charlie." His voice sounded oddly breathless. Charlie knelt to get a closer look at him. Thomas's skin was pale, his face coated in a sheen of sweat, and a trickle of blood trailed down across his lips from his left nostril. "I thought you were feeling better." "Were," being the operative word. "Feels like somebody." He swallowed and licked his lips, "Is S sitting on my chest?" "What that?" Spree asked from across the other side of the room. "What?" Raven asked. "I hear noise." Charlie looked over his shoulder and saw them both staring up at the ceiling. He hadn't heard anything, but then he was too busy worrying over Thomas. Yes, actually worrying, though he never would have imagined he would ever do so. It would be no easy thing telling Grant he'd let Thomas die. "I bet it was a rat." Raven shuddered. "This building is probably full of them, thought. "I no think so. I go see." Spree flew up to the ceiling, opened a corridor, and disappeared into it. Charlie turned his attention back to Thomas. "Do you, Thomas?" The older boy's eyes had rolled back in his head and for one panicked moment, Charlie thought he was dead. But the harsh sound of his labored breathing was proof enough he was still alive. For the moment. "What's wrong?" Raven stepped up behind Charlie. "I don't know. I think he needs a doctor." "We can't risk that," Raven said. "Besides, how would we pay for it?" Charlie looked up at her. "What am I supposed to do? Let him die? After everything you've told me about him, I wouldn't blame you if you did." "Yeah, well, I would blame me, and so would Grant. There must be some Charlie fell back as Spree came out of her corridor directly over Thomas's head. "Don't do that." Charlie pressed a hand to his chest. "You about gave me a heart attack." "We big trouble," Spree said. "Is soldier upstairs, is soldier outdoor, is soldier all over." "What?" Raven's face paled. "How did they find us?" "It doesn't matter," Charlie said, standing. He felt oddly calm despite the rapid beat of his heart. "How many soldiers, Spree?" "Is least fingers and toes many?" "Maybe more." "I no take long time for count." "Too many soldiers and too far spread out." "How did they get upstairs anyway?" But that didn't matter. What mattered was the fact that they were in a windowless room with only one door and they were surrounded. Even if they could somehow fight their way out, the odds were slim that none of them would get hurt, or worse. Besides, Thomas was in no shape to move and, to Charlie's own surprise, he was unwilling to leave him behind. Everybody was watching Charlie, waiting for him to tell them what to do. And he hated it. Hated to be the one in charge, the one responsible for keeping everybody alive. But he was, and there was no getting out of it. "Spree, you take Peter back to that junkyard and hide him," he said. "Nobody is likely to look for you there." Spree frowned. "What you do, Charlie?" "No can stay by self. I help. If you want to help me, then you'll take him out of here and you won't come back. Please, Spree." Her lips pursed, but she nodded and moved to open a corridor in the wall. Peter crowded close to Charlie. "I don't want to go. What if something bad happens to you?" Charlie put a hand on the little boy's head and managed to work up a confident smile. "Nothing bad is going to happen. But I need you to go with Spree for a little while, okay? I'll see you soon. Peter hesitantly followed the sprite into the corridor. Spree looked back over his head at Charlie. I glad you say beholden me back at school. We be good friends. You be careful. Then the corridor closed and they were gone. Charlie swallowed back a burning feeling in his throat. Now he could hear the soldier's footsteps above. He turned to Raven. Take this. He drew the disc out of his pocket and held it out to her. Her eyes met his. Charlie. I know, only someone with warrior magic can use it, he said hastily, not wanting her to say something that would make this parting more difficult. But that was 1,000 years ago. We don't know what they can do now. So take it. She took the disc. Charlie, There's no time. You have to go. I can handle whatever happens as long as I know my friends are safe. Tears welled up in her eyes as she nodded. And before Charlie could blink, her lips were pressed against his. But it was only for the barest of seconds. Then she was through the wall and gone. Charlie sighed. Someday he should like to have a proper kiss. With a girl. One in which he had time to kiss back. The door burst open and Charlie turned, the dragon rising in his mind. There was a flash of bright light and something simultaneously struck him in the chest and neck, sending a jolt through his body that dropped him to the floor. The dragon staggered back, stunned. A sudden numbness swept over Charlie so quick and strong the magic could not rise against it. He lay there on the cold floor and watched as booted feet moved toward him. The beam of a flashlight swept over his face. He's still awake. The man's voice sounded odd and slightly frightened. There was enough in there to knock out an elephant and he's still awake. What's the matter? Asked a second voice. Not scared of a kid, are you? Of this kid, yeah. You didn't see what he did to those soldiers at the bakery. I did. Yeah? Well, he don't look like much to me. What about the other one? Out cold, answered a third voice. Sick, by the looks of it. Enough talk. Here was yet another voice. One that was somehow familiar to Charlie. They're both dangerous, whether they look it or not. Get them in the truck. The first man bent and lifted Charlie up off the floor. Charlie got a good look at the owner of the familiar voice as they stepped out the door and would have cried out in shock if he could have. Duncan? How? Why? But there was no way for him to ask. The sun painted the sky in shades of magenta and orange as it slid into the west. Charlie's mind was whirling so that he barely noticed. The last time he saw Duncan, the boy was lying face down on the floor of the special unit, unconscious. Now he was here, in the uniform of a soldier, a red phoenix blazoned upon his chest, clearly in some position of command. It was all so bizarre. Charlie was dumped into the back of a black truck with a canvas top. A moment later, Thomas was laid in beside him. Then Duncan was there, looking in at him. I know you're surprised to see me here, Charlie. I'm sorry it has to be this way, but we both chose our sides in this thing. It's a pity, really. We could have been friends. He dropped the back flap and left Charlie in darkness. 19. Things had gone much better than Miranda had expected, and she was glad. Charlie was frightened now, but he wasn't hurt and neither were the others. She had seen Peter and Spree safe in the junkyard, and Raven racing across the open ground on a stolen motorbike, headed their way. She had the disc and that too was good. It would only be a matter of time now, a short time, and things would be better. Everything was rolling fast toward the waiting Magestone. It was here in the building somewhere, but she couldn't tell exactly where. Well, never mind. Pierce would tell her. Right now, she was tired from looking so many places and trying to see everything. The hardest part was looking toward Kiloreen because she had no specific person to narrow in on. But she had seen that the elves had taken the 12 mining camps that lay scattered across Kiloreen and were now concentrating on a single spot in order to muster their forces for an attack on the border. They hadn't gone without loss, but for the most part they were a strong, capable army. And then there was Pierce's army, hiding away in the hills. 1,000 strong. They would be a great help to the elves once they knew where they needed to be. The king's army would find itself caught between the two, but what would come of it all? That was something she simply couldn't see. It was too far away, there were too many spaces in between, and she was so tired. But she had tried so hard to see the end. Once she was free of this place, there would be no more drugs and her visions would fall back to what they once were. There was nothing to be done for it. If she couldn't see, and no reason in dwelling too much on it. For now, she must rest and wait for a little while. Then she would be with Charlie again. Charlie stared around at the bars with growing panic. It was one thing to have lost control of his body. It was entirely another to find himself trapped inside his own mind. He could open his eyes, if he wished, and see around him the same environment in which he had found Thomas. But that did little good. So, he had come inside his mind in the hopes that there he could find some way of fighting whatever they had done to him. Instead, he had found himself surrounded by these bars. The fiery dragon stood on the other side, watching him, but seemingly unable to come to his aid. He dropped further down into the depths of his mind, to the glowing blue wall. There lay his only hope of escape, but if not for the desperate nature of his situation, he would not be thinking of doing what he was about to do. The window appeared again in the wall and Charlie pushed it open. He leaned out into the nothing, searching, though he wasn't sure how to make a connection across such a great void. So far as he could see or hear, there was nothing out there. The best he could do was to fling a thought out and hope it hit his intended target. Charlie was no telepath to be sending out signals, but he had to at least try. "Thomas, can you hear me?" "I hear you." The reply was shaded with red and yellow surprise that flashed like a beacon in the dark. "Where are you?" Charlie thought. "Same place I was when you came." Now the dark was tinted gray with confusion. "What happened?" "Soldiers attacked the warehouse. We were captured." "Soldiers captured you? How did they manage that?" "They shot me with something. I don't know what. But it paralyzed me and I couldn't do anything. At least the others got away, I hope. I sent them out before the soldiers reached us." "Why didn't you go with your sprite?" "She can only carry one at a time." "I sent Peter." Thomas's derision was a dark shade of ochre. "You really are stupid. What good does it do for you to be caught? You should have let them get the kid. He's been through too much already. Besides, I'm responsible for his safety." "You're a soft touch, Charlie boy." Charlie scowled, sending out amber flashes of annoyance. "Into the dark. Do you think you could go 5 minutes without insulting me and just listen?" "I can try, but it won't be easy." Charlie rubbed the space between his eyes. This entire thing was giving him a headache, only he was inside his head but that didn't bear thinking on at the moment. Concentrate. That was what he must do. "Can you send a message to Pierce and tell him what's going on? Tell him we have to do something fast." "I can try." From somewhere higher up, Charlie was aware of the sound of footsteps across the metallic floor of his room. He left the window and sailed back up to the forefront of his mind. When he opened his eyes, he saw Commander Angland standing over him. "Hello, Charlie." He smiled affably and drew a metal chair up beside the bed. "I'm glad we finally have a chance to sit down, face to face." Charlie made a harsh guttural sound in his throat. "Don't strain yourself. It won't do any good trying to talk now. We'll have time later for a proper chat. I really only came to make certain you understand the position you're in. You have something that I want. Or at least that you can get. The ancient elven magic. Charlie couldn't keep the surprise from registering in his eyes. Yes, I know all about that, and I know all about you too. I know you were in Kiloreen searching for the magic, but that somehow you learned of the peril your friends were in, so you came rushing back before you found it. That was a mistake, my boy, and a very bad one. Now, I'm sure you're thinking to yourself I must be mad too. Imagine you'll help me obtain and control the magic. Being what you are, I doubt even my most persuasive of methods would be of any help in getting you to cooperate. You see, I understand you very well, my boy. If I had to try and persuade you that way, I'd likely break you before I could get the response I want, and then you would be of little use to me. However, Miranda has proved most useful so far. Her precognition is really rather remarkable. I'm sure I could encourage her to persuade you to be helpful if you're feeling reluctant to cooperate. Charlie stared back at the commander, sitting there so smug and self-assured, and felt a cold anger sweep through him. So that was how he always seemed a step ahead of them. The idea of what this man might have done to Miranda to make her useful drove all rational thought right out of Charlie's head. Charlie dropped down into the depths of his mind, hit the wall, and threw the window wide. Thomas. That one word sent ropes of crimson across the emptiness. Shit, man, you don't have to shout. What's your problem? Did you talk to Pierce? Yeah, he said he'd get rid of the soldiers along our hall and then bring you the antidote for whatever they hit you with. No good. Commander Angard is with me. He's trying to get me to agree to work with him and he'll hurt Miranda if I don't. Charlie paused, for the first time considering what he was about to suggest. Well, there wasn't time to worry over it now. Listen, Thomas, if I let you inside my head, do you think you can do anything? Surprise colored the darkness. Maybe. Then tell Pierce to meet us in your room. For several long minutes the emptiness seemed all the more empty. Charlie was aware that the commander was yet speaking, but had no interest in whatever the man was saying. This had to work, it just had to. If it didn't, he didn't know what he would do. But one thing was for certain, he wasn't going to let Miranda be hurt more than she had been. No matter what he had to do to prevent it. Okay, Thomas's voice reached across the chasm. What's your plan? Even if I come over there and work your body, I don't see what good it'll do. Charlie knew the answer to that was probably the worst idea he'd ever had, but he couldn't see any way around it. I'll lend you the use of my magic. The darkness was colored with hesitation. I'll try. Charlie backed away from the window. There was great rush of wind, and a shadowy form swept into Charlie's mind. This was not like with Sylvan, whom Charlie had been able to see clearly. This shape was dark and barely resembled a human. Red eyes peered out from the bare suggestion of a face. What now, Charlie boy? I think you need to get past the bars. Charlie waved a hand at the cage. Do you think you can? Only one way to find out. Thomas approached the bars, then slid easily through. No problem. The dragon was there, flaming bright and ready to pounce on this intruder. Charlie was surprised to find that, though he didn't have full control of the magic, or at least what passed for full control, he was still in possession of the chains wrapped around the dragon's neck. He pulled the chains now and forced the dragon down. Thomas stared back at the beast's baleful black eyes, and hesitation mingled with fear colored his form. Are you sure about this? No, but we're going to do it anyway. What am I supposed to do with that thing? It was a good question, and one that Charlie had not considered. I think you should try to ride it. The shadowy form of Thomas twisted toward him. Ride it? Are you crazy, Dot? The more Charlie thought about it, the more right it seemed. I'm sure about this. This is either the bravest or the stupidest thing I've ever done. Thomas slid close to the dragon, watching it warily. It bristled at his approach, but obeyed Charlie's command to yield. Thomas slid up over the dragon's back. It remained crouched there a moment, getting used to its temporary master, then rose up, stretching out its wings. Charlie loosed his hold on the chains, but didn't let them go entirely. Charlie felt a shifting sensation as partial control of the magic was given over to Thomas. It was an oddly helpless feeling and frightening, as if he were suddenly cut off from an integral part of his being. On the bed, Charlie's left hand came up in a fist and connected square with the commander's jaw. At full strength, a blow like that would have broken the man's jaw, but as Thomas only had partial control, it only knocked him unconscious over the back of the chair. Charlie's body sat up. His hands flexed. Whoa, this is intense. Don't get attached to the feeling. Charlie's lips spread into a grin. Hey, this was your idea. And I already regret it. Charlie's body stood then and bent over the commander. His hands searched the man's pockets. Charlie shared the view through his eyes. What are you doing? Looking for his door pass. How else are we supposed to get out of here? He drew a flat, metal plate out of one of the commander's inner pockets, then grabbed the man by the arm and dragged him over by the door with no effort at all. You know, if I had this kind of power, I'd put it to much better use than you have. Then we should all be glad you don't. That's not very nice, considering all the effort I'm going through to help you out. Even with the magic, this isn't exactly easy. You should thank me. You're doing this for your own benefit, so when I leave I'll take you with me. Charlie's shoulders lifted in a shrug. So what? You're getting something out of it too. He pressed the pass against the door and laid Commander Angard's hand over it. The door slid open. Two soldiers stood talking down the hall. It seemed Pierce had not been able to get rid of them all. No doubt these two had come with Commander Angard and were under strict orders not to leave their posts. What do you think, Charlie boy? Should I go down and politely ask if we can pass? Don't get too eager. There's no need to kill anybody. What kind of person do you take me for, anyway? Before Charlie could inform Thomas of exactly what kind of person he thought he was, they were hurtling down the hall toward the soldiers. The two men never even knew what hit them. They were both on the floor before they could so much as turn. Charlie's body had never moved that fast or that silently before. Charlie's hands gathered up the two automatic rifles that had clattered to the floor. No leaving behind the guns this time, Charlie boy. This is no game we're playing. Charlie made no reply as Thomas trotted down the hall, but couldn't keep himself from thinking that the older boy was enjoying all this entirely too much. On the contrary, Charlie boy, I think I'm enjoying this exactly right. He came to a stop at a door just down the hall and tapped the butt of one of the rifles against it. It's us. The door slid open and there stood Pierce. Thank goodness. I was worried when I saw the commander's men in the hall. There was no way I could get rid of them. It was no problem. Charlie's body strutted into the room. With power like this, I could take on a dozen guards. Maybe more. Charlie was surprised and slightly dismayed to see Raven, Peter, and Spree also in the room. What are they doing here? They shouldn't be here. Thomas ignored them and directed Charlie's body to the bed. He stood looking down at himself. His face was very pale and there were thick dark patches under his eyes. Flecks of dried blood clung to his lips. Man, I look like shit. Here, hold still, and let me give you this. Pierce stepped up beside him, a loaded syringe in hand. The needle slid into his arm and a cool feeling spread through his body. That'll take about 10 minutes to take effect, Pierce said. Let's go. Miranda's room isn't far, but my distraction won't keep the guards busy forever. He moved to the bed and lifted Thomas's body with a grunt. I'd offer to give you a hand, Charlie's voice said. But look at this puny body. Charlie boy could stand to grow a few inches and put on some muscle. I feel all girly in here. Raven gave him a flat look. And what's wrong with being a girl? Charlie's lips slipped into Thomas's smirking grin. For you, nothing. Remind me to smack you when you're back in your own body. With pleasure. She rolled her eyes. Give me one of those. Raven snatched one of the guns. I don't like the idea of you being the only one with a gun. With Pierce in the lead, they filed out into the hall. After cautiously slipping around a corner, Pierce paused to press his pass up against a door. They were quick to move inside. Charlie. Miranda was up off the bed with her arms around his neck before the door even slid shut. All the feelings Charlie had ever felt for her came back in a dizzying rush. He only wished he wasn't stuck behind these bars with Thomas in control of his body. He glanced toward the shadowy form still riding high upon the dragon. His colors were swirled with surprise and a certain longing. Then Charlie's arms came up around Miranda's waist. Watch where you put my hands. I wouldn't snuggle too close if I were you, Raven said. Charlie's not the only one in there. If Charlie had been in control of his body, he would have blushed at the way she was looking at him. I should have told her about Miranda. What? Miranda lifted her head and gazed up into Charlie's eyes. She gasped. Thomas, what are you doing in there? Rather enjoying myself at the moment. Miranda made a disgusted noise as she pushed him away. I can't believe Charlie let you inside his head. What? No, so nice to see you, Thomas's? No, thanks for helping out? And I thought we were friends. The look she gave him was pure venom. Charlie was right. You're a miserable excuse for a human being. You're not even worth hating. Pain swirled through the shadowy form, edged with just the faintest glow of regret. But Charlie wasn't paying any attention to that. The bars in his mind were dissolving. The antidote was doing its job. In a matter of seconds, Charlie was free. He moved around to face the dragon and looked up at the shadow of Thomas. Get out. The glowing red eyes looked down at him. Don't I even get a thank you? You're being awfully ungrateful, Charlie boy. I'll show you ungrateful if you ever call me that again. Now get out. Thomas seemed to waver in indecision for a moment. Then Charlie's lips lifted in a smile. You know, I might just hang around in here for a while yet. The others in the room looked at him curiously. All except Miranda. She was staring into his eyes as if she could bore straight into his mind. If Charlie's ready for you to get out, then get out. We have no time for games. If you had to choose between this and that, Thomas glanced at his own body lying weak in Pierce's arms, what would you do? I'd remember whose magic I was borrowing and I would give it back. You can't stay in there, Miranda said. Who's going to stop me? Charlie's hand hefted the gun. One of you? How? I've got Charlie's magic now. So what are you going to do? His gaze rested on Raven. Shoot. You'll kill me and Charlie both if you do that. They don't have to do anything. Charlie tightened his hold on the dragon's reins and tugged. The dragon reared up and threw the shadowy form of Thomas from its back. Then it wheeled around and blasted out a rush of fire. Charlie pulled back at the last second, so the flames only touched Thomas, instead of engulfing him. Thomas's form flashed white-hot pain and in Pierce's arms, his body convulsed. In Charlie's mind, the shadowy form shrank back, red eyes glaring with malice, but he didn't flee. You think you're stronger than I am? An eerie laugh echoed through the halls of Charlie's mind. You never should have let me in. The shadowy form grew both darker and larger, until it no longer resembled a person, but only a black shadow in Charlie's mind. And Charlie was afraid, but the fear made him angry too. This was his mind, he ought to be in control here. Still, he stood frozen, his hands like ice around the dragon's chains as the shadow of Thomas loomed over him. A sudden, golden glow filled Charlie's mind, and there in the space between him and Thomas's shadow, stood Lily. Charlie gaped at her. Shock drove his fear away. She smiled. "Don't look so surprised. I told you I'd always be with you, remember?" A memory unfolded before him. Night. The sky was thick with smoke. Lily lay on the ground. Blood spilled from the gunshot wound in her chest. Charlie dropped to his knees, begging her to use the magic to heal herself. Instead, she clasped his hand and a golden glow surrounded them. She told him he needed the magic and asked him to keep his vow. She promised to always be with him. And then she died. The memory faded. Once again, Charlie was staring at Lily surrounded in a golden glow. She stepped up to him and put her hand over his where he grasped the chain. "It was my magic that freed yours. I believe we came together at the camp for a purpose. I started you down a certain path, and now it's time for you to take the next step. The magic is not meant to be separate from you. It's not meant to be something you can barely control. You pulled away from it a long time ago. You locked it in its cage and you bound it with chains. I know you used it when you were very young to protect your mother, and I know she begged you never to do so again. You've been deeply wounded by fear and hatred of what you are. You've long needed a healing. Now, you're ready for one." The golden glow spread from her to Charlie to the dragon, mingling with the red flame of its fire. There was a bright flash of light. Charlie blinked several times and looked around the room at the faces gazing back at him. He felt strange. Still himself, but more complete somehow. He didn't have to look to know that the dragon was no longer lurking about the halls of his mind. He was the dragon and the dragon was him. "Charlie?" Miranda stepped toward him hesitantly. He smiled. "Miss me, Dot." Miranda let out a tearful laugh, and then she was in his arms again and it felt so good to hold her. "I knew you were okay, but I still worried about you all the time. When I saw what happened at the camp and I thought you were dead, it felt like I died too," he said. "I don't think I could have gone on very far if you had." Sniffling, she drew back a little, her arms still around his neck, and gave him a watery smile. "We have some things to talk about, but later. Right now there's something we have to do." "You're right," Charlie said. "There is something I should do. Something I should have done a long time ago." And before he could lose his nerve, he kissed her. She kissed him back and her lips were wet and salty from her tears. "Oh, please, spare me the gushy stuff. I think I'm going to be sick." Thomas's voice was weak and hoarse, but enough to break the moment. Charlie stepped away from Miranda and faced his brother. Thomas stood weakly on his feet with Pierce supporting him. "Nobody asked your opinion and nobody wants it. So shut up." And to Charlie's surprise no less than anyone else's, he did. Charlie looked to Pierce. "Where's Grant?" "Downstairs in the cells," Pierce said. "I can't do anything about the guards, and there are a lot of them. Commander Angard figured that you would come to rescue Grant. He's locked up in a special kind of cell. It's a large room with half barred off and the other not. Grant's behind the bars and there are a dozen soldiers on the other side, so you can't even get to him without facing them first." If it was to face a dozen soldiers in an open space, Charlie might have been more worried, but the confines of a room would actually help him. "I'm ready, I think. I'm not afraid in any case." He glanced at Miranda. "Well, not much." She grasped his hand. "I have faith in you, Charlie. There's nothing you can't handle. But we should go. Time is running out." Charlie caught Raven staring at him. She looked away, and he felt a flush of guilt. He liked her, he really did, and he thought that if there were no Miranda he could have loved her. And that made it so much worse that he never told her that his heart was somewhere else. There was no time for it now, but somehow he would have to find a way to apologize for hurting her. He hadn't meant to. "Let's go," Charlie said. "What about him?" Raven glanced at Thomas. "We should leave him here." "No," Charlie said, without even a moment's hesitation. "We're not leaving him." "Why not?" Raven asked. "I don't know what was going on inside your head, but Thomas is dangerous. He's deceitful and he'll probably end up getting one of us killed. If we can't trust him, he's of no use to us. Why not leave him behind?" Charlie shook his head. "For the same reason Grant brought him here, even though it was stupid and it ended so badly. Because he's my brother, and if that doesn't mean anything to me, then I'm no better than he is. If he stays here, he'll die, and it'll be on my head. I couldn't live with that." There was nothing more to say. Charlie had made up his mind, and there was no time for further argument. They left the room with Thomas leaning on Pierce for support and went quickly down the hall and around the corner to where there was an elevator. Pierce punched in a 10-digit code and then they had to wait. Charlie felt horribly exposed at the end of the hall, with nowhere to go if they should be caught. Then he heard the tramp of booted feet, some distance away, but headed in their direction. "Oh," he said. "I hear trouble coming." For a moment he panicked because he didn't feel the familiar rush of the magic about to leap. Then he realized that the magic was in him now, not waiting for an attack, just part of him, and calling it up would be as natural as drawing a breath and controlling it no harder. It was an amazingly comforting realization. The elevator door pinged open and they pushed inside. It was a tight space, but they all managed to get inside and the doors closed before the soldiers arrived. "It won't be hard for them to find out where we went," Pierce said. "They'll likely follow us." "What are we going to do once we get where we're going?" Raven asked. "Spree and I will use her corridor to get into the room where Grant is being held," Charlie said. "The rest of you will have to cover the hall until we come out the door." "With 2 guns and all this baggage?" She glanced at Miranda. "No offense." "Don't worry." Charlie hoped he sounded confident and not like he was bragging. "We won't be long." The elevator opened and they stepped out into another empty hall. But along the way Charlie could hear faint voices. Spree moved to the wall and opened a corridor. Charlie wished he had something memorable or witty to say, in case these were his last words, but he couldn't seem to think of anything. "Be careful," he said. "Keep your eyes open." "We will," Miranda said. "See you in a minute." "I hope so." He turned and stepped into the corridor. 20. Miranda kept a tight hold on Peter's hand as they followed Pierce down the hall. Thomas was on his feet, but only just, and Pierce had to use one arm to support him while carrying one of the rifles with the other. Raven was behind them, also with a rifle, and looking over her shoulder every few seconds, even though there was no indication they were being followed. Miranda had tried to see what would happen after Charlie came for her, but all that had appeared was the large mage stone, its glow blocking all other vision. She hadn't even known that Charlie would let Thomas into his head that way. Such was the imperfection of seeing the future. She never could see everything. They turned a corner and what should they see but a half a dozen soldiers in the hall before them. For a moment everyone froze. Then one of the soldiers reached for a pistol. But Pierce, more sure of what was going on than the soldiers, was quicker. He put 2 rounds into the soldier's abdomen as he backed away. Miranda pulled Peter back around the corner even as more gunshots reverberated off the walls. Raven jumped around them and fired off a few shots to cover Pierce as he dragged Thomas out of harm's way. Pierce knelt beside Thomas to check his shoulder, which was bleeding freely. Raven stood over him, ready to shoot anybody who stepped around the corner. "It's not too bad," Pierce said. "The bullet went clean through." "Isn't it my lucky day?" Thomas said through clenched teeth. His breath was harsh and fast, his skin so pale the veins were visible beneath. Peter was crying. Miranda held him close and patted his back as she made wordless soothing noises. The smell of gunshot was heavy in the air, but all was silent. No doubt the soldiers had also retreated to a place of safety, at least for the moment. But even now they could be calling for reinforcements. In a matter of minutes their little group could find itself surrounded. "We can't stay here," Miranda said. "We'll be trapped." "Where are we supposed to go?" Raven never took her eyes from the spot where the hall turned. "Back? What good will that do us?" "No, she's right." Pierce stood. "More soldiers will be coming, and we don't have much ammunition." "Yeah, but won't they come down the elevator?" Raven asked. "I don't think so," Pierce said. "At least not the one behind us, knowing we're armed. There are 2 other elevators leading down to this level, and it will take them a minute to get organized." The last thing they expected was an attack from the inside. "I think going back is a bad idea," Raven said. "But I guess it's the only choice we have, Dot. Can you get on your feet?" Pierce looked down at Thomas. "Sure. Why not?" Thomas was panting now and there was a sheen of sweat across his face. "Getting shot is so invigorating. You should try it sometime." With Pierce's help, he managed to get to his feet, though he swayed a bit once he was on them. Miranda couldn't help but feel a kind of grudging respect for him. Most people would have collapsed by now. She had no idea how he managed not only to stand but to walk with only minimal support from Pierce. Suddenly, there was great clatter from down the hall where they knew the soldiers to be. There was a shout, a single gunshot, then silence. Pierce and Raven shared an uneasy glance. Footsteps ran up the hall. Raven tensed as her finger curled over the trigger. Charlie came around the corner first, followed by Grant. Raven lowered the gun with a sharp exhalation of breath. "I could have killed you." "Sorry," Charlie said. "Everybody okay?" He was asking the room in general, but looking at Miranda and Peter. "We're all right," Miranda said. "Well, I'm not," Thomas said. "I'm shot, in case anybody cares." Grant came over to inspect his shoulder. "It's not that bad." "I'm glad everybody knows how not bad it is to get shot," Thomas said. "I'd hate for anyone to think I'm in excruciating pain. I wouldn't want to cause you all such dismay." "It can't hurt that bad," Grant said. "It hasn't shut you up." Thomas gave him a black look. Pierce clasped Grant's arm. "I knew you had to be all right, but it's good to see it with my own eyes anyway, Grant smiled. "I knew I could count on you to help." "I'm glad to see you too," Miranda said. "But we need to get moving." She was beginning to feel a terribly urgent feeling in her gut that if they didn't hurry, they weren't going to make it out. "Right," Pierce said. "Raven was telling me there's a hidden transport outside the city. If we can steal a truck, we should be able to use the transport to get us out of here." "Not to Kiloreen. I'm afraid I don't have the codes for that. But somewhere safe. I promise." "Wait." Miranda was aware that what she was about to say was going to sound crazy, but she knew it was right. "Isn't there a mage stone somewhere in this building? One large enough to power the entire castle?" Pierce frowned. "Yes, there is. It's actually the first mage stone ever brought out of Kiloreen and what started the Long War. The castle was the first powered building in the world, and the mage stone is still going strong, so there's been no reason to tie into the city grid." "Why?" "That's where we need to go." "Why?" I'm not sure, but I know we have to go there. Or at least," she looked at Charlie, "he does." "So you want to go deeper into the castle?" Raven shook her head. "That's crazy." Charlie gazed thoughtfully at Miranda, then turned to Raven. Anton did say the way to the City of Magic would be found here, not in Kiloreen. Besides, I trust Miranda's instincts. If she says that's where we have to go, then that's where I'm going. Nobody has to follow me if they don't want to. Raven smiled ruefully. I followed you this far. I may as well go all the way. You know I'll follow you anywhere, Miranda said. Me too, added Peter. Spree, who had perched on Charlie's shoulder, tugged on his ear. I go where you go. But you much trouble me. I told you I'd help you any way I could, Pierce said. I meant it. Grant clapped Charlie on the shoulder. Lead on, little brother. Wait a minute, Thomas said. Don't I get some say in this? No, several voices chorused as one. Once again Pierce led the way, and if there were soldiers coming, which Miranda was sure there were, they saw no sign of them. But Charlie was tense, and she thought it was more than nerves or fear that made him so. He heard something they couldn't hear, and though it meant that whatever followed was far away, it wasn't nearly far enough. They came to a door with a panel beside it. Instead of a keypad, there was a little round object protruding out. Beneath that there was a narrow slot. Pierce pulled a red card from his pocket and inserted it into the slot. Then he placed one eye against the red object. Retinal scan complete, a flat, mechanical voice said. Welcome. The door slid open. Now we really have to hurry, Pierce said. That scan was registered on the computers upstairs, they'll know right where we are. They quickly followed Pierce down a winding staircase lit by a dull red glow. Their shadows danced across the walls, distorted and misshapen. At the bottom of the staircase was another door. This one was not locked. It led out onto a railed platform that looked out over a large room. Tangles of wires, cables, and pipes stretched across the floors, walls, and ceiling. Some of these went to hulking machines with blinking lights, while others disappeared into other parts of the building. And in the center of it all was a massive magestone. It was about the size of a small motor car and burned with a pale white light. Wow! Peter's eyes went wide. Miranda smiled. That's it. That's the magestone I saw in my visions. Charlie, I think if you take the disc there, something will happen. What? His gaze was fixed on the magestone. I don't know. But something good. Charlie turned to Raven and she wordlessly dug into her pocket and pulled out the disc. It glittered faintly silver once it was back in Charlie's hand. He looked down at the large magestone a moment, took a deep breath, and then led the way down the stairs. 21. Charlie approached the massive magestone cautiously, both drawn to and repelled by its light. The disc had begun to vibrate ever so slightly, and the strange runes marked upon its silver surface were glowing faintly. When he had almost reached the magestone, he heard a sound that gave him pause. He turned to look up at the door. Charlie, what is? Shoo! He held up a hand to silence Miranda. There. Footsteps on the stairs. Many footsteps. He glanced back at the magestone. But there was no time for whatever it might be able to do. Soldiers, he whispered. Quick, hide. So the group scattered, darting off into the thick of the shadows in the further reaches of the room. Alone and trying to quiet his frantic heart, Charlie pressed himself up against the cold surface of one of the many machines and listened. Footsteps moved quickly onto the platform, then down the steps. They grew still, but Charlie could feel the soldiers there in the center of the room where the magestone lay. He could hear them breathing. Hiding is rather pointless. Commander Angard's voice rang out. You may as well come out now. You're trapped. There's only one way out of this room and my soldiers guard it. Charlie risked a peek around the side of the machine. He saw Commander Angard and Duncan standing near the magestone. Back by the staircase were a dozen armed soldiers. Charlie had easily handled that many when he rescued Grant, but he had taken those men by surprise. These would no doubt be fully aware of what he was capable of and would shoot first and worry about it later. Charlie's magic made him many things, but invincible was not one of them. He could die, just like anyone else. Retreating further into the room, Charlie racked his brain, trying to think. What to do? What to do? How to get them all out of here alive? A low growl cut off his thoughts and made his blood run cold. Couldn't be, he told himself. No way. Dread crawled up his throat as he slowly turned toward the sound. Two shadowhounds slunk out of the darkness, their red eyes glowing malevolently. Charlie had seen one when he broke into the school record room the night he found out who Grant really was. That was also the night he met Spree, and she had saved his life when the hound attacked. Back then he hadn't even known he had magic and was certainly not capable of using it knowingly. Now, that was changed. But he wasn't sure it would do any good against such creatures as these. Both hounds bared their sharp teeth, and saliva dripped from their jaws. They resembled tall, lean dogs, with pointed ears and stubby tails, but were somehow indistinct around the edges. Blurry. There was nothing for Charlie to do but brace himself for a fight. He couldn't outrun the hounds, and there was nowhere to go even if he could. The hounds moved closer and then hesitated. There was a look almost of confusion on their faces, their sharp snarls faded and fell silent. One of them took a step back, then sat down upon its rear and regarded Charlie with its head cocked, looking for all the world like a real dog. The second one was bolder. It approached Charlie with its head lowered and sniffed the air between them. Charlie tensed as the hound's snout came close to his hand. He could feel the magic racing through his veins, ready for a fight, but no longer beyond his control. The shadowhound whined and dropped to its belly at Charlie's feet. Charlie stared down at it with his mouth hanging open. He was completely dumbfounded by this turn of events. Was it possible they were responding to his magic? Charlie could think of no other explanation, though the why of it was beyond his understanding. A loud scream brought him back to the situation at hand. Miranda! The blood pulsed angrily in his veins. He glanced down at the hounds. Was it possible they could be of some use to him? They sprang up as if in answer to his unspoken thought. They were faster than any real dog, sometimes seeming more like a puff of smoke than anything solid, and reputedly extremely difficult to kill. All this hiding is not good for your friends, Charlie, Commander Angland said. Won't you come out so we can talk? The hounds were attentively watching Charlie. They seemed to have given over whatever master they once served in favor of a new one. Okay, Charlie thought, here we go. He gave the hounds a silent command and watched them fade back into the dark. Then he strode out from behind the machines as calmly as he could and faced Commander Angland and Duncan. Duncan had Miranda by the arm and was pressing the barrel of a pistol to the side of her head. Her green eyes were wide with alarm as she gazed back at Charlie. He spared her only the briefest of glances, choosing to focus all of his attention on the commander. Here I am, Charlie said, somehow managing to hold his voice steady. Commander Angland smiled. I knew you were a bright boy. Now, tell your other friends to lay down their weapons and surrender. I don't think I will. Charlie found he no longer needed to drop down into the depths of his mind to find the blue wall. It rose to meet him at his need, and the window was already open and waiting. Thomas, I need your help. I'm disappointed in you, Charlie, the commander said. Surely you can see this will only end badly. The only hope now is in surrender. I'm a little preoccupied with bleeding to death at the moment. So deal with it. I need you to get inside Duncan's head and make him let Miranda go. I know you can do it. It's not up to me to make them surrender. Because Charlie was still at the forefront of his mind, he found that he could handle a conversation with Commander Angland and one with Thomas at the same time. I'm worn out. The colors Thomas was sending certainly backed up that statement. I haven't had any drugs in a while. It might not work. I'm a reasonable man, Commander Angard said. I promise to let the girls and the little boy go free if you do as I ask. Do you want to go back upstairs and let them pump you full of drugs until you really do bleed to death? A sullen pause. No. What about Grant and Thomas, and Spree? Then quit whining and at least try. Grant and Thomas must be dealt with by their father, Commander Angard said. As for the sprite, I'm afraid I can't have her wandering around free. It's against the law. The girls and the boy in exchange for your cooperation. That is the deal. Behind the commander, 2 sets of glowing red eyes slipped through the dark toward the soldiers. And if I refuse? Then you all die. You'll never get the magic that way. Commander Angard shrugged. And neither will the elves. So either way, I win. You're the only one who has something to lose here. I'm not sure I agree with that. Charlie glanced sideways at Duncan and saw the hand holding the gun began to tremble. He quickly looked away again. Commander Angard sighed. I'm beginning to lose patience with you. I'll give you one last chance to agree to my terms. Miranda will be the first to die if you refuse. Make up your mind. Several things happened all at once. Spree came flying down from amidst the pipes with a shriek, her wings black and her small body aimed at Commander Angard. The commander cried out and raised his arms to ward her off. Her wrath was terrible. The commander's skin began to bubble where she rent it with teeth and claws. The shadowhounds bounded out of darkness to fall among the soldiers with savage growls and snarls. The men fired their weapons to no avail. The hounds dodged and darted, almost too fast to be seen, tearing and biting. The gun fell harmlessly from Duncan's hand, and Miranda wriggled free from his grasp. He took no notice. His brow was furrowed, his eyes glazed, as if he were deep in the throes of some inner struggle. Miranda rushed to Charlie. He pressed the disc into her hands and then pushed her away. Thomas had done all he could. Already Charlie could see that Duncan was winning the fight within his mind. Duncan shuddered, then lifted his gaze to meet Charlie's. Neither boy so much as glanced at the gun. They didn't need it. We don't have to do this, Charlie said. I'm not your enemy. As I said before, we stand on opposite sides of a war. That makes us enemies. Duncan stood calmly assured of himself. I don't want to kill you, but I must. For the good of the country. Charlie dove at him, hoping to catch him off guard. The next second, he was sailing through the air to slam against one of the towering machines. Pain danced along Charlie's rib cage, but he brought his magic up to suppress it. Now, he must fight. If he was hurt, that was a later worry. He pushed himself to his feet and staggered forward to face Duncan once more. Your magic is useless against me, Duncan said. My mental abilities are far superior. We'll see. Charlie charged, then feinted left. There was a loud metallic screech and something heavy struck him in the side of the head, knocking him flat of his back. He lay there a moment with spots dancing before his eyes and blood trickling down his cheek. This was no good. He couldn't fight Duncan if he couldn't even get close to him. A heavy chunk of machinery came floating to rest just above Charlie's face. It was mangled and had lots of sharp edges and dangling wires. He rolled to the right seconds before the object slammed into the floor where his head had been. Charlie scrabbled to his feet, keeping his eyes on the object. If you'll only hold still, I can finish this quickly, Duncan said. There's no need for you to suffer, but... It was hard for Charlie to believe this was the same boy he used to borrow books from such a short time ago. It felt like a lifetime since his world was flipped upside down. No, thanks, Charlie said. If I have to die, I'd rather do it my own way. Suit yourself. The object shuddered as it tore itself free of the floor and came hurtling toward Charlie once more. Charlie ducked, and the object flew harmlessly past, only to reverse its direction and come sailing back toward him again. Knowing he couldn't avoid the object forever, Charlie gathered his magic, turned, and held his ground with both arms out in front of himself, palms flat out. His body rocked with the force of impact as the object struck his hands. Pain lanced up Charlie's arms, and still he pushed with all his might, sending the object back toward Duncan. This time it was the other boy who had to react quickly to avoid being hit. Charlie was quick to take advantage of his distraction. With a flying kick, he struck Duncan in the shoulder, slamming the bones out of place with a resounding crunch. He hit the floor at a roll and was on his feet again. He turned, expecting to find Duncan on the floor, writhing in pain. Instead, Charlie's feet were jerked out from under him and he slammed onto the floor. His head hit so hard it rebounded, and if not for his magic he surely would have passed out. White-hot pain radiated down his spine. Then Duncan was standing over him. His skin had gone gray and his dark eyes were glazed with pain. Charlie tried to move, but it was as if a massive hand were pressing down on him, pinning him to the floor. "This is rather crude." Duncan pointed the pistol at Charlie's face. "But it will do the job." Charlie stared up at the barrel of the gun and his breath caught in his throat. Duncan staggered as if he'd been struck. He looked up at something beyond Charlie's limited range of sight. "You can't control me. You're too weak." "You don't look so strong yourself," Thomas said. Duncan stepped over Charlie's motionless form. "I'm stronger than you are, by far. You haven't had any drugs of late, and you can't fight me without them." As Duncan focused on Thomas, Charlie found the weight against him lessened enough to allow him to turn his head. At the sound of Thomas's voice, he'd felt a brief spark of hope, but seeing him, the spark went out. Thomas's shirt was soaked with blood and he was barely on his feet. He looked as if he couldn't withstand a strong breeze, let alone a struggle with a powerful telekinetic like Duncan. "I seem to be doing all right so far," Thomas said. Duncan was in pain too. It was clear on his face, and his will was torn between Thomas, Charlie, and the struggle to hold on to his consciousness. Still, Charlie knew that he had to do something. He pushed his magic until his head buzzed and his stomach cramped, trying to fight off Duncan's hold on him. Thomas and Duncan stared at each other, engaged in a silent battle of wills. Charlie could feel the strength exerted against him ebbing. It was too much for Duncan to fight both Charlie and Thomas at the same time. Inch by inch, Charlie felt himself breaking free. Duncan wavered. He glanced over his shoulder at Charlie, then back to Thomas. One trembling arm held the gun up. This time the barrel was directed at Thomas. Charlie wrenched himself free and sprang. His hands closed around Duncan's head and, with a twist, he broke the boy's neck. Duncan slumped to the floor at his feet. Charlie and Thomas stared at each other for a long silent moment. Then Thomas too toppled over. Charlie was so weary, all he wanted was to lie down and try and forget for a little while. But there was no time for it now. Instead, he went and knelt beside Thomas. The older boy was in bad shape, but not dead. "Why did you do that?" Charlie asked. "Why did you save my life?" Thomas smiled. "That's a good question. As soon as I figure it out, I'll let you know." "Charlie." Miranda was at his side, her hands on his face. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." He gently drew her hands away. "Thomas is in much worse shape than I am." Miranda laid a hand on Thomas's forehead. "I simply cannot figure you out. I'm a mystery wrapped in a riddle." He coughed. His breath was harsh and shallow. "They keep trying to kill me and I keep coming back for more." Miranda laughed. "And you're not dead yet, either." Miranda and Charlie managed to tear a strip of cloth from the bottom of Thomas's shirt. Charlie then wadded it up and pressed it against the wound in his shoulder. Soon, the rest of the group was crowded around them. "How is he?" Grant asked. Peter stood close to his side, Spree cradled in his arms. I don't think he's going to die, Charlie said. The statement was rife with mixed emotions. But what happened? Why aren't we being arrested, or shot or something? Because everybody else is dead, Raven said. Spree took care of Commander Angard and those, whatever they were, made short work of the soldiers. This place looks like a slaughterhouse. Here, Miranda reached up and grabbed hold of Raven's hand. Take over for Charlie. Raven reluctantly knelt on the floor and pressed her hands over the cloth. Miranda drew Charlie away toward the Magestone. He focused his gaze on it rather than looking around at the carnage. His stomach was feeling queasy and there was no part of him that didn't hurt, but the last thing he wanted was to throw up in front of Miranda. She handed him back the disc. This will work. I know it. How? If you don't mind my asking. What am I supposed to do? Think, Charlie. She tapped him lightly on the side of his head that was not bleeding. Eventually, even Magestones lose their power, right? Well, the Magestone in that disc is so small and it's centuries old. All the power is bound to be gone from it. So maybe you need a new power source. She looked pointedly at the larger Magestone. Charlie nodded. He hoped she was right. He laid the disc against the side of the larger Magestone. The disc began to glow bright silver, the runes shining so that it made Charlie wince. They lifted up and swirled around his head. The air was filled with the sound of strange words spoken in a whisper. The glow grew brighter and brighter until Charlie was forced to close his eyes. And still the glow pressed upon his eyelids. Then it began to fade, and slowly Charlie opened his eyes. Above him was gray sky. No clouds, and yet the sun was not visible. The world around him was muted, the colors soft. The only sound was the sigh of a faint wind. Pillars and piles of crumbled stone stood all around the circular patch of ground on which he stood. The grass was faded and dry. It crunched beneath Charlie's sneakers as he turned in a slow circle. His heart beat faster. Charlie began to smile. This was it. He could feel it all the way down in the core of his being. But the more he looked, the more the smile faded. Here he was, exactly where he was supposed to be. The disc had done it. It had carried him to the city of magic where waited the silver catacombs and the hidden magic. There was only one small problem. He was completely and utterly alone. About the author. Kyra Dune was born in Oklahoma, but spent most of her life traveling with her family. Her published novels include Flight of Dragons, Elf Blood, and Shadowborn. As a little girl, her favorite books were those that told of ordinary children who traveled to magical worlds. She's yet to find her own magic wardrobe or rabbit hole, but she hasn't given up the search. You never know what might be waiting over the next rainbow. Visit our website for our growing catalog of quality books. www.burstbooks.ca